Olivia Anderson and Emily Belcher to be in 6th position. Lead, in fact, is on the northern side of the course, the two crews closest to the spectator side, as they come out with about 150 metres now still to race. Fairly tight between Powerhouse and Footscray City, the top two. Powerhouse narrowly, it would be from Footscray City, and then across to Victoriaa Bay, Essendon, and also Bairnsdale. A pretty good race for 3rd, 4th and 5th, which is where our 3rd and 4th place qualifiers will come from. The top two certainly well clear. Powerhouse leading Footscray City with just on 100 metres now to race, and it's almost a length the margin from Powerhouse back to Footscray City. So they should be the top two, but the race for 3rd, 4th and 5th still very interesting there. Victoriaa Bay and Bairnsdale, it is currently holding down those qualifying spots ahead of Essendon as we see Powerhouse come across and take the win on lane 7. Powerhouse first and Footscray City second. Still very tight there, 3rd and 4th. Bairnsdale just, I think, from Victoriaa Bay, and Essendon about a length now back in 5th place. We'll just miss out on a spot in the final. So it will be Bairnsdale next of all. In 3rd place, Victoriaa Bay take 4th, Essendon 5th, and Shepparton will finish in 6th place on lane 3. The 6 crews just about completing the course in race 6. The female C-grade double scull, top 4 through to the final. That's Powerhouse, Footscray City, Bairnsdale, and Victoriaa Bay. Two heats up next in the male C-grade single scull. For qualification for the final for that race, which is scheduled for 9:40 this morning, race 21 on the program. The female C-grade double scull, which we've just seen the heat, is on at 9:25. That is race 18. One of the early finals. The first heat of the male C-grade single scull is approaching the conclusion now with about 250 minutes to go, at least for our race leaders. And it does look to be, might be the lane 3 scull there from Yarra, possibly Gareth McShay, who leads the field out of the bright sunlight section of the course. Also closest to this side, another Yarra sculler, Colin Rawson. Shepparton's Thomas Nalder looks to be up there as well. 4 to go through from this race. And there's a sculler from Essendon there in lane 4. William Drew Finn. But, right across on the far side too from the Melbourne Argonauts. Brent Lucado-Wells is also doing well here in the closing strokes of this race. So 3 or 4 across the course. Yarra, the Argonauts, and then the blue boat. There is the Shepparton sculler of Thomas Nalder, it seems. And they look to be our 4 qualifiers then across from lanes 1, 3, 4 and 5. The race is won by Yarra's Gareth McShay, narrowly ahead of the Melbourne Argonauts' Brent Lucado-Wells. 3rd and 4th was close with Essendon's William Drew Finn and Shepparton's Thomas Nalder, but both will go through. Colin Rawson of Yarra is 1 spot back there in 5th position. 6th then goes the way of the Albert Park College sculler Hayden Gold in a few strokes time as he approaches the finish, and the Carrum sculler Simon Coker will be across in 7th position. So Yarra, Melbourne Argonauts, Essendon and Shepparton going through from that first of 2 heats in the male C-grade single scull. Now second heat already is at the halfway mark with 6 more scullers to come down and 4 to move through to the final of the male C-grade single scull. Thomas Doherty of Footscray City looks to be the race leader here in the closing stages now of this second heat. He's coached by Peter McSweeney. Next to him is Ethan Holland from Hawthorn. And back on the northern side, Yarra is Tony Siritic and Thomas Keane of Carrum. Be our top 4 at this stage. A bit back to Boyd Newnham of Nagambie. And also Ned Joyce from Coxed Bay, the 2 scullers on opposite sides of the course. But certainly a very handy lead here to the sculler from Footscray City, Thomas Doherty. Who'd have about 5 lengths on the field here. Hawthorn's sculler there in lane 3 is chasing hard, but Ethan Holland. And he looks to be in a clear second place. Very tight also for 3rd and 4th, Tony Siritic and Thomas Keane. But all 4 look to go through to the final here of the male C-grade single scull. So just a couple of strokes to go for our race leader. And Thomas Doherty goes across and takes the win. And he's across by, maybe in fact about 3 lengths the margin on the line there over Ethan Holland of Hawthorn, who takes 2nd place now. 3rd then goes to Tony Siritic. And Thomas Keane of Carrum will finish in 4th place. So those 4 through to the final of the male C-grade single scull. Race again in just over an hour's time. 5th place goes to Boyd Newnham of Nagambie, and 6th will be Ned Joyce from Coxed Bay. The placings there unofficially in race 8, the second heat of the male C-grade single scull. Female A-grade single scull race reaching its conclusion. It's Kate Dyball from Richmond. Had a very successful day yesterday with 2 gold medals, and she'll go through here in first place in race 9. So Kate Dyball gets the win for Richmond in race 9, the first heat of the female A-grade single scull. Top 4 again here to go through to the final. Lane 5, the Barwon sculler Alice Joyce will finish in second place. Third in that yellow boat. Is the lane 4 sculler from Gibson Grammar, that's Zaharo's Beatty. And the next will be lane 2, Essendon's Alyssa Mirabelli. Our top 4 in this heat. The lanes have been a little bit confused here as they make their way. Then the lane 6 sculler is next across. That's Amy Innes from Hamilton and Alexandra, who will finish in 5th place. But certainly a comfortable win there to Kate Dyball of Richmond. The hunt for her 3rd state championship medal, over having won 2 yesterday in the single scull and also in the club double scull. And she wins that first heat of the female A-grade single scull. The second heat of the female A-grade single scull. Scratching here from Mercantile in lane 3, which should leave 6 scullers. Sarah Sekfi of Yarra Yarra lane 1. Molly Clark-Fernandez from Corio Bay in 2. 2 Gibson Grammar scullers in the centre of the course. Zoe Hornline and Hannah Roberts. Baya Klein Van Millicum of Melbourne in lane 6. And Ebony Ebenwaldner from Ballarat City in lane 7. I would expect, but can't see right now to confirm that Baya Klein Van Mullicum of Melbourne is one of the well-placed scullers in this race, along with do a clearer view on the far side there of Sarah Sekfi from Yarra Yarra, who certainly leads Molly Clark-Fernandez, the Corio Bay sculler. And indeed now it is the familiar form of the Melbourne Rowing Club sculler, Baya Klein Van Mullicum there in lane 6, who does emerge from the brightest part of the course with their boat well clear of the scullers on the northern side of the course, so certainly in the top 4. But I think that Sarah Sekfi of Yarra may be very close to the race lead across on the far side of the Gambia Lakes Regatta Centre. Also in the top four would be, I suggest, Molly Clark-Fernandez of Victoriaa Bay and Ebony Ebenvalder of Ballarat City. So it's the two scullers from Gippsland Grammar who are rowing in formation there in the centre lanes, but currently 5th and 6th, and have some work to do to qualify through to the final of the female A single scull. So Sarah Sekfi in the red colours on the far side. Maya Klein Van Mollekam, a fairly restrained row, it seems. They're in lane 6 with the final to come in just over an hour's time for these scullers, but it's certainly the sculler from Yarra on the far side of the course, comfortably clear here. Molly Clark-Fernandez of Victoriaa Bay moving up into 3rd, it would seem, ahead of Ebony Ebenvalder of Ballarat City. But here comes our race leader about to cross the line. It is Sarah Sekfi from the Yarra Rowing Club, who takes the win easily on lane 1 by about 4 lengths from Maya Klein Van Mollekam of Melbourne in lane 6. And it will indeed be Molly Clark-Fernandez, the Victoriaa Bay sculler, 3rd. 4th place goes to Ebony Ebenvalder of Ballarat City. Very tight still between our two scullers from Gippsland, but it will in the end be Hannah Roberts beating home Zoe Hornline by about half a length in the end. So lane 5 beats lane 4, but both unfortunately just missed out on progression through to the final of the female A grade single scull. Sarah Sekfi of Yarra, the comfortable race winner there over on the far side of the course. So 10 races completed on this 3rd and final day of the Rowing Victoria State Championship Regatta for 2023. As we move towards some finals, beginning in a few more races. 2 more heats, in fact, to go. The 2 heats of the mixed double scull. And then the first of our finals scheduled for 9 a.m. The next race will be the 8:50 race, the first heat of the mixed double scull. So despite that capsize on the course, a few races to go, still running very much on time here on this 3rd morning of the regatta. And hopefully that will continue right through till our last race, which is at 4:20 this afternoon. Only 76 races on today's program after 106 yesterday. A huge second day of the regatta with the 2,000 metre races. That's largely club events today, and using the 1,000 metre course for the entirety of today's racing. So the mixed double scull heats will be next. Those here at the course, the 1,000 metre start right where the sun's reflecting off the water from at least here at the finish line. I'm not sure if the view is better for those on the live stream, but it's a wonderfully bright and sunny morning here at the Gambia Lakes Regatta Centre. But it does make visibility down the course a little bit difficult in these early races of the day. But as the sun continues to rise and move over the course, we'll start to have a clearer look here out the window, and certainly a bit less reflection coming through on those camera shots. Got, of course, a camera there at the 500 metre mark, showing the crews halfway through their 1,000 metre races. About halfway through now, this first heat of the mixed double scull, the last two heats of this early part of the morning's program before our finals begin at 9 o'clock after two more races. So this mixed double scull has a field of 7 in the end, with the powerhouse crew having been scratched. Yarra Yarra Lane 1, Wendouree Ballarat in 2, Nagambie in 3, Richmond in 5, Nagambie Shepparton Lane 6, Wendouree Ballarat 7, and Melbourne in Lane 8. The 7 crews in this race, they all do look to be present. Wendouree Ballarat certainly well clear on this northern side of the course, and across to the southern bank, possibly again Wendouree Ballarat, so lanes 2 and 7 for that club. Leanne Martin and Andrew Lehane in lane 2, and Rebecca Gribble and Joshua Matheson in lane 7, certainly holding out 2 of the qualifying spots. Then Nagambie's Lily Rose Hall Krause and Benjamin Shelton, and alongside them is Aline De Jager and John Hellerstedt from Richmond, who are in a good battle with Yarra Yarra's Kelly Lewis and Gareth McShay for the probably the fourth and final qualifying spot in this mixed double scull. Opening heat of 2, 4 boats to go through to the final in these mixed races, and still it is Wendouree Ballarat certainly first and second, lane 7 leading lane 2, lane 3 Nagambie do look to be there in third, a length or so ahead of either Richmond or Yarra Yarra. That's the race to watch for the fourth and final qualifying spot. Then the Nagambie Composite crew and also Melbourne lane 8, the rest of the field. But Wendouree Ballarat will take the top 2 spots here, it would seem, in a few strokes' time, as Rebecca Gribble and Joshua Matheson on lane 7 will take out the win in this first heat of the mixed double scull. They'll win it by 2 lengths from Wendouree Ballarat again there in lane 2. Third goes to Nagambie. The lane 3 combination, 4th and 5th will be tight as it's been for a while, but just getting up looks like it'll be Richmond there in 4th place. 5th on the far side is Yarra Yarra, who just miss out on the spot in the final. And they'll be followed home by these next 2 crews. On the northern side of the course, 6th place will go to Nagambie and Shepparton, Thomas Nelder and Wendy Cotter. And then 7th will be Melbourne, Mariana Likulik and Chet Yilmaz, the combination there on lane 8, just coming across the finish line now. The second heat is underway, and behind them our 8s lining up for the first of our finals. Combined final of the men's C8 and the women's A8. So 6 8s on the course very shortly, but first of all it is the second heat of the mixed double scull to confirm our finalists in that event. The mixed double scull final is race 28, so raced at 10:15 this morning.
Good job, Wendouree. Arm back. Go on, Joshy.
6 crews in this second heat, possibly 5 crews in fact. It looks like there's been scratchings from Barwon Corio Bay Lane 4 and Bairnsdale Lane 7, so 5 remain and 4 will move through to the final here. The field that remains: Mercantile Lane 1, Melbourne Lane 2, Corio Bay Lane 3, Corowa in 5 and Banks in 6. And it looks like our leaders predominantly on this northern side of the course. Well, certainly the race leader looks to be Bradley Pearsall and Abby Richards of Corowa there. Big lead for Corowa over Banks on this northern side. And then back on the other side of the course, Melbourne's Tanya Nishabata and Timothy Crooks, the best placed of those 3 crews, ahead of Mercantile, Casey Drobling and Sam Wilson, and also Ariel Vanderpoel and Xander Bailey rowing for Corio Bay. So 4 of these 5 combinations to go through to the final. Certainly Corowa very well placed here out in front. Banks there on lane 6, Heinrich Venschke won the club double scull yesterday in this boat with Erica Smith, and favour Banks to be in a qualifying spot too, so it's likely Corowa, Banks and Melbourne our top three. And then it's either Mercantile or Corio Bay for the fourth and final qualifying spot, with probably Mercantile at this stage slightly better placed than the Corio Bay combination, but still close to 200 metres racing remaining for those crews on the far side of the course. But the red boat of Corio out in front here as they head into the final 100 metres of this race. It's been a successful morning already for the Corio Rowing Club, and they'll record another heat win here in a few strokes' time. Clear by 2 lengths from Banks and Melbourne. The next two crews chasing through. It'll be tight for second place, but both will move through to the final in any case. So the win will go the way of the Wes Canny coach combination from the Corio Rowing Club. Bradley Pearsall and Abby Richards there. Banks sprinting late will take second place fairly comfortably in the end. Heinrich Venschke and Erica Smith there in second. Third place will go to Melbourne on the far side of the course. And fourth will be Mercantile by a length and a half over the crew from Corio Bay. So Mercantile go through. Corio Bay will miss out. Just the 4 qualifiers from this heat for the final of the mixed double scull. And that race coming up at 10:15. As we move through from now until then with a series of finals, some more state titles to be determined, some more medals to be presented, which are currently being set up in the presentation tent. So a reminder once again, as has been the case throughout both days of this regatta, presentations for all finals will take place at the presentation pontoon right beside the finish tower. So all crews finishing in first, second and third place, please turn your boat around, head straight to the presentation pontoon, and you will receive gold, silver and bronze medals for all events, at least with 4 boats or more required for a full set of 3 medals. Now, this race is the final, or 2 finals in one, in fact. The men's C8, which has just 1 entrant, and that is the Richmond crew racing in lane 2, so they will therefore win the state title in that event. And the women's A8 has a field of 5 with crews from Carrum, Mercantile, Ballarat High, Melbourne and Damascus College. So a couple of Ballarat 8s there along with the Melbourne crews, and also matching themselves against the combination from Richmond, who are in the men's category C8. So the Richmond crew, they're on the far side of the course, but leading out certainly in the women's event would be the crews from Melbourne and Mercantile, the 2 Melbourne clubs with a bit of an advantage over Carrum in third, it would seem, and then the 2 Ballarat combinations from Ballarat High and also Damascus College at this stage sitting 4th and 5th, and the Richmond crew on the far side, the men's C8, who are in a very interesting speed test here against some of these women's A8s, and I'd still think at this point it might just be Melbourne edging out Mercantile and that Richmond male 8 on the far side of the course as well. So full set of medals to be determined here in the women's A8 with still Melbourne leading Mercantile. Carrum there looking to be in the bronze medal position at this stage. Ahead then still of Damascus College and Ballarat High. The Richmond combination out in lane 2. Racing for their own gold medal as well, and really winding up late. Richmond, who are probably still in maybe second place on the course, but moving up alongside Mercantile to challenge for the race lead. Melbourne, in fact, I should say, the race lead here ahead of Mercantile, and Richmond just look to be powering away late. That male crew on the far side of the course will be the first boat across the line, but Mercantile and Melbourne still racing for the win in the women's A8 with Carrum there as well, only half length back in third place. It'll be tight there for our medalists to sort out the final order as Richmond go across and take the win on lane 2. They win the men's C8, and the women's 8 will go the way of the crew from Melbourne. It is by 2/3 of a length. So Melbourne in lane 6 will take the win. Second place goes to Mercantile, and the bronze medal will be to Carrum on lane 3. Next time then the crew from Damascus College by just over a length from Ballarat High, who will finish in 6th place. So it is Richmond who take out the combined event and win the state title in the men's category C8. And in the women's A8, it was Melbourne beating home Mercantile and Carrum. They will be our medalists in the women's A coxed 8. Next to our finals is the male A-grade coxed quad scull. Scratching a one crew here from lane 8, so 7 boats remain. From the far side, it's Mercantile in 1, Gippsland Grammar in 2, Ballarat Grammar in 3, Ballarat Clarendon in 4, Essendon lane 5, St Patrick's in 6, and Ballarat City in lane 7. And the race leaded halfway narrowly with the crew from Ballarat Grammar. Lockie Heath, Charlie Savage, Jonty Fall, Oliver Harris and Shalia Ryan, coached by Paul Commons. Back on this side of the course, the crew from Essendon certainly up there in contention as well. Ash Warren, Jed Tosto, Jacob Owens, Sven Huddeman and Lucas Gary Towell. And close also there with lane 7, Ballarat City, Sebastian Pendlebury, Riley McDougall, William Gilbert and William McKechnie, coxed by Annie Sullivan. So our medalists still to be sorted out here in this final of the male A-grade coxed quad scull, but Ballarat Grammar and Essendon, the 2 crews there towards the centre of the course. Certainly a great race here for the gold medal coming up. Ballarat City still thereabouts as well. Narrowly third from St Patrick's of Ballarat. And then lane 2, Gippsland Grammar, edging out Mercantile and Ballarat Clarendon in this race as well. So only a few lengths separate most of the field here. Mercantile there, lane 1, over on the far side of the course. But it is the Ballarat Grammar combination. And Essendon have been overtaken now by Ballarat City down the outside lane of the course. But it does look to be Ballarat Grammar, the crew in front here over in the centre lanes. Ballarat Grammar from Ballarat City as they power towards the line. The final here of the male A-grade coxed quad scull. Gippsland Grammar 2 coming home quickly for the bronze medal, but the gold will go to Ballarat Grammar. Second place to Ballarat City. Third will indeed be tight, but maybe lane 2, Gippsland Grammar just will edge out Essendon with a very strong finish there for the Gippsland Grammar combination. Essendon 4th, 5th then would be St Patrick's. 6th place will go to the crew from Ballarat Clarendon, and 7th will be Mercantile. A tight finish there in the male A-grade coxed quad scull, but the Victorian Championship will go the way of the Ballarat Grammar combination racing on lane 3. Medal presentations going on as these races continue too. We've just seen the gold medals presented to the Melbourne Rowing Club 8 that won the women's A8. And shortly we'll see the silver medals presented to Mercantile for that same race. And Carrum, the bronze medalist, waiting also to come into the presentation pontoon. There'll also be a gold medal to be awarded to the Richmond crew that won the men's C8. And those presentations will be followed by the male A-grade coxed quad scull. The race just completed. The results there were Ballarat Grammar from Ballarat City and Gippsland Grammar, the top 3. Lane 3 from lane 7 and lane 2 in the male A-grade coxed quad scull. As our presentations do continue. Still awaiting the next race to get underway, the 9-10 race, the female B-grade coxed quad scull from the 1,000-metre start, which at least now is visible from here at the finish tower. You can see the boats lined up across the course for race 15, but not quite yet underway. The 7 crews it will be who will race for the medals shortly in the female B-grade coxed quad scull. The Richmond crew now receiving their gold medals from the men's at C8. Ian Jekyll, the CEO of Rowing Victoria, is our medal presenter today. Congratulations to the Richmond crew there. John Britton, Richard Healy, Dmitry Maskatov, Emil Limensar, John Carey, Michael Hedger, Dennis Beck, Kaki Wong, Lucien Hubbard, coached by Will Golding, and Sebastian Tolboom, the Richmond combination. Racing now in the female B grade at Cox Quad Scull. For 7 crews on their way here. Banks Lane 1, Ballarat Clarendon in 2, Essendon in 3, Gibson Grammar in 4, Corowa Lane 5, Richmond Lane 6, and Hamilton and Alexandra racing in Lane 7. The field in this race. They do head up towards the halfway mark. The Corowa crew certainly prominent, as they have been a number of races so far this morning. And also Essendon Lane 3 look to be the 2 at this stage contending for the race lead. Corowa, Adelaide, Rob, Clancy Tomlinson, Emily Tidd, Bella Haney and Harvey McFarlane, coached by Wes Canny. And they've got just over a length, it would seem, on the Essendon crew. They're in second place of Charlize Adamo, Jade Williamson, Rachel Hatherley, Alessia Mazziero and Elizabeth Drew Finn, coached by Barry Gardner, Marie-Claire Gemmell and Glenn Bottrell, the Essendon crew there in second place. Crews in this final came through heats in the opening 2 races of the day. So it was Corowa and Gibson Grammar, our 2 heat winners, but Gibson certainly fair way back in this race, probably in fact at about 6th or 7th position. But either side of them sit our race leaders from Corowa Rowing Club and also Essendon 1st and 2nd. 3rd place was very tight to it halfway. Ballarat Clarendon Lane 2. And there along with Banks Lane 1 and also Richmond in Lane 6 is still edging out Gibson Grammar in about 5th and 6th position. But it does look to be the Corowa crew with a pretty comfortable lead here over Essendon and then Ballarat Clarendon over in Lane 2. Looking pretty close to a bronze medal at this stage. That's the crew of Juliet Grove, Kitty Young, Penelope Lopez O'Donnell, Marley Ewanjit and Olivia Gilbert, coached by John Novak, the Ballarat Clarendon combination. And they'd be racing for bronze against Richmond, I would think, over in Lane 6. Kaylee Manzi, Emily Rouse, Marie Bergman, Beth Rosenberg and Philip Tran, the cox of that crew, narrowly ahead of Hamilton and Alexandra. On the outside of the course, Harriet Nichols, Georgina Russell, Jemima Ross, Ava Mould and Emma Donovan. They are coached by Paul Mould, but it'd certainly be the Corowa crew out in front here. Essendon have closed the gap back a little, but still sit the best part of a length away from our race-leading crew for Corowa. In the female B-grade Cox Quad Scull, it will be Corowa who take the win in a couple of strokes' time. Essendon second, still close for bronze as our remaining crews approach the line, but Corowa have taken the win. Essendon secured the silver medal. Looks like Ballarat Clarendon just will edge out Hamilton and Alexandra coming home really quickly down the outside, but Ballarat Clarendon do enough for the bronze. 4th place goes to Hamilton and Alexandra. 5th then will be Richmond. 6th on the far side, Banks. And 7th place will go to Gibson Grammar. Very tight there between crews from 3rd all the way down to 7th. But it was a pretty convincing win to the Corowa crew in Lane 5. Essendon finished with the silver medals. And 3rd goes the way of the crew from Ballarat Clarendon College. Presentation just concluded there for the male A-grade Cox Quad Scull as well. Gold medals to Ballarat Grammar, silver to Ballarat City, and the bronze medals to the crew on Lane 2 from Gibson Grammar in race 14. The male A-grade Cox Quad Scull. That presentation has just taken place, and we'll shortly have the presentation now of the female B-grade Cox Quad Scull, but they're racing in the male A-grade pair. Banks over in Lane 2. Corio Bay Lane 3, Melbourne Argonauts in 4, Melbourne Rowing Club in Lane 5, Mercantile in 6, and Banks in Lane 7, so 2 Banks crews. And the best placed of those look to be Banks over on the far side of the course. Heinrich Vensky and Kane Bullock, coached by Brendan Scott. A lot of races, these two, in both pairs and double sculls. They won the club double scull yesterday. Heinrich Vensky also was involved in the mixed double a few races ago, so I think this is his third lap around the course already this morning in about an hour and a quarter of racing, and they're certainly well placed here, that combination over in lane 2 with the race lead in their keeping over maybe the crew on the other side. Banks, Tom Marshall and Alexander Mackey very close to second place. Also Coxed Bay, Marcus Tyrrell and Duncan Ashby. You'd expect our medalists to come from those three. The Melbourne, Patrick Wellham and Timothy Crooks to be fourth, just ahead of Benson Goodbrand and Julian Miller of the Melbourne Argonauts, and also Hamish Roberts and Zachary Bowen from Mercantile. So two Banks crews in the top three on opposite sides of the course here, but the advantage does seem to be with the lane 2 combination, Heinrich Vensky and Kane Bullock, ahead of Tom Marshall and Alexander Mackey in this final of the male A-grade pair. Banks looking to hold 2 spots on the podium here, and it looks like they'll be the top 2 as well. It's Banks first and second. Coxed Bay still there in third place, looking good in the bronze medal spot, and maybe moving up late on the Banks combination on the other side of the course, who are getting very close to the line of boys as well. Banks in lane 7, but Banks lane 2 it'll be, who take the win in the male A-grade pair. Heinrich Vensky and Kane Bullock win the male A-grade pair championship of Victoria. Second place will still go to Banks as they hold on by a length on lane 7. So Tom Marshall and Alexander Mackey in second place. Third goes to the combination there from Coxed Bay, Marcus Tyrrell and Duncan Ashby. Fourth will go to Melbourne. Fifth place stopping a little bit early there at the Melbourne Argonauts, but they'll drift across the line in 5th position. And 6th then will go to Mercantile on lane 6. So Banks first and second in the male A-grade pair. The lane 2 crew taking out the gold medals in that race for Banks. Presentation of medals taking place for our place getters in race 15, the female B-grade coxed quad scull. The bronze medals being handed out currently to Ballarat Clarendon. Silver medals went to Essendon. And our gold medalists still to come into the presentation pontoon, but shortly will be handed out to the crew from Corowa Rowing Club, the Victorian champions in the female B-grade coxed quad scull. Waiting our next race, the final of the male B-grade double scull. And the Corowa crew now receiving their gold medals from Ian Jekyll. Congratulations there to Adelaide Robb, Clancy Tomlinson, Emily Tidd, Bella Haney and Harvey McFarlane. That crew coached by Wes Canny, the Corowa combination, who won the female B-grade coxed quad scull. Medals also being presented to our place getters in the male A-grade pair. The bronze medals to Victoriaa Bay, Marcus Tyrrell and Duncan Ashby. Silver medals there to Banks, Tom Marshall and Alexander Mackey. And our gold medalists also from Banks, Heinrich Fensky and Kane Bullock. Congratulations to our place getters in the male A-grade pair.
The Victorian Pathway program gives the opportunity for talented young coxes and rowers to represent Victoria and row in the Vic Pathway 8. There are 2 crews selected, male and female 8. They compete in the Australian Pathway Regatta held in Penrith from the 26th to the 28th of April. Athletes need to be under 18. For further information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches, go to the Rowing Victoria website, Pathway tab and into the State Teams area. Coaches nominations are due on the 22nd of February. Athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early to enable selectors to monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
Sounds great.
Yeah, big
Halfway now in the final of the male B grade double scull, a full field of 8. It should be in this race. Nagambie lane 1, Hamilton Alexandra in lane 2, Mercantile in 3, Wendouree Ballarat in 4, Corowa lane 5, Richmond in 6, Yarra Yarra in 7, and Albert Park College racing in lane 8. The crews all there on the course. The heat winners in the centre lanes. Lane 5, the combination from Corowa, Lockie Hogan and Bradley Pearsall. They took home the state title. Just 2 races to go, Corowa, and are looking very well placed again here alongside the Wendouree Ballarat combination, James Forsyth and Charlie McClure. So it is those 2 heat winners there in the centre of the course. And then also lane 3, Michael Kelly and Sam Wilson from Mercantile in a battle for the bronze medal with Richmond's Will Golding and Indigo Orton. Now it is the centre lanes where the medalists you would think will come from here, but very tight between our top 2. Corowa lane 5 and Wendouree Ballarat lane 4 alongside them, with around about 220 metres now to race for our leading couple of crews. The bronze is tight as well, with Mercantile in 3 and Richmond in 6 contending there ahead of Yarra Yarra and also Nagambie on the far side of the course here. But the medalists will certainly come from the centre lanes. It's Corowa holding clear from Wendouree Ballarat by about half a length or so, and probably Richmond just in third with the Mercantile crew over on the other side of the course. But still it is Corowa looking for their second win in 3 races here. Wendouree Ballarat certainly chasing them down the course pretty hard as well here. In fact, it's Albert Park College. This is, in fact, it's a completely different race, it looks like here. So maybe they've changed order. It's Powerhouse and Albert Park College, I should say, the leading crews here. Lucinda Rodriguez and Emily Harridge leading from Emma Westerbeek and Alice Roberts. So Powerhouse lane 5, Albert Park College lane 4, then Essendon lane 6 are the top 3 in this race as they come across. And it is certainly Powerhouse there. Rodriguez and Harridge take the win. Albert Park College in second position, and Essendon will finish third. They are the medalists in what is in fact the female C-grade double scull, the race currently on the course. 4th has gone to the, looks like the Footscray City crew. 5th place then will be Richmond. 6th to Bairnsdale, 7th to Corio Bay. Corowa crew on the far side also crossing there. So it looks like a change in order of the races there just to confuse things on the course. But certainly Powerhouse are race winners there from Albert Park and Essendon in the female C-grade double scull. And now I think we might have the male B-grade double scull. The races in reverse order with Corowa still there in the centre lane. So the colours lining up much better now as we see these crews on their way down. Mercantile in 3, Corowa in 5, either side of Wendouree Ballarat in the centre of the course. Also lane 7, Yarra Yarra in contention here. That'd probably be our top 3. In fact, Nick Inglis and David Jacker of Yarra Yarra, along with our race leaders Lockie Hogan and Bradley Pearsall of Corowa, and Michael Kelly and Sam Wilson from Mercantile, leading it out from Wendouree Ballarat's James Forsyth and Charlie McClure. So we thought this was the case, a race to go, but Corowa was still well placed. Mercantile really coming on the far side of the course and may just have got their boat ahead of the Corowa combination. Now the Mercantile crew moving quickly down that outside lane of the course. That's Michael Kelly and Sam Wilson of Mercantile, certainly just ahead of Corowa now in second place. Only a couple of strokes to go to the line. It's Mercantile by half a length, and they'll go through and take the win. Mercantile first in the male B-grade double scull. Gold to Mercantile, silver goes to Corowa. 3rd place will be Wendouree Ballarat. 4th then will be the Yarra Yarra combination on lane 7. 5th place to Albert Park College, lane 8. 6th will be Hamilton and Alexandra, narrowly ahead of Richmond, and also Nagambie, the order there in the male B-grade double scull. So race 17 coming down after race 18. So Mercantile, the gold medalist there from Corowa and Wendouree Ballarat. And race 18, which has concluded, confirming those placings, were Powerhouse from Albert Park College and also Essendon, the top 3 in race 18. Hopefully now resuming correct race order. We should have the female B-grade pair as the next race on the course. Presentation medals here for the female C-grade double scull. The bronze medals to Essendon, Zoe De Silva, Aberwicken and Bronte Basil. The silver medals to Albert Park College, Emma Westerbeek and Alice Roberts. And the gold medalists from Powerhouse, Lucinda Rodriguez and Emily Harry. Congratulations to our place getters there in that race, which slightly surprised us by coming down the course one race early, but it is now complete, as is the delayed race 17. Presentations to follow shortly for the male B-grade double scull. Looks like some movement from the start too, with what should be the female B-grade pair on its way down the course. Just the two boats in that race. The presentation pontoon awaiting the medalists to arrive from the male B-grade double scull. Those medals to be handed out shortly. There at the pontoon just in front of the finish tower. And meanwhile, back down the course, we do have the two crews in the female B-grade pair who are racing in race 19. Just the two boats in this race with a scratching there from Powerhouse. It seems that Lucinda Rodriguez, who just won the previous race, just received her gold medal, was also entered in this race, the female B-grade pair, but it's not possible to be in two virtually consecutive races, so a scratching there from Powerhouse, but Richmond Lane 4 and Yarra Yarra Lane 5 are the two combinations in this race. Richmond Amy Catlin and Lily Innes Irons, and Yarra Yarra Catherine Carr and Linda Skidmore, the combination there. And the Yarra Yarra crew with the advantage. Leading from Richmond with about 400 metres now to go in this female B-grade pair final. Just the two boats in this race, so a gold medal only to be awarded to the winners here. And a rover coming up in the next race as well. Just one entrant in the male under 15 double scull. We'll have that boat on the water shortly as well. Congratulations to our medalists in the male B-grade double scull, just receiving their medals now. The bronze medalists from Wendouree Ballarat, James Forsyth and Charlie McClure. Silvers to Corowa, Lockie Hogan and Bradley Pearsall. And the gold medalists from Mercantile in a very strong finish, Michael Kelly and Sam Wilson. Still Richmond and Yarra Yarra here in this female B-grade pair. Not a great deal between the two crews still. It's been most of the way down the course. It did look to be Yarra Yarra through the middle stages with their boat in front. These two crews have separated by a couple of lanes here. So I suspect there's been a bit of a steering issue with at least one of the two crews. But it does look to still be Yarra Yarra narrowly holding on here in lane 5. But Richmond Lane 4 have made a move on them certainly over the last couple of 100 metres and have gone very close to getting their boat out in front now. Yarra Yarra have had to lift. They do so now, but it might be a bit too late here. Amy Catlin and Lily Innes Irons from Richmond have got their boat narrowly clear of Catherine Carr and Linda Skidmore from Yarra Yarra, and the Richmond crew is half a length clear, and they'll go across and take the win in the female B-grade pair. Richmond first and Yarra Yarra in second place in race 19, a two-boat race 19. And the gold medal and that championship of Victoria will go the way of Richmond, Amy Catlin and Lily Innes Irons. So Richmond beat Yarra Yarra in the female B-grade pair. We do have the one boat coming down the course also in race 20. the male under 15 double scull. The race might be a slight degree of exaggeration with just the one boat, but it is the Bailey brothers from Victoriaa Bay, Taj and Xander Bailey from Victoriaa Bay, who are coached by Ian Bridgeland. Some success at the head of the schoolboys regatta a few weeks ago in Ballarat, and been busy in a number of regattas, in fact, around the state so far this season, and rowing here together in the male under 15 double scull, and it will certainly be a gold medal coming up to Victoriaa Bay in a couple of 100 metres time as Taj and Xander Bailey continue on their way down the 1,000 metre course here for certainly one of the easier state championship medals they'll probably ever win in a race of their own, being closely followed by the umpire down the course here. And they do lift up the rating quite noticeably there as they come inside the final 100 metres. So a strong finish coming up to Taj and Xander Bailey of Victoriaa Bay. Just a few strokes to go towards the finish line now to conclude race 20. The male under 15 double scull championship of Victoria goes the way of Taj Bailey and Xander Bailey and their coach Ian Bridgeland from the Victoriaa Bay Rowing Club. So well done to them. They take out the male under 15 double scull race 20 on today's program. Gold medals to be presented here to our winning female B-grade pair from the Richmond Rowing Club. Amy Catlin and Lily Innes-Irons receive their medals from Ian Jaquel. Great support crowd there for the Richmond combination, human and canine, who've come to see the gold medalists come in to receive their medals. So well done there to Richmond. A good win, a close win, it must be said, over Yarra Yarra in second place in race 19, the female B-grade pair. So the gold medals going to Richmond there. We've still got a lot of energy left after a 1,000 metre race and a very tight finish, but a good race there and a good win to Richmond. Next race will be the final of the male C-grade single scull. Doesn't yet seem to be underway. Still very bright and sunny up there at the 1,000 metre start, but the visibility over the course certainly improving in the last 20 or 30 minutes. Racing now in that event. So it is Karam's Thomas Keane racing in lane 1. Thomas Nalder of Shepparton in 2. Ethan Holland from Hawthorn lane 3. Gareth McShay of Yarra Yarra lane 4. Thomas Doherty from Footscray City in 5. Brent Lukodu Wells from the Melbourne Argonauts in lane 6. Tony Siritic of Yarra Yarra in lane 7. And William Drew Finn from Essendon in lane 8. These scullers came through 2 heats earlier today. Presentation of medals also here to the winners of the male under 15 double scull. Congratulations to the crew from Victoriaa Bay, Taj Bailey and Xander Bailey, winners of the male under 15 double scull. Heading up towards halfway now in this male C-grade single scull. So it is the heat winners in the centre of the course. Who do look to be our race leaders. Yarra Yarra's Gareth McShay. Alongside Footscray City's Thomas Doherty. Did look to be a pretty substantial lead there at halfway to the lane 4 sculler. Gareth McShay, Thomas Doherty. And then very tight behind that for 3rd and 4th. Brent Lucado-Wells of the Melbourne Argonauts was there, along with Tony Siritic of Yarra Yarra. And across to the far side, Thomas Nalder of Shepparton, certainly in that race for the bronze medal. He sits just in front of Thomas Keane of Carrum, Ethan Holland from Hawthorn. In the lane 8 sculler there, William Drew Finn from Essendon, certainly leading Yarra Yarra's Tony Siritic. But out in the front of the field, certainly are our 2 scullers in the centre lanes. And it definitely is the bright red of Yarra Yarra there on our race leader. And the red, white and blue of Footscray City in 2nd place. So Gareth McShay leading Thomas Doherty by a couple of boat links now, it would be, with 200 metres still to race in this final of the male C-grade single scull. So the Yarra Yarra sculler well clear of Footscray City. And the race for bronze still looks to be possibly the Essendon sculler here on the northern side of the course, William Drew Finn, just ahead of the Melbourne Argonauts. And also that light blue boat on the far side, which is Thomas Nalder from just up the highway in Shepparton. Certainly a chance of a bronze medal here as well. But the gold and silver medals just about locked up here. And it is the sculler from Yarra Yarra who is very comfortably clear, as he's been for most of this race. Gareth McShay from Yarra Yarra, a 3-length lead now in the closing strokes of the male C-grade single scull. And it will be a comfortable win to the sculler from Yarra Yarra. Gareth McShay goes across and takes the win. Thomas Doherty will finish 2nd for Footscray City. The bronze medal race on in earnest. William Drew Finn of Essendon just holding on ahead of Thomas Nalder of Shepparton. The far side, it'll be the Essendon sculler who gets up for the bronze just. So William Drew Finn takes bronze. Thomas Nalder narrowly missing out ahead also of the sculler there from the Melbourne Argonauts. It was Brent Lucado-Wells in 5th place, it will be, but very, very close, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Carrum next time with Thomas Keane in 6th. 7th goes to Hawthorn's Ethan Holland, and 8th place will be Yarra Yarra in the form of Tony Siritic there racing on lane 7. So all 8 scullers home in the male C-grade single scull. A great race for the bronze medal certainly, but a strong win also to Gareth McShay of Yarra Yarra ahead of Thomas Doherty from Footscray City, and the bronze will go the way of William Drew Finn, the Essendon sculler, racing in lane 8. The female A-grade single scull final is now underway. Again, a field of 8 here that came through some heats earlier today. Ebony Ebenwaldner in lane 1, Zaha Rose Beatty in 2, Baya Klein Van Mullicum lane 3, Sarah Sekvi in lane 4, who had a very strong win in her heat earlier today, as did Kate Dybel of Richmond, racing in lane 5, looking for a 3rd gold medal of the weekend. Alice Joyce is in 6, Molly Clark Fernandez in 7, and Alyssa Mirabelli from Essendon racing in lane 8. Alice Joyce, the Barwon sculler, and certainly Kate Dybel of Richmond look to be our clear top 2 here. And across to Baya Klein Van Mullicum, who would be third ahead of Sarah Sekfi from Yarra Yarra. Also up there in lane 8 is Alyssa Mirabelli, the Essendon sculler, who's coached by Barry Gardner. And across towards the far side of the course, lane 1 in fact, Ebony Ebenwaldner of Ballarat City sits in about 5th or 6th position. But the race lead still fairly tight, with maybe Kate Dybel of Richmond just starting to assert her authority here in the closing quarter now of this race, alongside the sculler from Barwon there in second place. So it would be Kate Dybel leading Alice Joyce. And then still a good race for the bronze, Alyssa Mirabelli, along with Bea Klein van Mullicum and Ebony Ebenwaldner on the far side of the course. Our medalists will come from those scullers, it would seem, but Kate Dybel of Richmond, it was close at halfway this race, but she is certainly extending late in the piece. She won the club single and the club double scull yesterday, and now looks almost certain to take out the female A-grade single scull. She is clear by 2 lengths and really powering away late in this race. Kate Dybel of Richmond on lane 5 will win the female A-grade single scull by 2 lengths from Alice Joyce of Barwon, and the bronze will go to the Essendon sculler on lane 8. Alyssa Mirabelli will finish in 3rd place. 4th will be the Melbourne sculler, Bea Klein van Mullicum. 5th place to Ebony Ebenwaldner of Ballarat City. 6th then will be Yarra Yarra, Sarah Sekfi, ahead of the yellow boat there in lane 2 of Zaharos Beatty from Gippsland Grammar and Molly Clark-Fernandez from Corio Bay. So in the presentation of medals for the male C-grade single scull, congratulations to our medalists there. The bronze to William Drew Finn of Essendon in a very tight finish. 2nd place to Thomas Doherty of Footscray City, our gold medalist and Victorian champion for 2023 from Yarra Yarra, Gareth McShay. This now is the final of the female under-17 single scull. We do recognise our sponsors for this race, the ErgFit Indoor Rowing Studio. Thank you to the ErgFit Indoor Rowing Studio, sponsors of the female under-17 single scull. No heats required for this race, so it is a random draw, which is why Ella Garand, who won a title yesterday, is in the outside lane of the course here. Ella Garand from Gippsland Grammar, who had a very tight race with Zara Kafuri of Yarra Yarra in the schoolgirl single scull it was yesterday. It should be one of the sculls to watch in this race over on the far side of the course. Lane 2 is Summers Hogan from Corowa. Lane 3, Kate McNeil of Mercantile. Lane 4, Zara Bakovic of Footscray City. Lane 5 from Wendouree Ballarat, Mia Woodburn. Lane 6 also from Gippsland Grammar, Ruby Lindray. Lane 7, Nagambie, Joe Somerville. Lane 8 is Wendouree Ballarat. That is Mackenzie Kopke Veldhuis, who's coached by Paul Blanchfield. But it is the couple of sculls, in fact, on the far side. Ella Garand there of Gippsland Grammar and Summers Hogan from Corowa. Good battle there side by side. Also with Kate McNeil, the Mercantile sculler. It may well be that all 3 of our medalists will come, in fact, from the far side of the course. They've certainly got some separation back on the remainder of the field. 4th place, probably the Wendouree, or the 2 Wendouree Ballarat scullers, I reckon, fighting out for 4th. Mia Woodburn in lane 5 and Mackenzie Kopke Veldhuis in lane 8. In between them sits Ruby Lindray of Gippsland Grammar and Joe Somerville of Nagambie. But it's certainly Ella Garand in that dark-coloured boat on the far side of the course. You had It's a very close win in the school single scull final yesterday, getting up pretty much on the last stroke in what was very much a photo finish, but we may not need a photo finish here. She leads Kate McNeil of Mercantile by at least a boat length now and does look to be powering away late in this race. The sculler from Gibson Grammar from Sale in Eastern Victoria leading here by Clearwater now over Kate McNeil, and also Summers Hogan from Corowa, a very good race for the silver medal potentially there. And also still on this side, Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis of Wendouree Ballarat is there in fourth place. But it's Ella Garand of Gibson Grammar who will take home her second state title here over the course this weekend, and she wins it by 3 lengths in the female under-17 single scull. So Ella Garand first for Gibson Grammar. Second will be Kate McNeil from Mercantile. Third in the bronze medal goes to Corowa's Summers Hogan, so another medal there to the Corowa Rowing Club. Fourth place, Wendouree Ballarat. Lane 8, Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis. They'll finish fifth as well, Wendouree Ballarat, with Mia Woodburn about to cross the line. Next home then will be the next Gibson Grammar sculler, Ruby Lindray, will take 6th. 7th will go to Joe Somerville of Nagambie, and 8th, Zara Brakovic from Footscray City. The field just about home now in the female under-17 single scull, sponsored by the ErgFit Indoor Rowing Studio.
I do. Well, that was the one. That was the one that that was the one that yeah, that's right. That's actually. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Yes, I was like, oh, we're not ready. So I was like turning around. And they were like, row. Well done, coach. I did see that you were pointing sort of back this way. Really? They like kept me running away and I turned. So was it the following umpire that did you? Yeah, like they were like in the middle of my lane. Like just before the start? Yeah, like 10 metres before the start. Well, that's your pay grade. That's not mine. That's a Somerville pay grade. Yeah, which we'll find off the start and at the end. The middle 500 will be 30.
Next race is the female under-15 single scull. 7 rowers across the course this time. Amber Cleaver from Albert Park College in lane 1. Jemima Ross of Hamilton and Alexandra racing in 2. Lane 3, Lila McTeague of Wendouree Ballarat, alongside Lucy Barlow, also from Wendouree Ballarat. Corowa's Sienna McFarlane racing in lane 5. Lily Canfield of Gibson Grammar in 6. And Jacinta Fisher from Rutherglen Lake is racing in lane 7 on the northern side of the course. So 7 rowers here. Again, no heats required with 7 entries. So leaders could come from anywhere across these 7 lanes. Certainly lane 2's sculler from Hamilton and Alexandra is prominent. That's Jemima Ross there in 2. And beside her, one of the, or 2 in fact, of the Wendouree Ballarat scullers, but certainly Leela McTeague there looks to be quite well placed. And then across towards the northern side of the course, Lily Canfield of Gibson Grammar. As Gibson Grammar look for 2 wins in a row ahead there of Corowa's Sienna McFarlane. So our medalists should come from those 4. Second Wendouree Ballarat sculler Lucy Barlow there in about 5th place. Amber Cleaver from Albert Park over on the far side. One sculler there at the rear of the field. I think is the Rutherglen Lake sculler. Jacinta Fisher there, who's moved across a lane or two on the course. But they head up past the 750 metre marker of this race now. The big yellow boy on the far side with a quarter of the course still remaining. The lane 2 sculler out there on the far side. Jemima Ross from Hamilton and Alexandra, coached by Simon Ross. She does look to be our clear race leader here with 150 metres still to go ahead of Gibson Grammar. That is Lily Canfield there in lane 6. Sienna McFarlane from Corowa and Leela McTeague from Wendouree Ballarat. The next two who will likely fight out the bronze medal here, it would seem. But the sculler out in front there on lane 2, a very impressive performance here in this female under 15 single scull from Jemima Ross of the Hamilton and Alexandra College. She's only got about 4 or 5 strokes to go to complete the course now. And it will be a very strong win coming up to Jemima Ross here from Hamilton and Alexandra. About 4 lengths clear she'll be as she goes across to take the win in the female under 15 single scull. Jemima Ross first for Hamilton and Alexandra. Second place, the yellow boat there from Gibson Grammar. Lily Canfield will take the silver medal, and the bronze will go the way of Wendouree Ballarat. That's Leela McTeague, sculler in lane 3, who will finish in 3rd place. 4th goes to Sienna McFarlane, and 5th will then be Lucy Barlow, the second of 2 Wendouree Ballarat scullers in this race. 6th on the far side in Amber Cleaver of Albert Park, and 7th will go to Jacinta Fisher from Rutherglen Lake. He was just corrected back, or he's correcting back into her lane. Just very close to the line of boys there too. The sculler from Rutherglen Lake, but she's only got a few strokes now to complete the 1,000 metre course. And it will be Jacinta Fisher safely through the 1,000 metres and across now in 7th place, the sculler there from Rutherglen Lake. So they're all across the finish now, but our winner there was Jemima Ross from Hamilton and Alexandra, ahead of Lily Canfield and Leela McTeague, the top 3 in the female under 15 single scull. Certainly some of the youngest scullers, the youngest athletes competing at this regatta in that particular event, the female under 15 single scull.
Are you an under 18 athlete who has some ability in coxing or rowing? Then you should consider nominating for the Vic Pathway 8. This gives you an amazing opportunity to meet, train and row with peers and represent your state. Are you a coach who would relish the opportunity of coaching a talented crew? Then you can nominate as coach of the Vic Pathway 8. Interested? Go to the Rowing Victoria website where you will find information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches. Go to the Pathway tab, State Teams and follow through to the Pathway 8 State Team. Coach nominations are due on the 22nd of February and athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early so selectors can monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
Mercantile and the Melbourne Argonauts next in the field, but a strong start indeed to that Richmond crew, especially on lane 4. Patrick Cook, Isaac Bellamy, Benjamin Wardle, Tim Foster and Derek Begg, coached by Will Golding and Sebastian Tolboom. And right alongside them as they go through halfway, the crew from Ballarat Grammar, about a canvas in it. Ballarat Grammar there, Lockie Heath, Charlie Savage, Jonty Fall, Oliver Harris and Shalia Ryan, the cox of that crew, coached by Paul Commons. It's been a busy morning for that Ballarat Grammar combination, who contested as a quad scull racer earlier today as well. Racing here in the male B grade coxed 4. And a very tight battle with Richmond for the race lead. So Richmond and Ballarat Grammar. Then in 3rd, a good contest too. The Sail crew is there in lane 7. Thomas Condren, Lindsay Hamilton Tim Hamilton, Andrew Duffield and Freya Hamilton. And Mercantile Lane 5, Harry Rosen, Ben Worth, Nicholas Cronenberg, Zachary Bowen and Jamie Hoopman, the combination there. For Mercantile, who'll battle out for the bronze medal, it would seem, with Sale. But Ballarat Grammar and Richmond, the two leading crews here out towards the far side of the course. It's a busy day yesterday too for a lot of these Ballarat Grammar athletes in the single sculling and quad scull events, but they are winding up late to really challenge the crew from Richmond. The ratings are up in both of these boats as they go for the gold medal in the male B-grade Cox 4. Sale still edging out Mercantile in the race for bronze, but what a finish here from Ballarat Grammar, who've come right over the top of Richmond in the last couple of 100 metres of the race, and they are suddenly clear by almost a boat length, so a very strong finish indeed from the crew from Ballarat Grammar on the far side of the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre, and they take out the male B-grade Cox 4. It is Ballarat Grammar by a length and a third. Richmond there in second place. The bronze will be close as well with the crew from Sale and Mercantile stroke for stroke. A couple to go. Sale and Mercantile very tight. Photo for bronze between Sale and Mercantile. But Ballarat Grammar certainly the winners there. Ballarat Grammar first, Richmond second, with a weight confirmation for the bronze medal. And the next two crews home will be the Melbourne Argonauts in fifth place and Hawthorn in sixth. Stand by for official confirmation of results from race 25. Official results in the male B-grade Cox 4. The race won by lane 2, Ballarat Grammar. Second lane 4, the crew from Richmond. And third in a very tight finish has gone to lane 7, the crew from the Sale Rowing Club. So Sale edging out Mercantile for the bronze medal. Fifth in the Melbourne Argonauts and sixth Hawthorn. But Ballarat Grammar, Richmond and Sale, the place getters in the male B-grade Cox 4. Female C-grade Cox 4 has just the two crews in it, Melbourne in 4 and Richmond lane 5. And looking very much like a Richmond win here to go with their silver medal in the previous race. Crew here are Victoria Mark, Catherine Spindler-Jenkins, Gabriella Becker-Fuente, Dana Hill and Philip Tran racing for Richmond. We've got a bit over a boat length lead on Melbourne in second place. Val Dowell, Sally Obst, Jessica Wraith, Miranda Likulich and Natalie Webster. The combination for Melbourne, but Richmond clear by over a length now and closing in on the final 130 metres of this race. So it looks very much like a gold medal coming up to Richmond. Have to head inside. The Red Boys are the final 100 metres of the course as well, so it'll certainly be winning a few strokes time to that Richmond combination, holding clear by Melbourne by getting close to a 2-length lead now, in fact, in the closing strokes of race 26. So Richmond lane 5 will go across shortly and take the win here in the female C-grade Cox 4. Richmond first and Melbourne in second place in race 26. Racing soon. Our next final will be the male under 17 coxed quad scull. But first, with the presentation of medals after that very tight finish in the male B grade coxed 4. Gold medalists have already received theirs and are rowing away from the pontoon. That's the Ballarat Grammar crew: Lockie Heath, Charlie Savage, Jonty Fall, Oliver Harris and Shaylee Ryan, coached by Paul Commons. Silver medals went to Richmond, Patrick Cook, Isaac Bellamy, Benjamin Wardle, Tim Foster and Derek Begg, coached by Will Golding and Sebastian Tolboom. And in a photo finish for third, it was the crew from the Sail Rowing Club who got the last stroke in to edge out Mercantile. So bronze medals go to Sail: Thomas Condren, Lindsay Hamilton, Tim Hamilton, Andrew Duffield and Freya Hamilton, the cox of the Sail combination, about to receive their bronze medals from Ian Jekyll for the male B grade coxed 4. We are racing in the male under 17 coxed quad scull. A field of 8 here across the course. Albert Park College in lane 1, Essendon lane 2, St Patrick's of Ballarat in lanes 3 and 4, Ballarat Clarendon lane 5 that is. A second crew from Albert Park College in lane 6, Gibson Grammar lane 7 and Wendouree Ballarat racing in lane 8. So 4 Ballarat crews, 3 from Melbourne and Gibson Grammar in this race as well. Again, no heats, just the 8 entrants in the male under 17 coxed quad scull, so not a seeded final here, a random draw. Make it rather interesting to try and pick up the leaders in the early stages, but it does seem to be towards the centre of the course. They're the 2 crews from St Patrick's and also Ballarat Clarendon do look to be our top 3 in the middle stages of this race. And also Gibson Grammar, lane 7, very much in medal contention as well. But the 2 crews from St Pat's may well be first and second here, with the lane 4 combination certainly a length or so clear of the rest of the field. Very tight behind them, but for second, third and fourth as they go through the halfway mark of these 1,000-metre races. But the race lead is with St Patrick's in lane 4. Lockie Belleville, Harrison Grant, Hugh Jackson, Henry Rainier and Harry Lester, the cox of that crew. St Patrick's also probably just in second place on lane 3. Oscar Farrington, Brendan Monaghan, Cooper Neal, Charlie Elliott and Noah Kagaran in that boat from St Pat's. Ballarat Clarendon probably back in 4th or 5th in fact. Third place would be Gibson Grammar lane 7. Lagan Joshi, Hagan Cook, Blake Fairweather, Samuel Reynolds and Lachlan McColl. And alongside them also the Wendouree Ballarat combination of Stuart Hall, Max Mason, Joachim Henderson, James Clark and Jarvis McLean. It could be interesting certainly for the minor medals as well, but St Patrick's on lane 4 have tried to go clear here, but Gibson Grammar reeling them in towards the closing stages of this race, and Wendouree Ballarat finishing strongly. St Patrick's there and Ballarat Clarendon, the crew, on lane 5, about 5th place ahead of Albert Park College. 2 crews from them and also Essendon in lane 2. But it's St Patrick's of Ballarat out in front here by about 2/3 of a length still. Gibson Grammar look to be up into second place now. St Patrick's, the second crew, still fighting for the bronze medal along with Wendouree Ballarat. And the lead back to Ballarat Clarendon in 5th place, but it's St Patrick's who had a length lead at halfway, and they maintain that all the way down to the finish line. St Patrick's lane 4 take out the male under 17 quad scull. Second will go to Gibson Grammar. Third will be tighter photo once again. Maybe Wendouree Ballarat have taken that one out on lane 8. We look to be 7 and 8 just into silver and bronze positions. 4th place then would have been the second of the St Patrick's crews across on lane 3, followed home by Ballarat Clarendon in 5th place. 6th on the far side, Albert Park College just ahead of Essendon. He'll finish 7th, and 8th will be Albert Park in lane 6.
a really good race by it. Really, really good. Yeah, oh, they actually were in second from the Yeah, no, they did well. Did really, really well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, but it was very close, so we can't be certain. Grant, this is a good mate of mine, Don. Grant's son's in 2C. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And those results confirmed now in the male under 17 Cox Squad Scull. First place St Patrick's Lane 4, second Gibson Grammar Lane 7, and third place Wendouree Ballarat Lane 8, just ahead of the second St Patrick's crew who are racing on Lane 3. So lanes 4, 7 and 8, the place getters in the male under 17 Cox Squad Scull. Presentation shortly for those three crews, St Patrick's, Gibson Grammar and Wendouree Ballarat. 2 races to go before a half hour or so pause in the program on this final morning of the 2023 Rowing Victoria State Championship Regatta. This is the mixed double scull now, the final of this race. We saw the heats on the course an hour and a half or so ago. A full field of 8 in this race. Mercantile Lane 1, Nagambie Lane 2, Wendouree Ballarat Lanes 3 and 4, Corowa Lane 5, Banks in 6, Melbourne in 7 and Richmond in Lane 8. One of our heat winners there is the Corowa combination in the centre lane, Bradley Pearsall and Abby Richards, who to lead from a couple of crews on either side of the course. Banks, Heinrich Venschke and Erica Smith, Melbourne, Tanya Nishabata and Timothy Crooks, and right across will be on lane 1, the Mercantile combination, Casey Jobling and Sam Wilson. Heinrich Venschke of Banks must be in his 4th race for the morning so far, so 4 races in 2 1/4 hours. Albeit 1,000-metre races, but still not a bad effort on a fairly warm day here at Nagambie, only 24 degrees at the moment, but building up to about 36, we believe, before the end of today. But Corowa, it is looking good out in front here. The Wes Canny coach combination of Bradley Pearsall and Abby Richards, certainly a productive morning for the Corowa Rowing Club. A number of medals, certainly 1 gold already, and a couple of other medals, and looking very well placed to take a gold medal out now in the mixed double scull. Bradley Pearsall and Abby Richards from Corowa ahead of Heinrich Venschke and Erica Smith from Banks, who would sit narrowly in 2nd place. Tanya Nishabata and Timothy Crooks from Melbourne. They're in the bronze medal position at this stage, and then across to Mercantile on the far side, Casey Jobling and Sam Wilson, but they would be a couple of lengths away from our likely medalists here. And the 2 crews from Wendouree Ballarat racing side by side, some intra-club rivalry there. Nagambie and Richmond unfortunately have come unstuck in the closing strokes, have come to a stop in lane 8 and will have to start moving again. But it's the red boat of the Corowa Rowing Club for their 2nd gold medal of the morning. This time it'll be Bradley Pearsall and Abby Richards who will take the win in the mixed double scull. They'll win it by a length and a half, so Corowa first. Banks will just hold on for 2nd. Melbourne finishing fast, get the bronze. And 4th on the far side, the crew from Mercantile, just a length or so outside the medals there. 5th and 6th, these 2 Wendouree Ballarat crews really fighting out to the line, and it will go the way of Rebecca Gribble and Joshua Matheson for 5th place, ahead of Leanne Martin and Andrew Lahane, who will finish in 6th. 7th place, Nagambie, Lily Rose Hall-Kraus and Benjamin Shelton. And 8th will go to the Richmond combination, who have recovered well. And they're both rowing back together here in the final strokes of the race. Aline De Jager and John Hellerstedt there for Richmond, who will shortly finish in 8th position. But it's Corowa, Banks and Melbourne who will take the medals in race 28, the mixed double scull.
Oh, he's got to be pressure.
A final race before the, as we call the morning tea break that's coming up, is the Para Single Scull with Bairnsdale's Harrison Singer, the only sculler in this race. And he is making his way down the course, already past halfway, in fact, the Harrison Singer of Bairnsdale. So looking to claim the gold medal here in the Para Single Scull, the sculler from Bairnsdale. He's just about, in fact, has just gone through the 500 metre mark. Harrison Singer of Bairnsdale. Here's race 29, the Para Single. Harrison Singer coached by Lynn Broad at the Bairnsdale Rowing Club. And it's just about 300 metres away from claiming the Victorian champion title in the Para Single Scull. Medals being presented here for the male under 17 coxed quad scull. The winning crew from St Patrick's College have received their gold medals. The silver went to Gippsland Grammar and the bronze to Wendouree Ballarat. So congratulations to all those crews. And we also have the mixed double sculls coming in for their presentation. The bronze medalists there were Melbourne, Tanya Shibata and Timothy Crook. Silver medals to Banks, Heinrich Vensky and Erica Smith. And the red boat from Cora was still to come into the pontoon, but shortly Bradley Pearsall and Abby Richards will receive their gold medals for the mixed double scull. And another gold medal soon to go the way of the Bairnsdale Rowing Club with Harrison Singer. The sculler coached by Lynn Broad in the Para Single Scull is inside the final 50 metres now of this race there on the lane 4. So in the centre of the course, Harrison Singer from Bairnsdale still enjoying perfect racing conditions here at the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre, and he will take the win in the Para Single Scull. Harrison Singer, the Para Single Scull champion of Victoria, and he'll collect his gold medal shortly from race 29. We also have some gold medals to be presented shortly to the winner of the mixed double scull. So the previous race, race 28.
Apparently no one fucking showed up to take a picture of them.
They will go
I think the eights would be fun. Well, James could be swimming. And he's single a 10th later because he doesn't much. He's just training, not racing. Regard. Stand now. There you go.
congratulations to our gold medalist and Victorian champion in the Para Single Scull from the Bairnsdale Rowing Club, Harrison Singer, coached by Lynn Broad. bring us to the end of the first session of racing. 29 of the 76 races already concluded on this third and final day of the 2023 Rowing Victoria State Championship Regatta. Racing will resume at 10:55 with some heats once again. First of all, the male A-grade double scull and the female B-grade double scull coming out. So a series of heats to follow. Racing resuming at 10:55 a.m. So around about 30 minutes from now. Again on the Gambie Lake Regatta Centre.
I'm just wondering if we could have a look at the photo finish of the third, fourth on alright? Thanks. Just out of interest. Cock 4.
Right, mate. I don't think it feels like I'm gonna make it.
Hoping for the wildlife, mate. Yeah. He's sitting up on your back.
He said, watch out, it's a sea.
Oh,
That's
that's right. Yeah. And he's out of it. Yeah, it's all over Red Rover. Yeah, he's not going anywhere or see. Yeah, it's quite a nice animal. That's a big beast. They're pretty savage beasts, though, aren't they? When you see those films of them, they really, yeah.
I had a frog in the boat this time.
Oh, really?
In the water.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, as long as it's not a tiger snake, you'll be right. Big long legs on this guy. Oh, he's just walking across. Yeah, I bet you got the water now. Yes. Oh yeah, we stayed there. Well, it was probably half a metre deep in the lower floor. Yeah, I've got a photo from Diane sent me a photo. And it was flooded at the bottom sort of. I reckon makes it written down as well. No, they have to move out. Them and the rabbits.
Roll out. Put 1 second.
Yeah, all the rabbits that live out on those flats, they'll all be all up the ship. And Skiddy and I, and we often invite people, we've been staying up there the week after Easter for probably about, I don't know, 7 or 8 years. And we do a bit of fishing. I used to shoot up there because there used to be quite a lot of foxes in the bush. And the goat. I was really good. I used to knock a few goats over, and take them home. One time I knocked over this nanny, and then when I walked up to get her, there were 2 bloody youngies in 2 holes tipping, and I didn't see them. I wouldn't have knocked her over otherwise. And so I got these 2 kids, and I took them home in my tool cab. Each one had in a slab box. And I had them for about 12 to 14 weeks at home. Gee, they were a lot of fun. They had all the roads and they climbed. I've got a jiggy in my backyard and they used to climb on top. I've got it upturned and they love to jump up on the bus, and then they try and eat all the food and everything outside. But they were a hell of a lot of fun. I used to take them on the leash into the park and they threw all their hands up and everything. The only hassle was the dog used to chase them. Very well, most of the owners couldn't control the Oh yeah, right. Oh no, we're talking about Sam's place down there like that. Oh, not Sam's house where the business is. Oh no, it was about half a metre below his house. That, no, I'm talking about the place. Yes, that's right. Oh. Yes, that's what. No, I don't think it did. I think the level itself is not bloody zero. But see, a few of the people had houses that back into the river on the Darwin and they get right on.
if we have a chance of doing something different without anything like that, instead of like racing it.
So we are racing once again. It looks like we might be underway a minute or two early, in fact, with our 10:55 race. This is the first heat of two in the male A-grade double scull. They are away from the 1,000-metre start. Gippsland Grammar lane 2, Essendon lane 3, Banks lane 4, Scratch lane 5, Hawthorn lane 6, and Ballarat Grammar lane 7. Should be the 5 crews in this race. The vacant lane is not where I'd expect it to be. It looks like lane 6 is the vacant lane, so possibly Hawthorn have come across a bit on their way down the course. But they're heading up towards the halfway mark of this race now. It'll be first 4 to go through from this field of 5. So just last place will miss out as they do go through that 500-metre mark now. And the race being led, it would seem, in the centre of the course by the Banks combination. So Banks there, Heinrich Vensky and Kane Bullock. The very busy Heinrich Vensky. I think it's his 5th race today, if I count correctly, rowing in both the double scull and the mixed events and claiming a couple of medals too. Rowing here with Kane Bullock, who collectively won the club double scull yesterday. So a good crew from Banks, coached by Brendan Scott, sitting on lane 4. And they are clear in this opening heat. Second would be Hawthorn, Muhammad Ali and Max Curry, the combination there from Hawthorn, coached by Tristan Kristevsky, who was on the water rowing in a Hawthorn club boat earlier today as well, but coaching this combination. Max Curry had a success with, I think it was back on Friday afternoon, winning one of the single sculling events as well. So they're sitting in second place. Third to be Ballarat Grammar, Lockie Heath and Oliver Harris, another couple of names who've been around several laps of Ngambia over the past couple of days. They're in third place. Tight for 4th and 5th too, Gippsland Grammar and Essendon over on the far side of the course. That looks to be the race for the 4th and final qualifying spot. Essendon, Ash Warren and Jacob Owens ahead of Gippsland Grammar, Evan Lewis and Thomas Gillam. So 4 will go through, certainly Banks out in front. Hawthorn and Ballarat Grammar very close in second and third, but both should qualify. And then on in earnest with Gippsland Grammar, maybe moving up ahead of Essendon now in the closing strokes of this race. About 120 to go for our trailing crews there in 4th and 5th. That's where the qualifying spots will be decided. Certainly Banks will take the win here on lane 4. Heinrich Vensky and Kane Bullock continue a very successful regatta for that combination. Second will go to Ballarat Grammar. Third will be Hawthorn. And it does look as if on the far side of the course, Gippsland Grammar getting the best of Essendon. And they will come across in 4th place, Lewis and Gillam of Gippsland, ahead of Warren and Owens from Essendon Rowing Club. So Essendon just missing out, and the other 4 crews going through to the final of the A-grade double scull take place after the lunch break today. We do have our 1,000-metre camera now functioning on the live stream as well, so shots will come through shortly of the start of the next race. And in fact, there they are underway in the second heat of the male A-grade double scull. About 5,700 hits on the live stream yesterday, I understand, over the course of a big day of racing here. So we do welcome those watching on the live stream right throughout today's racing as well. And we'll have a change of commentary as well for, I think, the first time in the regatta so far. But so you don't have to listen to me for the entire weekend, I'll happily hand the microphone over to Geraldine Goss.
Thanks, Richard. What a stellar performance. I don't think I'll be able to match that, but I'll try and harness as much enthusiasm as you do for each race. So we're looking at the second heat of the male A-grade double scull. There are 5 crews in this race and 4 will qualify for the final. It looks like Ballarat City leading in the middle of the field, narrowly over Ballarat Grammar. In lane 5, that's Riley McDougall and William Gilbert from Ballarat City. Alongside Ballarat Grammar, Charlie Savage and Jonty Fall. Coming through the centre of the field. And also close by Ballarat City, Sebastian Pendlebury and William McKechnie. So very dominant Ballarat race this. So they're coming through the 500 and it looks like the Ballarat Grammar crew in front, followed by Ballarat City and then over Yarra Yarra in lane 2 and St Patrick's College in lane 1, but Ballarat City in lane 6 also putting their foot down a little bit now. So into the third quarter of this race. 4 of these crews will go through to the final. And it looks like still Ballarat City in lane 4 in the lead. Leading over Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis and Gareth McShay. And over here in lane 6, Ballarat City putting their foot on the pedal too. Sebastian Pendlebury and William McKechnie. Both these Ballarat City crews now really putting their foot on the pedal and creating some distance from the other, ahead of the other crews as they come towards the last 250 of this race. St Pat's College over in lane 1 putting their foot down as well, but the lead has opened up a little bit. It'll be a tight race for the 4th qualifying spot in this second heat of the male A-grade double scull. And leading into the final stages, the Ballarat City crew, Riley McDougall and William Gilbert. Fast finishing St Pat's College over in lane 2, that's Ned Bennett and Paddy O'Brien. Ooh, they've had a bit of an error there. Hopefully they'll collect themselves. It means that Ballarat City's going to come through for the win, and second place will go to lane 6, Ballarat City, Sebastian Pendlebury and William McKechnie. And it looks like the Yarra crew is going to cross in 3rd place, and then 4th place is going to go to lane 5, Ballarat Grammar, Charlie Savage and Jonty Fall. And really unfortunate for the St Pat's crew there, crossing the line now in 5th place, but unfortunately they won't make the final now. So it looks like we're a little bit ahead of time on this beautiful day in Nagambie. They've really turned on the lovely weather for this weekend. So if you've got a bit of a break, come down to the Easy Ore Cafe and have a cafe latte. Speak to our lovely volunteers there. And just while we're waiting for the next race to line up, we can thank all of our volunteers who really make these regattas happen. There's a very long list of people, from the umpires to lots of volunteers out in boats doing all kinds of different tasks. There's volunteers in the Easy Or Cafe. So thank everybody as you go by. And the next race will come up will be the first heat of the female B grade double scull. We're just a little bit ahead of time now, so it hasn't quite started yet. But there'll be 8 crews in this, and 4 of them will go through to the final. It's really been an amazing weekend of racing, especially yesterday. As Richard said, over 5,000 views on the live screen, so lots of people tuning in to witness this wonderful sport of rowing in action. So the crew's just lining up for the female B grade double scull. We've got Corio Bay in lane 1, Stella Benson and Beatrix Hearn. Lane 2 is Yarra Yarra, Kelly Lewis and Sarah Sefsky. In lane 3 we have Richmond, Alex Kinsman and Lily Innes-Irons. Lane 4 Powerhouse, Emily Harridge and Lucinda Rodriguez. Lane 5 is Banks, Ella Mitch, Charlotte Watts. Lane 6 Hamilton and Alexandra, good to see you here. Annabelle Walker and Isabel Meckham. Lane 7 is Karen, Mia Tulloch and Amber Culloch, and Lane 8 Gippsland Grammar, Anastasia Bagar and Ruby Lindrea. So lining up now, it's a beautiful day. Fortunately the crew's not getting blown around too much at the start line. There's a little bit of pressure on the crews in this race, only 4 will go through out of 8. And it looks like they're still lining up there at the start, haven't yet started this race. So a very full event for the female B grade double scull, 2 heats, 8 in the first and 7 in the second. Should be an exciting final. So the crews are lining up. They were a little ahead of schedule, but of course they have to wait for all crews to arrive. I can't send the race off early unless all crews are there and agree to it. So we're just waiting for everyone to line up properly here at the start on this gorgeous Nagambie day. Still waiting here for this race 32, heat 1 of the female B grade double scull. Lined up at the start. Not quite sure what the hold up is. course, for the 1K racing, there are no boat holders, and so it can take a little bit longer to line people up. So while we're waiting for this race to start, don't forget to come down to the Easy Or Cafe. Come and have a coffee or a cold drink or a sandwich and support the locals and say hello to all the wonderful local volunteers. Looks like this race is underway now. The first heat of the female B-grade double scull. Fairly even across the field in the very early stages of this race. 4 crews will be looking to go through to the final. And we've had a strong start from the Richmond crew in lane 3, Alex Kinsman and Lily Innes Irons. Going well, and next to them, Powerhouse, lane 4, Emily Harridge, Lucinda Rodriguez appear to be the early leaders, along with the Banks crew, Ella Mitch and Charlotte Watts. So the 3 crews in the centre seem to be leading in the early stage of this race. Over there on lane 1, Corio Bay putting on a bit of speed now as well. In fact, Cryer in lane 1 have taken off a little bit, as have lane 2, Yarra Yarra. Catching up to lane 3, Richmond. Lane 4 may have dropped back a little bit now. Still the early stage of this race. Yes, it is Corio in the lead. Second is Yarra Yarra. Third, Richmond, as they come through the 500. Fourth is Powerhouse, Banks, followed by Hamilton and Alexandra, Carrum and Gippsland. So they've gone through the 500 in that order. The field's starting to spread a little bit now. The leaders will be looking around to look at what the competition will be in the final, but also needing to maintain their lead. Really try and stamp themselves on this race. And still, looks like lane 2 coming through now. Yarra Yarra, Sarah Sefsky and Kelly Lewis. Battling it out with lane 1, Corio Bay. Going into the lead now, ahead of Richmond, and then coming fourth now, Powerhouse. A little further back, the Gippsland, the Carrum crew in lane 2. So coming into the final 250 now, it looks like lane 2, Yarra Yarra in the lead now, narrowly ahead of the Corio Bay crew. A little further back now to Richmond and Powerhouse. And it looks like they may be the first 4 crews through, although Karen putting on a bit of a surge at the moment. Well into the last 250 now, and both Yarra Yarra and Corio Bay are looking quite comfortable out there in the lead. They'll be rehearsing in their mind what they're going to do in the final, looking around at who their competitors might be. They might not want to execute their plan, but they want to practice it in their mind. They're going to take this race out. This Yarra Yarra crew of Kelly Lewis and Sarah Sefke. Corio Bay are going to hold on for second place as both crews are in the red buoys. Coming up for a quick finish in third is going to be the Powerhouse crew of Emily Harridge and Lucinda Rodriguez. Karam over here in lane 7 really putting on a surge, and they're going to fight out this last qualifying place with the Richmond crew. As they go across the line, it's going to be Powerhouse, and then I think it's going to be Karam taking the 4th qualifying spot over the Richmond crew of Alex Kinsman and Lily Innescience. Finishing now in lane 8 is Gippsland Grammar, Anastasia Bugau and Ruby Lindrea. And it looks like the Banks crew has stopped rowing, and I don't know if they've had some power equipment issue, but that's Ella Mish and Charlotte Watts. And coming through for in 8th place is lane 6, Hamilton and Alexandra, Annabelle Walker and Isabel Nickham. Obviously travelled a long way to get here. Well done, girls. Fantastic effort. It looks like we've got heat 2 of the female B-grade double scull at the start line now. There are 7 crews in this race, and again 4 will go through to the final. We've got in lane 1 Nagambie, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose. In lane 2 Essendon, Zoe De Silva, Abaya Wickram and Bronte Basil. In lane 3 is Cora, Anastasia McFarlane, Adeline Robb. Lane 4 Banks, Gemma Grotes, Kate Ryan. Lane 5 Wendouree Ballarat, Isabel Rosato and Zoe Wright. Lane 6 Mirana Nikolic, Sally Obst, and lane 7 Melbourne, Jessica Wraith and Megan Small. So they've started now, and in the early stages again, it looks like the crews in the centre have taken an early lead. Early days yet. That's the Banks crew in lane 4, Gemma Grotes and Kate Ryan. And the lane 3, Cora, Anastasia McFarlane and Adelaide Robb. Both those crews leading in the early stages, followed I think closely by the Wendouree Ballarat crew. Looks to be Cora in the lead at the moment, putting a little bit of distance between themselves and the other crews. Again, it's a heat, so they do need to stamp their... Oh, going through the 500 now. Let's see. It looks like lane 1 Nagambie has gone through first over the 500. They're really putting on a good show at the moment. But in the centre of the field, Cora, Anastasia McFarlane do appear to be out in the lead. So they're the ones to watch, the Cora crew in lane 3, the Nagambie crew in lane 1. Seem to be the race leaders now, as well as the Wendouree Ballarat coming in next, Isabel Rosato and Zoe Wright. Those 3 crews, as well as lane 2 Essendon, seem to be the first 4 at the moment, with lane 7 Melbourne and lane 6 dropping back a little bit from the field. They've still got time. They're all approaching the last 250 now, but it's definitely the Cora crew in lane 3 in the lead. Again, they'll be looking around at their opposition, figuring out who will be in the final. At the moment, it looks like lane 3, lane 1, Nagambie up there, lane 2, Essendon. And it looks at the moment like the Essendon and the Wendouree Ballarat crew are going to fight it out for the 4th place in this qualifying final. The other crews have dropped back a little bit now. They'll have to work hard if they're going to fight it out for this 4th place, but it looks like the Coral crew into the red boys now, heading towards the finish line. They're going to take out this heat over the Nagambie crew of Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Hall Krause in lane 1. Lovely strong finish. They're looking quite relaxed now, the Coral girls, as they're going to cross the line in 1st place. In 2nd will be lane 1 Nagambie, and there's going to be a fight for the 3rd and 4th places with a very fast finishing Melbourne over here in lane 7. Jessica Wraith and Megan Small really putting their foot on the accelerator. But 3rd place is going to go to the Essendon crew in lane 2, and it looks like Melbourne's going to get up and take that 4th qualifying spot narrowly over the Wendouree Ballarat crew in lane 5. So those 4 spots are decided now for the final, and now crossing the line are Banks, Gemma Grotes and Kate Ryan, and the Melbourne crew in lane 6 of Marana Nikolic and Sally Obst. So we've got the 8 finalists now for the final of the female B-grade double scull. It looks like that's going to be a cracker of a race. And that's going to be race 51 at 1:40 p.m, so make sure you hang around for that. So wonderful racing from the girls there in the double sculls. And the next race on the program is another heat. This is the male B-grade single scull. There are 7 crews in this race, and 2 will go through to the final. So there are 3 heats in the male B-grade single scull, a very popular event. So only 2 will go through, so they need to be very serious about this race. Make sure they get through. So we've got in lane 1, Powerhouse Alex Wilcox, lane 2, Corio Bay Xander Bailey, lane 3, Melbourne Patrick Wellham, lane 4, Barwon Fergus Kerr, lane 5, Gippsland Grammar Jadar Frith, lane 6, Melbourne Timothy Crooks, lane 7, Barwon William Freestone. So only 2 will go through, so this will be an exciting race. You've got to be in it to win it, so they can't be mucking around in this heat. It's going to be a serious one, and they're racing now. You really need to applaud anybody who races in a single scull. It's a difficult thing to do. Really difficult to stay calm, I think, at times and execute a race plan, but very important to have one. Looks like lane 2, Xander Bailey from Corio, has kicked out in front a little bit in the early stages of this race over Melbourne's Patrick Wellham in lane 3. Looking very strong, Xander Bailey from Corio Bay. And he will go through the 500 mark in 1st place. And then quite close between the next 5 or so boats. So Xander Bailey of Corio Bay definitely in the lead through the 500. And now aiming to put some good distance between himself and the rest of the scullers so he can relax a little bit and focus on technique. But looking very strong and powerful out in front. Quite a spread over the field for 2nd place. Quite close. We've got Powerhouse Alex Wilcox in lane 1. In lane 3, Melbourne Patrick Wellham. They're fairly neck and neck together with lane 5 from Gippsland Grammar, Jadar Firth. Looks like the Bowen scull has dropped back a little bit. There's only 2 qualifying places up for grabs though, and Xander Bailey is certainly making an emphatic stand that he wants to win this heat. He's into the last 250 metres of this race, and it's going to be a really strong race for second. The Gippsland Grammar sculler is pulling slightly ahead at the moment. They'll all know that it's a final of sorts. Only 2 will go through. Xander Bailey looking quite relaxed, hitting the red, not hitting them. He's into the red boys now, and he's going to take out first place. And the Gippsland Grammar sculler really putting on a strong finish through the red boys now. Trying to challenge is Melbourne's Timothy Crooks in lane 6, putting on a very fast finish. With just a few strokes to go though, I think the Gippsland Grammar sculler is going to hang on to this second place. Great finish by Timothy Crooks, who's going to take out third place, but it's not going to get that last qualifying spot in the final. Well done, guys, and there's a fight now for fourth place between lane 7 from Barwon William Freestone and lane 3 Melbourne's Patrick Wellham, and the Barwon sculler is going to cross just ahead of the Melbourne sculler, and then the last 2 places will go to Powerhouse and to Barwon. So well done, gentlemen. It's a very exciting race. Only 2 through, and they'll be Corio Bay's Xander Bailey and Gippsland Grammar's Jadar Firth.
Nice and quiet on the radio, Phil.
The second of 3 heats of the B-grade single scull is underway. There are 6 crews in this second heat, and again, only 2 will go through to the final. So again, it's going to be a cracker of a heat. We've got Hawthorn lane 1, Robert Flokus. In lane 2, Indigo Orton from Richmond. Lane 3, Colin Rawson from Yarra Yarra. Lane 4, Cora was Lockie Hogan. In lane 6, Albert Park College, Lewin Harridge. And lane 7, Nagambie Benjamin Shelton. Fairly even spread in the early stages of this race. It looks like perhaps Richmond's Indigo Orton a little bit ahead. With lane 4, Cora was Lockie Hogan staying out there with him. Still fairly even across the field. But it looks like our leaders are continue to be Richmond's Indigo Orton and Cora was Lockie Hogan. Over in lane 1, Robert Flokus hanging on to them as well and closing down that gap a little bit. And those 3 scullers have taken a lead over Yarra Yarra's Colin Rawson, with Albert Park College and Nagambie a little bit further back as well. So through the 500, it's Robert Flokus leading over Indigo Orton, over Colin Rawson. Then we have Lockie Hogan and Lewin Harridge and Benjamin Shelton. So Robert Flokus now of Hawthorn's really put on a bit of a surge through the 500. Indigo Orton trying to stay with him and doing a good job of that. It's actually a fairly even spread across the field between the 3 scullers. Hawthorn's Robert Flokus, Richmond's Indigo Orton, Cora's Lockie Hogan, and also coming through very strongly now is Albert College, Lewin Harridge. So the 4 of them across the field, fairly even. Cora's Lockie Hogan putting on a surge, but so is Albert Park College, Lewin Harridge, coming through quite fast as these 4 scullers approach the last 250. They're going to fight this out for these 2 places in the final of the male B-grade single scull. So they'll all have a plan in their mind of how to execute that last 250. And all of them are going to have to really put the feet down. Looks like Hawthorn's Robert Flokus has dropped back a little bit. Very strongly finishing. Albert Park College, Lewin Harridge is currently leading. Over Coral was Lockie Hogan. Into the red boys now. Just a few strokes to go. For the Albert Park College, it's put on a really good race here to take out this first place. He's going to cross the line in first position. And it looks like Lockie Hogan from Coral is going to also cross the line in second position to claim the other qualifying spot in this male B-grade single scull race. Coming up strongly for third place is Richmond's Indigo Orton, and a really strong finish from Nagambie, Ben Shelton here. He's going to come through for fourth place, I think. Really lovely, strong finish. Fourth place over Hawthorn's Robert Flokus. And finally, Richmond's Colin Rawson. So very exciting race. Well done, everybody. And we have a third heat in this male B-grade single scull, which is why only 2 are going through to the final. There are only 5 now, 5 crews in this race. In lane 2 is Albert Park College's Ethan Rassius. In lane 3, Hamilton and Alexandra Clyde Innes. Lane 4, David Jacker from Yarra Yarra. Lane 6, Andrew Lee Hayne from Wendouree Ballarat. And lane 7, Mercantile, Sam Chin. So this is heat 3 of the male B-grade single scull. 2 places out of 5 will go into the final. It's going to be another hard-fought race, this one. And also it's going to be a very exciting final. The male. So they're racing now in this third heat of the male B-grade single scull. A field of 5. And the early lead, really trying to push it out and make some impact, looks like David Jacker from Yarra Yarra, leading narrowly over Clyde Innes from Hamilton and Alexandra. And then in third place at the moment, looks like lane 6, Wendouree Ballarat's Andrew Lee Hayne over lane 1 and lane 7, but it's all fairly close still in the early stages of the race. Just coming through the first 250. All scullers looking quite strong now. Looks like the middle of the field still leading. Hamilton and Alexandra's Clyde Innes, Yarra Yarra's David Jacker, and Wendouree's Andrew Lehane. As they come through the 500, it's sorry, I can't see who it is in the lead. It looks like still the centre of the field. Yeah, no, lane 2, Hamilton and Alexandra's Clyde Innes in the lead. Leading over Yarra Yarra's David Jacker. Lane 1, Ethan Rasias has dropped back a little bit. Still hanging in there is Andrew Lee Hayne from Wendouree Ballarat. It's those 3 scullers in the lead, a little bit further back to Mercantile, Sam Chin. But as they've passed through the 500 and as they're approaching the last 250, it's going to be these 3 scullers that are going to fight out the 2 spots. Andrew Lee Hayne putting on a bit of a push now as he passes through the last 250. Together with Hamilton and Alexandra's Clyde Innes is putting on a great performance, and they're both a little bit ahead now of Yarra Yarra's David Jacker. There's still 250 metres to go. We've got some speed coming up from Sam Chin in lane 7 from Mercantile. Not sure whether he'll be able to close the gap, but it looks like lane 2 is in front now. Really putting on an emphatic performance, wants to win this heat, clearly. That's lane 3, Hamilton and Alexandra's Clyde Innes, and he's Entering the last 100 metres of this race, it's still a battle for second place, but Andrew Lehane is really pushing hard now. He's also into the last 100 metres of this race. He needs to maintain that lead over Yarra Yarra's David Jacker to claim this second qualifying spot. And he's looking around. He knows that he's going to get it, I think. Really fast finish from Mercantile Sam Chin and may yet claim third place. Andrew Lehane will cross over in second place. Looks like Sam Chin's going to just peep out David Jacker for the third place. And in final place will be Albert Park College Ethan Rasias. So another great heat, really serious battle to get those two qualifying places, and that'll be an exciting final to watch, the male B grade single scull. So the next race is race 39 is underway, and this is the male under 17 single scull. Race 37, male under 17. Again, the first of three heats, so only two will go through. There are 5 boats in this race. In lane 1, we've got Essendon's Reese Davey. In lane 3, Footscray City's Gabriel Tozer. Lane 5's Gippsland's Grammar, Lagan Joshi. Lane 6, Hawthorn Ethan Holland. And lane 7, Gippsland Grammar, Hagan Cook. They're already into the last 250 of this race. And it looks like over there in lane 1, Essendon may have a lead here. And I think he's got the lead over Gippsland Grammar's Lagan Joshi. And he's really powering away now, the Essendon sculler. Lagan Joshi's still in second place, Gippsland Grammar. In third place is lane 7, Gippsland Grammar, also Hagan Cook. Over in lane 3, next is Footscray City's Gabriel Tozer, and Hawthorn's Ethan Holland is following. But it's going to be the Essendon sculler's going to take out this race. He's putting on a real surge for the finish. And second place is still going to be a battle. We've got the other Gippsland Grammar sculler really putting on a rapid finish to try and take out this second qualifying spot, but it looks like the Gippsland Grammar lane 5 sculler will hold on to that place. Very close one. Fantastic battle there in the first heat of the male under 17 single scull. And we've got the next race underway, which is the second heat of the male under 17 single scull. Again, only two places in the final up for grabs here, and there are 7 contenders. In lane 1 is Essendon's Brandon Kennedy. In lane 2 is St Patrick's College James Clark. Albert Park College Hugo Everett in lane 3. Samuel Reynolds from Gippsland Grammar in lane 4. Tyler Fitzpatrick from Essendon in lane 5. Luca Mercury from Albert Park College in lane 6, and in lane 7, Xander De Bruin from Barwon. So a full field, and it's going to be another exciting race with only 2 places up for grabs. And they are racing in this second heat of the male under 17 single scull. There's absolutely no room for complacency in this race. They'll have to crank it out from the start if they want to claim one of these 2 qualifying spots. So it's like they're still getting lined up. Obviously, very important to have the lineup very precise. These races are very close, potentially. They have started now, so you'll see that if you're joining us on the live stream. like Hugo Everett from Albert Park College is pushing out first, with the sculler from Gippsland Grammar, Samuel Reynolds. They really are having a big show here today, Gippsland Grammar. Over in lane 2 is James Clark from St Pat's. Still a fairly even spread over the middle of the field. The St Pat's College sculler in lane 2, James Clark. Looks to be fairly level with Hugo Everett from Albert Park College and Samuel Reynolds from Gippsland Grammar, as well as Tyler Fitzpatrick from Essendon. This is fairly close in these early stages. There's not much between the entire field. We've got Xander De Bruin over in lane 7 from Barwon, also keeping up fairly well. Luca Mercuri, lane 2, Albert Park. No one has really stamped themselves on this race, but it looks like going through the 500 first will be the St Pat's Essendon sculler. Yeah, it's over in lane 1. Yes, it is. It's the Essendon sculler. It's put a little bit of distance, really pushed through that 500 metres to open up a bit of a lead. And it looks like in second place is the Gippsland Grammar, or Essendon's Gippsland Grammar, Samuel Reynolds. Those two out in the lead, together with Albert Park's Luca Mercuri now, so sort of three abreast. Essendon sculler over in lane 1 is leading the race. Just over Gippsland Grammar's Samuel Reynolds. It looks like those two in front, although lane 2 St Pat's College James Clark is really putting on a big push now as they approach the last 250 metres of this race. But it is the Essendon sculler Brandon Kennedy in front through the last 250, and strongly finishing Gippsland Grammar Samuel Reynolds. I think it'll be a battle between him and lane 2 St Patrick's College James Clark for this second qualifying spot. They're going to battle it out. Got a good, strongly finishing Albert Park College Luca Mercuri trying to come through as well. But the Essendon sculler Brandon Kennedy still in front, approaching the Red Boys the last 100 metres of this race. He just needs to stay calm and stay technically proficient. It does look like the Gippsland Grammar sculler Samuel Reynolds, also approaching the Red Boys now, is going to hold on for second place, putting on a big surge at the finish. Also Albert Park College putting on a great last 100 metres or so, but I think it will be a battle for third and fourth place rather than for this second qualifying spot. As we see Essendon's Brandon Kennedy cross the line first, Gippsland Grammar's Samuel Reynolds will take the second qualifying spot, and a fantastic finish from the Albert Park College Luca Mercuri there to take third over St Pat's College James Clark. Then Essendon's Tyler Fitzpatrick, Bowen Xander De Bruin, and finishing up with Albert Park College Hugo Everett. So fantastic, another fantastic race, close race for those two qualifying spots. Be a cracker final for these male under 17 single scullers. Wonderful to see such a big field in this event. Great to see young people coming up, and to have 3 heats in an under 17 event is fantastic. Well done, guys. The next race will be the third heat of the male under 17 single scull. There are 5 crews in this race. In lane 1, Shepparton's Thomas Nelder. In lane 2, Windaree Ballarat. Wycombe Henderson. Gippsland Grammar's Jack Courtney in lane 3. Noah Brandy in lane 5, who's from Nagambie. And in lane 7 is Albert Park College's Amo Pangasa. So 2 out of 5 of these guys will go through to the final. It looks like Windery Ballarat's Wacom Henderson has taken the lead, putting on a very strong first 250, and as they come through the 500, it will be him and the Nagambie sculler, Noah Brandy, going through the 500 first. Ahead of Gippsland Grammar's Jack Courtney in third place there, and over here in lane 7, Albert Park College, Amo Pangasa, and Shepherd's Thomas Nelder there over in lane 1. But still the Windery Ballarat sculler in the lead. Strong challenge coming from Nagambie's Noah Brandy. Gippsland Grammar's Jack Courtney trying to keep up but falling back a little bit as they approach to the last 250 of this race. It's going to be the Windery Ballarat first into the last 250. And we're going to see a strong finish from the Nagambie sculler Noah Brandy. Might be a battle for first place out of these two, but there's still some time. Obviously the best strategy is to be out in the lead, and if you can see everybody else you can relax a little bit, which is helpful for technique. It's very stressful trying to catch up, but we're going to have strong finishes here. We've got Nagambie's Noah Brandy hanging on to second place now, but Gippsland Grammar's Wacom Henderson is going to challenge for that as well. We've got that's Gippsland Grammar's Jack Courtney. The Windery Ballarat sculler into the last 100 metres. He's going to take out this race quite comfortably, and we're going to have a really fast finish from Nagambie, I think, is also into the red boys in the last 100. He's really putting his foot down, is going to take second place by the looks. Also seeing a fantastic finish here by Albert Park College's Amo Pangasa. But the Windery Ballarat sculler Wacom Henderson's crossed in first place, followed in second by Noah Brandy from Nagambie, and they're going to take the qualifying spots in this male under 17 single scull. Third place, lane 3, Gippsland Grammar's Jack Courtney, and in fourth place, Albert Park College's Amo Pangasa. In fifth will be Shepherd's Thomas Nelder. So well done, guys. Another really exciting heat there in the male under 17 single scull, and another final to look forward to. We've got the next race underway. The next race is the first heat of the female C-grade single scull. There are 4 places. Four of these scullers will go through to the final, so a little bit less pressure on this race than on the last 2 events. In lane 2 is Richmond's Emily Rouse, lane 3 Shepparton's Anna Chalkley, lane 4 Footscray City's Penny Rattray Robinson, lane 5 Corio Bay Laura Ahern, lane 6 Cora Elizabeth Sandow, and lane 7 Val Dow from Melbourne. So 4 out of 6 of these scullers will go through, but still no room for complacency, certainly in the early stages of this race. But as we go through the 500, it's like lane 1 Emily Rouse in first place through the 500, but there's still quite a tight spread across the field. A little bit of a battle going on between Richmond's Emily Rouse and Shepparton's Anna Chalkley there in lane 2. And hanging on to them, Footscray City's Penny Rattray Robinson doesn't want to let them go either. And not far behind to Corio Bay's Laura Ahern. So these 4 scullers are going to keep battling out this race. A little further back though, Corowa, Elizabeth Sandow and Melbourne's Val Dow will have to do a little bit of work if they're going to catch up. They're into the third 250 of this race. There's always a balance between using up too much energy in the heat. You want to conserve that for the final, but you need to be in the final to race it too. So it's always good to make sure that you're there before you really relax at all. So they'll be looking around at each other, but it looks like Richmond's Emily Rouse is in the lead now, just over Footscray City's Penny Rattray Robinson in lane 3. Lane 2's dropped back a little bit, but still in third place, Anna Chalkley, followed by Laura Ahern from Corio Bay, a little bit further back to Elizabeth Sandow from Corowa and Val Dow from Melbourne. But battling it out for first place will be Richmond and Footscray City, as they both those boats enter into the Red Buoys the last 100 metres of this race. And it looks like Richmond will hang on to this, but again, they're 4 through to the final, so it can be a little bit hard to tell who's really keeping their foot on the pedal and who's relaxed a little bit. It's going to be a very close race for first, but of course it's a heat. Looks like Footscray City is going to come through. Perhaps the Richmond Scullers taken it down a little bit. They know that both scullers know that they're through to the final, followed in third place by Shepparton's Anna Chalkley. Well done with Corio Bay's Laura Ahern coming through. Then we have Corowa's Elizabeth Sandow and Val Dow finishing strongly there, but only 4 through to the final. So those four places are decided. As we turn our attention to the second heat of the female C-grade single scull, there are only 5 scullers in this race, and 4 will go through to the final. So a little bit less pressure, but still have to be careful. Shepparton's Emily Belcher in lane 2, Corowa's Madison Pasqualotto in lane 3, Footscray City's Claire McHugh in lane 4, Ariel van der Pol from Corio Bay in lane 5, and Clementine Tyrrell in lane 6.
Are you an under-18 athlete who has some ability in coxing or rowing? Then you should consider nominating for the Vic Pathway 8. This gives you an amazing opportunity to meet, train and row with peers and represent your state. Are you a coach who would relish the opportunity of coaching a talented crew? Then you can nominate as coach of the Vic Pathway 8. Interested? Go to the Rowing Victoria website, where you will find information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches. Go to the Pathway tab, State Teams, and follow through to the Pathway 8 State Team. Coach nominations are due on the 22nd of February and athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early so selectors can monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
So they're racing now in this second heat. 5 scullers, all off to a good start. 4 of these scullers will go through to the final, which will be at 2:05 p.m. There's going to be some exciting single sculling finals coming up. Still a fairly even field in this race. No one's really taken a dominant lead. The scullers are all staying together a little bit. Everyone will have their own plan of when they want to put on a bit of a surge. It's always good to try and be a little bit dominant in the early stages of the race. It's harder if you can't see who's in front of you. Of course, you have to balance that up with using up all your energy in the early stages, which you don't want to do. So a very strategic race, the single scull. It looks like the sculler over here in lane 5, Corio Bay's Ariel van der Pol, looks to be in the lead now over lane 1, Emily Belcher from Shepparton. Then in lane 2, Cora was Madison Pasqualotto, and in lane 4, Claire McHugh from Footscray. And coming through the 500 now, and it is Emily's Belcher from Shepparton in the lead, but narrowly over Footscray City's Claire McHugh. Still, Shepparton's Emily Belcher still in the lead. Putting some real speed up now is Madison Pasqualotto from Corowa. Dropping back a little bit, Footscray City, and also keeping up now is Corio Bay's Ariel Vanderpoel in lane 5. In fact, it looks like those three scullers, lane 1, 2, 3 and 5 are the ones to watch. But of course, four scullers will go through to the final. But dropping back a little bit now, Footscray City's Claire McHugh and Corio Bay's Clementine Tyrrell. We've got a fairly even spread for first at the moment, as these scullers are into the third 250 metres of this race. Corio Bay's Ariel Vanderpoel's really putting on some power now, as both she and Shepparton's Emily Belcher approach the 250 mark, the final 250 of this race. They've put a little bit of distance over Corowa's Madison Pasqualotto now, and these two will lead into the last 250. In fourth place at the moment is Footscray City's Claire McHugh, and Corowa's Clementine Tyrrell dropping back a little bit. She's probably got too much work to do to claim a spot in the final at the moment. But we're looking at the Shepparton sculler still, Emily Belcher out in front. Very closely followed by Corio Bay's Ariel Vanderpoel. These two scullers will approach the red boys first, so they're both into the last 100 metres of this race, followed in third place by Corowa's Madison Pasqualotto, and then Footscray City's Claire McHugh. At the final stages of this race, both scullers looking a little bit more relaxed. They know they need to conserve some energy for the final, so they might be practicing their last 100 metres in their mind, but don't want to use up too much energy executing it in this heat, as they will the first four scullers will go through. It's going to be Corio Bay's Ariel Vanderpoel's going to take out first place over Shepparton's Emily Belcher in second. Third place is going to be Coral Madison Pasqualotto, and the fourth and final qualifying place will go to Claire McHugh of Footscray City. Well done, Claire. And we'll see Clementine Tyrrell from Corio Bay has just got a couple more strokes to go till she finishes. Well done, Clementine. You need to applaud all of these ladies. It's a big deal to get out and row a single scull, so well done, everybody. Next race is race 42, the female under 17 coxed quad scull. So this is the first of two heats. Four crews will go through to the final. So there are 5 crews in this first race. In lane 2 is Ballarat Clarendon, Juliet Grove, Kitty Young, Penelope Lopez O'Donnell and Marley Wanjit, coxed by Olivia Gilbert. In lane 3 is Albert Park College, Rhea Sonigra, Angelica Wolfe, Alexandra Camporimo, Ruby Miller, coxed by Toby Debrian. Ballarat Clarendon, Isabel McRoberts, Lucy Goodson, Georgia Miller and Charlotte Peel, coxed by Rosie Burke. In lane 5 is Albert Park College, Olivia Harvey, Farah Hall, Jessica McMarshall and Beatrix Bradley, coxed by Georgia Arnott. And in lane 6 from Hamilton and Alexandra, Demina Ross, Sue Ryan Kim, Sophie Merrin and Ava Mould, coxed by Emma Donovan. So 4 of these 5 crews will go through to race 58, which is the final. And this race is underway. And it looks like Ballarat Clarendon College in the lead in lane 4, leading over lane 5 Albert Park College. And also up there is the Ballarat Clarendon crew in lane 1. So those three crews are clearly in the lead over Albert Park College in Hamilton and Alexandra in lane 5, and the Albert Park College crew in lane 2. There are 4 places up for grabs in this final, so there may be a battle for that 4th spot. It looks like the 3 crews out in front are still Ballarat Clarendon in lane 4, over Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1 and Albert Park College in lane 3. But Ballarat Clarendon in the middle of the field there, lane 4, putting on a little more power as they pass through the 500 metre mark. Also keeping up with them well though at Albert Park College, so it's going to be quite a close race between these first 3 crews. And it looks like Hamilton and Alexandra also putting on a really good surge in lane 6 and really starting to close some distance certainly between themselves and Albert Park College. But it's the Ballarat Clarendon crew still leading. They've led all the race as they pass through the last 250 metres of this race. And then we've got quite a spread between Ballarat Clarendon in lane 1, Albert Park College in lane 5, and Hamilton and Alexandra putting on a really good push over here in lane 6. Into the last 150 metres or so of this race, it's going to be the Ballarat Clarendon crew leading the entire race. Isabel McRoberts, Lucy Goodson, Georgia Miller and Charlotte Peel, coxed by Rosie Burke. Coming into the final 100 metres of this race will be that crew. It's going to be quite a battle for second place between Ballarat Clarendon, Albert Park College and Hamilton and Alexandra. All crews putting on a bit of a surge again. They're going to have a bit of a practice for what they're going to do in the final. The Ballarat Clarendon crew looking quite comfortable as they're going to come through the first place. The other crews really want the second place honours, and I think it's going to be the Hamilton and Alexandra crew that's going to push through to take second place. It's going to be very close over the Albert Park College crew, but it will be the Hamilton and Alexandra crew go through second. Albert Park College and Ballarat Clarendon will take the 4 spots in the final of this female under-17 coxed quad scull. And again, amazing to see lots of young people out there enjoying the sport of rowing. Hopefully they'll enjoy it for many decades to come, as we just see the Albert Park College crew of Rhea Songria, Angelica Wolfe, Alexander Copperimo and Ruby Miller crossing the line. Now, well done girls, terrific race. The first heat of the female under-17 coxed quad scull. And the final of that race will be at 2:15. And we're now looking at the second heat of the female under-17 coxed quad scull. 3 crews only will go through to the final. So we have in lane 2 Gippsland Grammar Composite, Gippsland Grammar and Mercantile, Kate McNeil from Mercantile, Scarlett Tavaski, Albert Harrison, April Harrison, Tilly Fox, coxed by Lucy Hodges. From Corowa in lane 3, Imogen Tomlinson, Evangeline Broad, Summers Hogan, Anastasia McFarlane, coxed by Sienna McFarlane. In lane 4, Hamilton and Alexandra, Harriet Nichols, Georgina Russell, Henrietta Russell, Olivia Rees, coxed by Minnie Walker. In lane 5 is Albert Park College, Isabel Perkins, Jocelyn Doy, Coco Jones, Mikhaila Stambolziev, coxed by Indigo Brown. And in lane 6, Wendouree Ballarat, Mia Woodburn, Mia McTeague, Isabella Rosato, Zoe Wright, coxed by Phoebe Pietard. So the second of 2 heats of the female under-17 coxed quad scull. First 3 will go through to the final, which will be at 2:15. So just waiting for the lineup as we see the crews from the last race heading back to the boat park. So we've had a start in race 43, the second heat of the female under-17 coxed quad scull. All the crews have had a good start. And pushing through the early stages of this race, only 3 places up for grabs in the final from this second heat. And still fairly even spread across the field. No dominant leader in this race yet, but looks like perhaps lane 2 Cora crew marginally ahead of the rest, but it's anybody's race at the moment. Still in the very early stages, of course. Hanging on to Cora, Gippsland Grammar Composite over in lane 1. We've got in the middle of the field Hamilton and Alexandra. Great to see lots of young people from those places, Hamilton and Alexandra, competing here at the state championships. Looks like the Cora crew really putting on a strong push now to take a little bit of the lead. We've also got strongly in there is Albert Park College in lane 5, Isabel Perkins, Jocelyn Doig, Coco Jones and Michaela Stembolziev. They are the 2 race leaders at the moment. Although strongly in lane 1 is the Gippsland Grammar Composite as well. Crews approaching the 500 and it looks like perhaps the Gippsland Grammar Composite just ahead of Cora in second place. It's really neck and neck there, followed closely by Hamilton and Alexandra. And really not much between the first 4 crews as they come through the 500. Most crews will put on a bit of a push now and see if they can assert a little dominance on this race. Boys have Cora, I think, have taken a slight lead now over the Gippsland Grammar Composite. Both of those boats appear to be leading the race, with Albert Park College in lane 5 in 3rd place. Hamilton and Alexandra have dropped back a little bit, as have the Wendouree Ballarat crew. But it's a real battle between lanes 2 and 3, Gippsland Grammar and Cora. But very strongly keeping up there at Albert Park College. And at the moment, those are the first 3 places, but there's still some time. All crews are now just approaching the final 250 metres of this race, where they'll really have to put a push on to the finish. Only 3 places up for grabs in the final here, but it looks like 3 dominant crews. Gippsland Grammar Composite and Cora are really battling each other, trying to assert their dominance on this race, followed in 3rd place by Albert Park College. But Wendouree Ballarat crew really trying to put on a big push as well now, and not too far behind are the Hamilton and Alexandra. But only 3 places, and it's the first 2 crews, Cora and Gippsland Grammar Composite, that are in the lead quite clearly now, as both those crews approach the last 100 metres of the race. They can be a little bit relaxed now and really try and focus on their technique and keeping a nice clean finish. It looks like lane 5, Albert Park College are going to hold on for 3rd place. They're also in the last 100 metres of the race now. Wendouree Ballarat trying to put on a really strong surge here at the finish, but I don't think they'll have time to catch the Albert Park College crew, who take 3rd place. But crossing the line in first after a bit of a battle the whole way is the Gippsland Grammar Composite crew of Kate McNeil, Scarlett Tavarsky, April Harrison and Tilly Fox, taking out the line honours over Cora's Imogen Tomlinson, Evangeline Broad, Summers Hogan and Anastasia McFarlane, cops by Sienna McFarlane. So well done, girls. That was an enjoyable paddle, and we'll look forward to the final. Albert Park College in 3rd place, Isabel Perkins, Jocelyn Doig, Coco Jones, Michaela Stembolziev, coxed by Indigo Brown, and take the first 3 places in that second heat of the female under-17 coxed quad scull.
Anyway, just confirm with Duncan as well that you can get
So well done, ladies. The places for that final are now sorted. That final's race 58 at 2:15.
Well done, girls. There's the girls. There's the girls. Good girls.
No, did you see the crews in the race before us? One just went horizontal. One went out. When we were supposed to start in lane one, we ended up starting in the lily pads.
I wish I knew.
I love your personality. Come on, go. I'll be okay too.
Para race. So, as an alternative, being independent.
Yes, absolutely.
Because we can do that. Which school do we go to?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it.
Alright, good idea. Yes, yes. But yeah, be back around at 12:30 when the one. That's cool.
a nice outing?
I've just sat here all day. You got the afternoon sister or not?
Nah, that's it. That's it. I'm done. Well, I've got one race at 3 o'clock, and then I'm off home. So.
Yeah, so what's the time? Oh, yeah. Hey mate, is it on?
Not that I know of. No, I'm not probably not going there something special on today? Or? Yeah, state championships of rowing. Oh, rowing.
Everyone's got to eat.
Hey?
Everyone's got to eat.
I've been here for like 12 years. So
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
It's an active weekend to be.
From Melbourne. Yeah. We went to like Buffalo. Camped there overnight and we come here for fishing.
You can still use it.
Where? Oh, there's that side for fishing.
You were local? Yeah, because I was here rowing before the floods. I don't know what the state. I still can.
For fishing?
You can even row.
Where? Just that one?
You've got a launching bed over here, just over here.
Yeah.
Right? Straight behind you, silly.
Yeah.
And when you put it in, you go through it. You've got to stick to the right hand side going up. Right hand side going up. And slow down it for another day.
Thanks.
How far are you? From here, where are you? I know, where are you from? Like Regatta? Oh, yeah. I rode straight down there. Oh, okay. From Regatta in the 60s,
Yeah.
before.
Do you have some fancy things on your wall at the local rowing club today?
Oh,
There's like, if you go into, I row on Melbourne Park Lake, and you go to APSM, they've got some 1956 stuff hanging up there. That's pretty cool.
yeah, there's old Brand, there's one of King's stuff, and the old man was in too.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we just only run the bloody championship.
So what event were you in?
Yeah.
Harewood.
Yeah. We want to get
Just out of curiosity, where was the rowing in 64? I know the city very well. No, in Tokyo. John! I'll have to Google that. John! Hello? I'm being summoned.
Right.
Yeah. See you later. Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. lucky man.
I'll just see if I can find him. It's that bloke down there, your umpires and colleagues, so it's more for that. Okay. And you'll be following the lunch race, and then M's got a heat and a final, does that sound right?
Yep.
Yeah, you can have both of them as well.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take them up, or will you?
I might just give you an umpire, might be easier.
Hopefully they work. No idea.
Oh, yeah. Come by, so go.
Who's looking after Leo?
One of the parents. Hi.
Well, there was somebody coming in.
Yeah, no, someone definitely knows what they're doing there.
They showed up on
Aaron is the line on the ground. Right, it's around here.
Welcome back to the second half of the day's racing, and thank you to Geraldine Goss for her work over the past hour or so, allowing an extended lunch and a brief visit to a local winery to stock up on beverages for the drive home this afternoon. Well, not for the drive home, of course, that would be grossly inappropriate, but at least the cellar will be well restocked after a weekend in the Gambia. But we're racing here in the men's B8 and the men's A Cox for a combined event. 2 8s here, having a good battle too at the head of the field. Mercantile and Richmond, maybe Mercantile ever so narrowly in front of the Richmond crew at this stage. It's still about 250 metres to go. And the third crew in the race is a coxed 4 from Wendouree Ballarat, a men's A coxed 4 from Wendouree Ballarat. But a very good race here between Richmond and Mercantile as they settle down to fight this one out with 150 metres to go. The championship here of the men's B coxed 8. Richmond and Mercantile, very hard to separate these two. The yellow and black beside me in the commentary box getting excited with the finish here too as they drive towards the line. Richmond maybe ever so slightly ahead of the crew from Mercantile now, but Mercantile respond and lift and might have snuck their bow in front with 4 or 5 strokes to go. It's still Mercantile ever so slightly from Richmond as they head towards the finish line. The men's B8, Mercantile by a third of a length, and they'll just hold on and get the win. Mercantile first, Richmond second, but a great finish in the men's B coxed 8. Nothing separated them there all the way down the 1,000-metre course, but in the end it was Mercantile ever so narrowly across the line first, Richmond in second place, and then the third crew across the line will be the Wendouree Ballarat coxed 4, who will take the title in the men's A coxed 4. So 2 events combined there, and 2 state champions crowned. Mercantile win the men's B8 and Wendouree Ballarat the men's A4. We'll have presentations shortly to those 2 winning crews. Big series of finals here as we head through the afternoon session of racing. Racing right through until 4:20, the final race of the day. That was race 44 on our 76 race program for the third and final day of the 2023 Rome Victoriaa State Championship Regatta. And a good race to kick off the afternoon there. Mercantile narrowly beating Richmond, and Wendouree Ballarat confirming their title in the men's A coxed 4. Race 45 is the female C grade 8. Again, it's a 2-boat race, as was the male 8 that we just saw, but not nearly as close a contest this time around in the female C grade 8, with Richmond very comfortably leading from the Corowa crew. The presentation of medals taking place to the winners of the men's A Cox 4, so well done to the Wendouree Ballarat crew there. James Forsyth, Angus Murphy, Joshua Matheson, Charlie McClure and Ashlyn Hall, the Cox of that crew, coached by Paul Blanchfield and Richard McClure as they pause for the official photo there. Wendouree Ballarat, the winners of the men's A coxed 4. So here comes the Richmond crew in the female C grade 8. This is the combination of Catherine Franklin, Catherine Spindler-Jenkins, Gabriella Becker-Fuente, Beth Rosenberg, Charlotte May, Dana Hill, Imogen Williams, Nora Finn and Philip Tran, who have a lead of some 6 or 7 lengths it would be over the Corowa crew in lane 5. Adelaide Robb, Madison Pasqualotto, Summers Hogan, Evangeline Broad, Clancy Tomlinson, Bella Haney, Emily Tidd, Anastasia McFarlane and Harvey McFarlane, the cocks of the crew, coached by Wes Canny. They will finish in second place, Corowa. It'll be Richmond who take the win in a couple of strokes' time. Second narrowly in the women's 8, but winners now of the female C grade 8. The crew from Richmond go across the line and take the gold medal in the female C grade 8. So Richmond first and Corowa in second place. Corowa across, they conclude race 45. So Richmond lane 4, the winners there. They'll receive their gold medal shortly. And Corowa in second position. The Mercantile crew receiving their medals from the men's B grade 8s. Included a couple of races to go in that very narrow finish over the Richmond combination. But Mercantile, the gold medalist here, Harry Rosen, Jason Nevins, Jarvis Cole, Michael Kelly, Nicholas Cronenberg, Sam Wilson, Hamish Roberts, Zachary Bowen and Jamie Hoopin, the crew from Mercantile. The champions of Victoria in the men's B grade coxed 8.
Once we get close to the landing, leaning out. Thanks, Bill. Alright, guys, leaning out while we...
Presentation here also of the gold medals to the winning crew from Richmond Rowing Club in the female C grade 8. They receive their medals from Ian Jekyll and a crew of Catherine Franklin, Catherine Spindler-Jenkins, Gabriella Becker-Fuente, Beth Rosenberg, Charlotte May, Dana Hill, Imogen Williams, Nora Finn and Philip Tran, the crew from Richmond, winners of the female C grade 8.
Pushing off 1, 2, 1, 2.
I'll find you on the other side.
Presentation concluded there to Richmond. And we do have a slight pause in the program once again because race 46 has been removed as that Wendouree Ballarat crew, the last remaining crew in that race, competed against the 8. A couple of races to go, so Wendouree Ballarat already the winners effectively of race 46, the male A grade coxed 4, and they have received their medals. That was to be the 1:15 race, which is not required, and the 1:20 race will be the next race on the program. Race 47, the male C grade coxed quad scull. With the boats gathering up at the
The Victorian Pathway program gives the opportunity for talented young coxes and rowers to represent Victoria and row in the Vic Pathway 8. There are 2 crews selected, male and female 8. They compete in the Australian Pathway Regatta held in Penrith from the 26th to the 28th of April. Athletes need to be under 18. For further information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches, go to the Rowing Victoria website, Pathway tab, and into the State Teams area. Coaches nominations are due on the 22nd of February. Athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early to enable selectors to monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
Where do you want them?
Oh, I could have grabbed the sling.
Are you even? Are you even with 2? Yep. All right.
Jane, excuse me, Jane. I'll take them. I'll grab the other one.
Am I making it look hard? Am I?
There you go, Flower.
You seem so lovely. They are, but I'm super happy. Promise.
We offered.
Crews gathering already at the 1,000 metre start for race 47, the male C-grade Cox Quad Scull. And in fact, they're on their way. Great shots there from our camera up at the 1,000 metre start line. Of course, the no held starts from the 1,000 metre mark on the last day of this regatta. So, but a very good line there of these 4 crews across the course and racing now down the 1,000 metres in the male C-grade at Cox Quad Scull final. So underway a minute or so ahead of the scheduled start time. These 4 crews, 2 from Richmond in lanes 3 and 4. Footscray City Racing in lane 5 and the Melbourne Argonauts in lane 6 complete the field of 4. So 2 chances here for Richmond to add from their earlier medal from just a couple of races ago. Footscray City and Melbourne Argonauts, the other 2 crews in this race. This looked like the 2 Richmond crews in the early stages might have gone out to a narrow lead from the rest of the field. Certainly Richmond there in lane 4 looked to be the best placed of the 4 crews on the course. A pretty good start from them. That's the combination of Kaki Wong, John Britton, John Carey, Richard Healy and Aline De Jager, coached by Will Golding. And certainly Richmond lane 4 have a lead of some half a length or so it would be over the other Richmond crew beside them there in lane 3. That crew from Richmond is Emil Limonsayer, James Merritt, Dmitry Maxitov, William Haynes and Lucian Hubbard, again coached by Will Golding, and also Sebastian Tolboom at Richmond crew, but they'd be probably in 3rd place narrowly behind Footscray City, who would sit 2nd. Richmond certainly the leaders there at halfway, Richmond lane 4, so Footscray City 2nd place, Thomas Doherty, Timothy Natterbaum, Oscar Brachovic, Xavier Powerchuk and Deborah Dennis, coached by Peter McSweeney. And then a fair way back to the 4th crew in the race. That is the crew from the Melbourne Argonauts of John O'Neill, Thomas Burge, Benton Goodbrand, Alvaro Perez Pabon and Asher Benjamin in that Argonauts crew. But they'd be some 3 or 4 lengths off the pace of our other 3 crews. So the 3 medalists have certainly separated out from the field here, but the order yet to be determined, at least as far as silver and bronze is concerned. Richmond looking very good out in front with their lane 4 combination leading by, will be over a length now from still a very tight battle for 2nd and 3rd. Footscray City racing down lane 5 and Richmond over in lane 3. So Richmond looks set to get 2 crews on the podium here. We've seen it happen a few times over the course of this state championship regatta, but will it be gold and silver or gold and bronze? That'll be determined here over the last 150 metres of the course. And it does still look to be Footscray City ever so narrowly there in 2nd place. But the lead crew from Richmond, with Richard Healy in the stroke lead, has probably 2 lengths back then on the rest of the field. Footscray City in 5 and Richmond lane 3. That's the battle for the silver medal, and Richmond coming right back into that one too late in this race, about 2 lengths away from our race leader. So certainly Richmond will get the win over on lane 4, looking increasingly likely to secure the Quinella here. Richmond in front. They'll come across in lane 4 and take the win by 2 lengths, and it will be gold and silver to Richmond indeed. They've cleared by 2/3 of a length now in 2nd place as well. So Richmond lane 3 will take the silver. Footscray City will finish with the bronze medal. And 4th place will go in a few strokes' time to the crew on lane 6 from the Melbourne Argonauts, who continued to progress over the final section of the course in race 47, the final of the male C-grade Cox Quad Scull. So Richmond lane 4 the winners from Richmond lane 3 in 2nd place. 3rd place to Footscray City, and 4th now is the Melbourne Argonauts, who come across the line to conclude their race, and it'll be presentation time shortly to the medalist there from the male C-grade Coxed Quad Scull. Racing also now in race 48, the female A-grade Cox Quad Scull with a field of 8 boats in this race. So Ballarat City lane 1, Melbourne in 2, Ballarat Grammar in 3, Gippsland Grammar lane 4, Ballarat Clarendon in 5, Essendon in 6, Richmond lane 7 and Mercantile lane 8. The field there is a few down the course, briefly obscured by another dust cloud blowing its way across the course. Certainly hard to complain about the weather here at this weekend at Ngambie, but the dust certainly has been everywhere, as often is on dry days here, but very, very good conditions on the water for rowing. And that, of course, is the most important thing at this state championship regatta for 2023. So they're heading up towards the halfway mark now of this race, the final of the female A-grade Coxed Quad Scull. The crew in lane 6 from Essendon, and looks like lane 3, that's Ballarat Grammar, and lane 4 alongside them, Gippsland Grammar, would be a few of the crews up at the pointy end of the race, heading towards the halfway mark. They go through that point now. It did seem to be the lane 3 crew. I think they're from Ballarat Grammar, who just led the field through half distance. That was Alicia Walker, Ella Flamsteed, Lily Bryant, Perry Eaton and Angie Gouty, coached by Andy Tyndall. About a length or so was their margin. Then on lane 6, the Essendon combination. Alyssa Mirabelli, Alessia Masiero, Rachel Hatherley, Asher Gordon and Elizabeth Drew Finn, coached by Barry Gardner, Marie-Claire Gemmell and Glenn Bottrell, the Essendon crew. Lane 8 combination pretty well placed there too. That was Mercantile lane 8, who were third at halfway, and Maritha Sidhu, Janice Kelderman, Gemma Sibylla and Kate Duggan and Ali Legg in that combination from Mercantile. So the top 3 spread out right across the course. Ballarat Grammar in lane 3, Essendon lane 6, Mercantile across in 8. Still also Gippsland Grammar lane 4 and Melbourne in lane 2 would be the next line of crews, along with Richmond in 7, hunting for yet another medal. The Richmond Rowing Club have scored a few over the last 15 minutes or so. But Essendon, Ballarat Grammar and Mercantile look to be the potential medalists here, although Melbourne coming through strongly over on the far side of the course too. Bayer, Klein van Mullicum, Felicity Nutter, Michelle Joy, Lisa Strain and Jeremy Hofstede, the Cox of that crew from Melbourne, who are moving up alongside Gippsland Grammar in the race, certainly for 4th and 5th, but it's Ballarat Grammar in front. Essendon trying to hold on there in 2nd place. Mercantile, a very good race for the bronze medal. Essendon and Ballarat Grammar, but are going for the gold. It's Ballarat Grammar still just in front. They've got about half a length or so it'll be, and Ballarat Grammar take out the female A-grade Cox Quad Scull. Ballarat Grammar first, Essendon second, close for third as they hit the line. Mercantile should get it just there on the inside of the course. Far side then, either Ballarat City or Melbourne. It was for, in fact, Melbourne or Gippsland Grammar for 4th and 5th. 6th goes to Richmond. 7th then will be Ballarat City. And 8th place, the crew from Ballarat Clarendon. So Banks in front here in the closing strokes of the male A-grade double scull. Heinrich Vensky and Kane Bullock once again looking to add another state title to their impressive collection from this weekend, leading by probably close to a length, it would seem to be, over the lane 6 crew. 2 crews here from Ballarat City. That's Sebastian Pendlebury and William McKechnie, and very close for third to Riley McDougall and William Gilbert of Ballarat City. It might be second and third to the 2 crews from Ballarat City, and then Ballarat Grammar, Lockie Heath and Oliver Harris narrowly sit 4th at this stage. So it is the centre lanes, the heat winners where the action's happening, and Banks certainly clear here by a length or so from these 2 crews from Ballarat City, who will almost dead heat for second and third the way they are currently going. It is Banks but in front. Ballarat City lane 6 still there in second place, and they'll get across for silver. So Banks get the win. Second goes to Ballarat City lane 6, and third place to Ballarat City on lane 5. They are the medalists from the male A-grade double scull. 4th place then was the crew from Ballarat Grammar. 5th will go to Yarra Yarra. 6th place Gippsland Grammar. 7th Hawthorn. And 8th will go to another crew there from Ballarat Grammar over in lane 1. So race 49, it's Banks who take the win there. Heinrich Vensky and Kane Bullock win the male A-grade double scull. Combined race on the course now, the men's C coxless pair and the women's A coxless pair. 1 crew only in the men's C pair, that's Yarra Yarra in lane 2, and then the other 5 crews in the race are all 4 crews in the race, in fact, with one of the Carrum crews removed from the race, so lane 3 is vacant. So either side of that vacant lane we have the men's C coxless pair in lane 2, and then the 4 crews in the female A coxless pair, Yarra Yarra, Carrum, Melbourne and Damascus College in lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6. And the race lead as far as the women's pair, and in fact as the race is concerned, is with the Carrum combination. Those fluoro colours clearly first through the halfway mark of the race. That's Jackie Deeble and Morgan Dunham, who are coached by Drew Holman. A successful day yesterday, that combination for Carrum, looking for the win here now in the women's A coxless pair and leading by a clear length it would be over Melbourne, Tanya Nishibata and Jess Hergott, who were in a very tight battle with that male C coxless pair over on the far side of the course, which is Yarra Yarra's Zane Lockley and Andrew Gray. So the Yarra Yarra combination will win the men's C pair. But Nice to see where they place in relation to these women's A coxed pairs in the rest of the field. Currently it's Carrum leading both their event and all the crews on the water, and then Melbourne in second place, and pretty close to that men's pair from Yarra Yarra. Also Yarra Yarra's women's pair, Catherine Carr and Linda Skidmore, is there on lane 4. They are in the battle for the bronze medal as far as that race is concerned, with Damascus College, Daisy Simpson-Kerr and Charlie Gartland, the crew in lane 7. But just a few steering issues, it seems now, for Damascus College. Will make it difficult for them to get back on terms with Yarra Yarra in the race for the bronze medal. So Carrum it is out in front here. Jackie Deeble and Morgan Dunham look set to take another gold medal here from their trip to the Ngambia Lakes Regatta Centre. Clear by what seems to be now a couple of lengths over Melbourne, Tanya Nishibata and Jess Hergott in second position. Melbourne possibly narrowly trailing that male pair from Yarra Yarra over on the far side of the course. Zane Lockley and Andrew Gray will be the winners of the men's C coxed pair in any case. And look to be the second boat across the line here. But the first boat across the line belongs to the Carrum Rowing Club. Jackie Deeble and Morgan Dunham will come across and take the win and record a 3-length victory in the women's A coxed pair. Second will be very tight between these two different events. The male pair from Yarra Yarra will get there just first, Lockley and Gray. So they win the men's C coxed pair and are second overall. Third boat across the line, Melbourne, Nishibata and Hergott, but they will win the silver medals in the women's A pair, and Yarra Yarra will take the bronze medal in that race, 4th place overall, but bronze in the women's A pair, and they're just over a length ahead from Damascus College, who will eventually be the 5th crew across the line, and 4th place for them in the women's A coxless pair. Next race just underway, the final of the female B-grade double scull. So race 51 on this third and final day of the Victorian Rowing Championships for 2023. And it is a full field of 8 in this race. We come through some heats just before lunch in the female B-grade double scull. So the heat winners here to the centre lanes, Yarra Yarra and Corowa, their lanes 4 and 5. The full field is Carrum from lane 1, Powerhouse in 2, Corio Bay in 3, Yarra Yarra lane 4, Corowa in 5, Ngambia in 6, Essendon lane 7, and Melbourne Racing in lane 8. The 8 double sculls on their way now down the 1,000-metre course. Couple of crews in predominantly red colours there in the centre lanes, Yarra Yarra and Corowa. I think the advantage with Yarra Yarra at this stage, Kelly Lewis and Sarah Sekfi to be just ahead of Corowa. And also there in lane 3, the Corio Bay combination, Stella Benson and Beatrix Hearn. And we've got away to a very strong start over the opening few hundred metres of the race. About 400 metres now through the 1,000-metre course. So Yarra Yarra, Corio Bay, and then Corowa look to be our top three crews. Beside Corowa, also rowing for the Gambia, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Hall Kraus in lane 6. As they do come now through that 500-metre mark, halfway through the race. Indeed, it is Yarra Yarra with about a boat length lead over Corio Bay, then in second place, and certainly a great race behind them for the bronze medal there. 4 boats within half a length across the course. Corowa, Nagambi, Powerhouse, and also Carrum there very much in the mix for the bronze medal. And then Essendon and Melbourne. And Melbourne, fortunately, coming unstuck there right on camera too at the halfway mark. They'll be able to go back and review vision of that crab later on today if they so wish. But they are in 8th place, that crew from Melbourne, racing in lane 8. But at the head of the field, it's still the Yarra Yarra combination in lane 4. They look to maintain a boat length or so lead on Corio Bay in second place. And then back to maybe Corowa just in third, but still very tight with Nagambi alongside them. And the 2 crews on the southern bank of the course as well, going past the construction of that new walkway that will join the end of this course with the centre of the town of Nagambi itself once it's completed in the coming months. But it is still certainly the crew from Yarra Yarra who do lead here. Kelly Lewis and Sarah Sekvi ahead of Stella Benson and Beatrix Hearn of Corio Bay. Corowa have just had a few steering issues there in the centre of the course and have gone across 1 and almost 2 lanes, in fact, which will make it difficult for them from there to stay in the hunt for the bronze medal. I'd favour, I think, Nagambi at this point, the crew on lane 6, Joe Somerville and Lily Rose Hall Kraus, but also right on the far side, Carrum's Mia Tulloch and Amber Tulloch, who were coached by Drew Holman. Carrum won a gold medal just 1 race ago, and a chance certainly of a bronze here at least with Powerhouse alongside them. Corowa straightening up now, but Nagambi probably still there in 3rd place. But out in front, it's the crew from Yarra Yarra who lead the female B-grade double scull into the closing strokes of the race. They are clear by a length and a half now over the Corio Bay combination. So the gold goes to Yarra Yarra in the female B-grade double scull. Yarra Yarra first, Corio Bay second, and it will indeed be Nagambi who take out the bronze medals there. Very tight for 4th with Carrum probably just getting their boat ahead of that Corowa crew who crossed over about 3 lanes of the course in the end, which has certainly cost them some additional distance. 6th place goes to Powerhouse, 7th will be Essendon, and 8th the crew from Melbourne, with still the last 100 metres of the course to travel for that Melbourne combination. But a big win there to Kelly Lewis and Sarah Sekvi from Yarra Yarra, the Victorian champions in the female B-grade double scull. Two boats on the water now in the female under 15 double scull. Rutherglen Lake in lane 4, Olivia White and Jacinta Fisher. In lane 5, the race leaders just going through halfway is the Wendouree Ballarat combination, Lucy Barlow and Lila McTeague, who are coached by Paul Blanchfield. They had some success in maybe in a quad scull race earlier today. Those two rowers from Wendouree Ballarat as part of a bigger crew. And looking set here certainly for the gold medal in the female under 15 double scull as well. The Wendouree Ballarat combination with around about 350 metres to go ahead of Rutherglen Lake, Olivia White and Jacinta Fisher. Still well clear. Here is the Wendouree Ballarat combination in the female under 15 double scull. Lucy Barlow and Lila McTeague, the leading crew with about 150 metres to go. McTeague in third place in the female under 15 single scull earlier today, and Lucy Barlow finishing fifth in that race, so already won bronze medal to Lila McTeague of Wendouree Ballarat, the Paul Blanchfield coach sculler, and they will take the gold here in the female under 15 double scull. Lucy Barlow and Lila McTeague with a couple of strokes still to go to complete the 1,000 metre course, but they're across now, and they take out the female under 15 double scull championship of Victoria. Wendouree Ballarat in first place, and Rutherglen Lake about 100 or so metres back there in second position as they progress through the final section of the course. Olivia White and Jacinta Fisher there in the female under 15 double scull. Of course, some of the youngest rowers of the regatta competing in these under 15 events. Hopefully at the beginning of what will be a long rowing career for many of these athletes. So Olivia White and Jacinta Fisher just need to correct the steering late there. They've got about one more stroke to go, and they'll be across to confirm second place in the female under 15 double scull. So Rutherglen Lake in second place, and Wendouree Ballarat the winners there, Lucy Barlow and Lila McTeague. I see now in the male B grade single scull. A field of 6 here across the course. Lockie Hogan in lane 2, Xander Bailey in lane 3, Clyde Ennis in 4, Lewin Harridge in 5, Andrew Lahane lane 6, and Jada Frith racing in lane 7. Came through a series of 3 heats earlier this morning. So the 3 heat winners and 3 second place getters only through to the final of this male B grade single scull. So they've been through some pretty tight racing already in some cases. Right across on the far side of the course, the Corowa sculler, Lockie Hogan, looks to be in a good position up there with Lewin Harridge of Albert Park College, and Xander Bailey of Corio Bay would be our top 3 at this point. Probably Andrew Lahane of Wendouree Ballarat in 4th place, as the dust once again blows right across the course here, certainly adding a degree of atmosphere to those who are outside and enduring the best of the conditions here at Ngambie today. And just on that, I've had a request to remind you all to ensure that your marquees are secured. Please secure your tents. It is getting windier outside in Ngambie, hence the dust blowing right around the course. So please ensure that all tents and marquees are properly secured throughout the regatta venue for the remainder of this regatta. But a good finish here coming up in the male B-grade single scull. Lockie Hogan of Corowa on the far side looks to be in front here, still over Lewin Harridge of Albert Park College. So a race leader coached by Wes Canny, Albert Park coached by Minnie Cade. They're certainly the clear top two. Xander Bailey, who's coached by Ian Bridgeland, will be there in third place. They look like they'll be our medalists in this male B-grade single scull. So Corowa once again will claim another gold medal here on the final day of the Victorian Championships for 2023. It is Lockie Hogan who wins the male B-grade single scull. Second place will go to Lewin Harridge of Albert Park College. Third then would be Corio Bay. Xander Bailey across the line now to collect a bronze medal. Fourth will go to Andrew Lahane of Wendouree Ballarat. Fifth place, the Gippsland Grammar Sculler, Jada Frith. And sixth from Hamilton and Alexandra will be Clyde Innes in a couple of strokes time to conclude the male B-grade single scull. Reminder again to please secure your tents. We've had a report of one tent already. It was unsecured, almost escaping in the wind, so please ensure that all tents are properly secured over the rest of the afternoon. We were expecting some wind yesterday, which never really arrived, but it may be coming in here late on the final day of this regatta. We've had certainly some fantastic conditions for racing really right through since Friday afternoon. So looks like the good conditions should continue pretty much through to the end of this regatta, but as the wind does increase, it is important to make sure that your tents are secured. We are racing in the male under 17 single scull now as well. This event sponsored by the ErgFit Indoor Rowing Studio. And the field of 6 again, who came through some heats earlier today. Samuel Reynolds in lane 2, Reese Davey lane 3, Joachim Henderson lane 4, Brandon Kennedy lane 5, Noah Brandy in 6, and Lagan Joshi racing in lane 7. All 6 scullers there on the course through about the first 350 metres. Sculler towards the far side there from Essendon, Reese Davey certainly away well and leads the scullers on either side of him. Also from Essendon, Brandon Kennedy in the centre lane. And Noah Brandy from Ngambie would be up contending for the bronze medal too at this stage, but certainly going through in front there. It is the Essendon Scullers who lead, or Essendon first, and then Gippsland Grammar's Lagan Joshi, in fact, is up there on the outside lane of the course, sitting in second place, it seems, at the halfway mark ahead of the second Essendon Sculler, Brandon Kennedy. And then Noah Brandy of Ngambie, Joachim Henderson from Wendouree Ballarat, and sixth at this stage would be Samuel Reynolds, the other sculler from Gippsland Grammar. So Gippsland Grammar lanes 2 and 6 on opposite sides of the course. 2 scullers also from Essendon towards the centre lanes, including our race leader, who is Reese Davey from the Essendon Rowing Club, which is fortuitous. This event is sponsored by the ErgFit Indoor Rowing Studio. My notes said next door to ERC, which I had to work out which ERC that was, but that's a business in Moonee Ponds, the ErgFit Indoor Rowing Studio. So they are located right next door to the Essendon Rowing Club, and it seems quite likely that one of the Essendon rowers may take out this event sponsored by the ErgFit Indoor Rowing Studio. Essendon through Reese Davey across towards the far side of the course, but the challenge certainly coming from Gippsland Grammar's Lagan Joshi, down the northern lane in lane 7. And those two will be the ones to fight out the title here, it seems, in the male under-17 single scull. So several lanes apart across the course. Still the Essendon sculler looks to be narrowly in front as he was at the halfway mark. So Reece Davey on lane 3. Lake and Joshy on lane 7. A great race for the bronze medal behind, but possibly Essendon's Brandon Kennedy at this stage sits ahead of Joachim Henderson of Wendouree Ballarat, also Samuel Reynolds of Gippsland Grammar, and Noah Brandy of Ngambie. So plenty of chances for the bronze medal, but the gold does look almost certain to go the way of Essendon Rowing Club in about 2 or 3 strokes time as Reece Davey powers up towards the finish line and goes across with what will be a 3-length lead. Reece Davey from Essendon takes out the male under-17 single scull. Second place will be Lagan Joshy, the sculler from Gippsland Grammar. On lane 7, very tight for the bronze. Essendon and Wendouree Ballarat going stroke for stroke with a couple to go. They'll hit the line together. Wendouree Ballarat will just get there, I think. Joachim Henderson, I think, unofficially has got the bronze. Brandon Kennedy in 4th place. 5th will go to Samuel Reynolds, and 6th place then to Noah Brandy. But Essendon's Reece Davey takes out the male under-17 single scull, sponsored by the ErgFit Indoor Rowing Studio.
The margin was about the size of the number plate.
Yeah, I had it on video.
That middle bit of the race, oh my gosh. He just started under. He lost it in the end. Far out.
I reckon if they do race down, I reckon Lagan has a chance of getting it. So if you could have
Nice one, eh?
You're taking the official cup photo?
Simone has been.
Ah, right here, is it? Can't see that.
She's on her way down now.
And the photo does confirm the placings there in race 54, the male under-17 single scull. First place, lane 3, Reece Davey of Essendon. Second, lane 7, Lagan Joshy from Gippsland Grammar. And third place has gone to lane 4, Joachim Henderson, the sculler from Wendouree Ballarat, which is fortunate. He's about to receive his bronze medal immediately from Ian Jekyll. So well done to our place getters there. It was a tight photo finish for 3rd and 4th, but a clear margin there in favour of the sculler from Wendouree Ballarat. So the bronze to Joachim Henderson. And we've got another race here on its way down. Taj Bailey of Coxed Bay is well out in front here in this male under-15 single scull. We saw his brother on the course a couple of races ago in the under-17 event, and it will be Taj Bailey of Coxed Bay, coached by Ian Bridgeland, taking out the male under-15 single scull, convincingly ahead of the Essendon sculler James Drew Finn. So lane 4, the winner there, Taj Bailey of Coxed Bay. His brother won a bronze medal in the male B-grade single scull a couple of races ago, Xander Bailey, and Taj Bailey now a gold medal for Coxed Bay in the male under-15 single scull, and second place will go to James Drew Finn, the sculler from Essendon. And we've just seen the presentation to another Essendon sculler, Reece Davey, the winner of the male under-17 single scull. And also silver there to Gippsland Grammar's Lagan Joshy, and third in that close photo finish to Joachim Henderson of Wendouree Ballarat. So congratulations to our place getters in the male under-17 single scull. And soon to be presented to will be our gold medalist in the male under-15 single scull. That's Taj Bailey of Coxed Bay, who is coached by Ian Bridgeland. The single scull race on the course. It's the female C-grade single scull. Before we have a couple of coxed 4 and quad races to follow this, but the female C-grade single scull, the big field again, have come through some heats earlier today. Race 56 has Claire McHugh in lane 1, Madison Pascalotto in lane 2, Emily Rout in 3, Penny Rattray Robertson in 4, Ariel Vanderpoel in 5, Emily Belcher, lane 6, and a Chalkley in 7. 2 scullers there from the Shepparton Rowing Club, and Laura Ahern in lane 8, racing for Corio Bay, as is Ariel Vanderpoel in lane 5. So 2 Corio Bay rowers, 2 from Shepparton, 2 also from Footscray City there in Claire McHugh and Penny Rattray Robertson, lanes 1 and 4, Corowa in 2 and Richmond in 3 complete this big field of 8 here in the female C-grade single scullers. They do head up towards the halfway mark of the race. Richmond's Emily Rouse looks to be up there in the middle stages now of this race, and also lane 5, Ariel Vanderpoel, in the better of the 2 Corio Bay scullers. They look to be our top 2, also with Penny Rattray Robertson there in the centre of the course. The 2 heat winners, of course, lanes 4 and 5, as they do head up towards the half distance mark now. Also one of the scullers from Shepparton do look to be in our top 3. That would have been Anna Chalkley of Shepparton in lane 7, who went through very much in medal contention at the halfway mark of the race, along with the sculler from Corio Bay, Ariel Vanderpoel, and Emily Rouse from Richmond. Just shading Penny Rattray Robertson, the first of 2 scullers from Footscray City in this final of the female C-grade single scull. So through with about 350 metres now to race in this one, and there's probably still 4 or 5 chances for the medals in this race. You would have to think a couple of scullers on the outside of the course have dropped back in the field, but the middle 5 lanes certainly very much in contention. The Richmond scull there, Emily Rouse, still moving through strongly. Beside her is Penny Rattray Robertson, one of the heat winners from Footscray City, with a little bit of ground still to make up. Ariel Vanderpoel of Corio Bay is well placed, and Anna Chalkley leading Emily Belcher in the battle of the 2 scullers from the Shepparton Rowing Club as well. So our medalists will come from those 4 or 5 athletes, it would seem, who are spread out across a large part of the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre now as they go past the last of the yellow markers. So a quarter of the race remains, just under 250 metres now, in fact. Emily Rouse from Richmond out there in lane 2, but the sculler on this side from Shepparton may well have the race lead now. That's Anna Chalkley. Just need to correct the steering a little. She's getting very close to the line of boys on her bow side as she looks to move back towards the centre of the lane, but doesn't seem to have cost her a great deal of position on the course, and very close behind those 2 for 3rd. Footscray City's Penny Rattray Robertson looks to be moving up alongside Ariel Vanderpoel of Corio Bay as they come through now at about 120 metres to race, and still the Shepparton sculler just has to work on the steering. She may have the narrow race lead, but Claire needs to hold that line right down towards the finish here and not row any extra distance. Emily Rouse of Richmond, on the other hand, right over on the other side of the course, is in that race with her for the gold medal. Certainly Footscray City coming through strongly late here. Penny Rattray Robertson looking very good for the bronze, but it's Shepparton and Richmond, our leading 2 scullers, and Anna Chalkley from Shepparton does stay in front. She has almost a length now on the Richmond sculler. As they hit the line, it'll be Shepparton first. Anna Chalkley takes out the female C-grade single scull. Second goes to Richmond, Emily Rouse. Third will be Penny Rattray Robertson, the sculler from Footscray City. 4th then Ariel Vanderpoel from Corio Bay. 5th place, the second of the Corio Bay scullers there in lane 8. That's Laura Ahern. Followed home by the second Shepparton sculler. That's Emily Belcher in lane 6, who'll finish in 6th place. 7th towards the far side goes to Madison Pascalotto of Corowa, and 8th will be Footscray City Claire McHugh over in lane 1. But it's Shepparton's Anna Chalkley there on lane 7 who takes out the female C-grade single scull. Female B-grade Cox 4, the next race on the course. Field of 6 in that race with the scratching of the crew from Powerhouse. Richmond lane 1, Ballarat High in 2, Carrum in 3, Wendouree Ballarat lane 4, Vacant lane 5, and 2 crews from Melbourne lane 6 and 7. Pretty good line right across the course really in the opening few hundred metres here. Possibly a slight advantage to the Wendouree Ballarat combination there in lane 4. Carrum alongside them. Ballarat High and also Richmond, the 4 crews on that side of the course, and then 2 crews from Melbourne on the northern side. Certainly it is the lane 6 combination leading lane 7. But through 500 metres they will go now, and it is indeed that first of the 2 Melbourne crews with a narrow advantage, but certainly a clear 2 halves to this race really. Melbourne lane 6 and Wendouree Ballarat lane 4 with a lead of a couple of lengths back to the rest of the field, headed by Melbourne lane 7. And then the crews on the far side, Carrum, Ballarat High and also Richmond. But our 2 race leaders are on either side of the vacant lane. So lane 6 is Melbourne, Lucy Wolchak, Peter Rack, Samantha Beveridge, Zoe Ryan and Natalie Webster. And lane 4, Wendouree Ballarat, Kelly Egan, Lauren Salter, Alice Fenson O'Shea, Rebecca Gribble and Ashlyn Hall, coached by Sam Hutchinson, the crew there from Wendouree Ballarat. But look to be sitting certainly in second place now behind our race leaders from Melbourne. And then the bronze medal looks to be fought out between Melbourne lane 7 and that flotilla of crews still on the far side of the course, headed by Carrum from Ballarat High and also Richmond. So Melbourne it is in the concluding stages here of the female B-grade Cox 4. Melbourne leading Wendouree Ballarat by what seems to be a boat length or so now, and looking set for 2 spots on the podium here, 2 medals in the event, if their lane 7 crew can maintain their advantage over Carrum, who in turn lead Ballarat High and also Richmond. Melbourne lane 6, Wendouree Ballarat lane 4, maybe a little less than a length down the margin between these 2 crews, but certainly still a discernible lead there to the Melbourne combination. But Wendouree Ballarat trying to close that gap late in the race. They are inside the red boys already of the final 100 metres. So Melbourne's lead, you'd think, should be enough from there with about 5 or 6 strokes to go to complete the 1,000-metre course here at the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre. The Melbourne crew in lane 6, Wendouree Ballarat trying to close late in the race, but the margin still sits at about 3/4 of a length as Melbourne go across and take the win in the female B-grade Cox 4. Melbourne first, Wendouree Ballarat will finish in second place, and Melbourne will indeed take 2 of the 3 steps on the podium with a narrow 3rd place finish there on lane 6, just ahead of the crew from Carrum, who will finish in 4th. 5th then will be Ballarat High, and 6th the crew from Richmond. So race 57, the female B-grade Cox 4 Championship of Victoria. It's won by the Melbourne Rowing Club crew racing on lane 6. Congratulations to our medalist and our gold medalist there in the female C-grade single scull, Anna Chalkley from Shepparton, the winner of that race, just with her gold medal now on the presentation podium. So congratulations to her. Also Emily Rouse of Richmond in silver medal, and Penny Rattray Robertson from Footscray City, the bronze medalist in the female C-grade single scull. Congratulations there to our place getters and our Victorian champion, Anna Chalkley from the Shepparton Rowing Club.
You got any water?
Presentation is coming shortly for the female B-grade Cox 4. Only a couple of races before another half hour or so break in the program. We have the female under 17 coxed quad scull, which is lining up there at the 1,000-metre start. As you can see for those on the live stream, almost a line there between the 8 crews in this race. So a big field of this female under 17 coxed quad scull. They'll be on their way shortly. The Parrot double scull The last race of this session of racing. And then we resume for the final set of races at 2:55. We wait for the start of race 58. The medals are being presented for race 57. We congratulate our place getters in that race. Two crews from Melbourne Rowing Club, both on the presentation pontoon at the moment. Their third place crew have received their bronze medals. That was the lane 7 combination. Adele Ewing, Hilary Newstead, Jess Hergott, Chelsea Krauser, and Jeremy Hofstede, the bronze medalist. The silver medalists coming in shortly are the Wendouree Ballarat combination of Kelly Egan, Lauren Salter, Alice Svensson O'Shea, Rebecca Gribble, and Ashlyn Hall, coached by Sam Hutchinson. They're about to receive their silver medals. And the gold medalists, also from the Melbourne Rowing Club, the crew of Lucy Walchak, Peter Rack, Samantha Beveridge, Zoe Ryan, and Natalie Webster. Congratulations to our place getters and Victorian champions, Melbourne Rowing Club, in the female B grade coxed 4. With impeccable timing, as that presentation is just about concluded, we are racing in race 58, the female under 17 coxed quad scull. Several crews here from Ballarat. In fact, really the length and breadth of Victoria represented here, and even in fact a crew from New South Wales in Corowa. But the field is Wendouree Ballarat, lane 1, Albert Park College from Melbourne in 2, Corowa in 3, Gippsland Grammar composite crew, so it's Gippsland Grammar and Mercantile racing in lane 4, Ballarat Clarendon lane 5, Hamilton and Alexandra College from Western Victoria in lane 6, Albert Park College again in lane 7, and Ballarat Clarendon with 2 crews in this race as well, are racing in lane 8. So they're through the first couple of 100 metres of this race, the final of the women's under 17 quad scull. Been advised we have hit 32 degrees, which means we are now in a situation of a level 1 heat alert, and that means for all rowers until that alert is withdrawn, rowers and crews in several categories are strongly advised to follow the heat management measures for competitors. This decision by Rowing Victoria will allow these rowers and crews to continue racing based on the assumption these measures are followed, and those affected categories are all athletes who are under 16 years old, all athletes competing in under 15 C grade or beginner events, all athletes competing in mixed events, and athletes competing in masters events. So all those athletes are strongly advised to follow the heat management measures for competitors, which are set out on the event website, but I'll quickly summarise too that rowers to the start of their race should take a minimum of 500 millilitres of water with them to consume before they race. Rowers should not be on the water more than 30 minutes prior to the start time of their event. Rowers should row directly to the start of their event and not do an extended warm-up. And coaches and crews are expected to monitor the welfare of all coxswains to ensure they are properly hydrated and sun protected. So we now have a level 1 heat alert, and those younger and C-grade beginner mixed athletes are strongly advised to follow the heat management measures for all competitors. You can see the wind is coming up too, the dust blowing over the course once again as we near the end of the female under 17 coxed quad scull. The crew in front looks to be the Gippsland Grammar Mercantile composite crew there in the centre of the course with the colours of Mercantile there in the bow seat. Kate McNeil from Mercantile, along with Scarlett Tavaski, April Harrison, Tilly Fox and Lucy Hodges from Gippsland Grammar School. And they would have a length or so, it seems, that crew on a really good race for the second and third places. Hamilton and Alexandra in there in the battle for the silver and bronze medals, along with the crew from Ballarat Clarendon in the centre of the course. Corowa there as well. And over on the far side, Wendouree Ballarat. So really close, certainly, for the minor medals, but Gibson Grammar and Mercantile well clear here on lane 4. The female under-17 Cox Squad Scull. They lead us by a length and a half. Probably Corowa narrowly second. Ballarat, Clarendon, or Hamilton and Alexandra in the centre of the course. Albert Park College are there as well. A great race for the bronze medal coming up. The win will go the way of Gibson Grammar and Mercantile as they come across the finish line now. Second certainly will go to Corowa, and it's a four-way go for the bronze medal. Ballarat, Clarendon, Hamilton and Alexandra. Albert Park College there as well. This will surely need a photo. They hit the line, maybe lane 5, maybe Ballarat, Clarendon, but I'm not sure. Albert Park College were close as well in a photo finish. Hamilton and Alexandra were there, as were Wendouree Ballarat on the far side of the course. We'll let the judges sort that one out to get an official result. 7th place will go to lane 8. That's Ballarat, Clarendon. And 8th will go to Albert Park College, racing on lane 2. So either end of the race was clear, but very tight certainly. About a 3-way photo for 3rd place. Gibson Grammar and Mercantile were our race winners there, that composite crew. Corowa certainly second on lane 3, and we'll await confirmation of 3rd place in the female under-17 Coxed Quad Scull. We do have the Para double scull on its way down the course here as well. So it does look like the Bairnsdale combination, Lagan Joshi and Harrison Singer, who are coached by Lynn Broad, should get the win here. Harrison Singer won the single scull not long ago, or a couple of hours ago. The Para single scull for the Bairnsdale Rowing Club, looking now to do the double in the double scull as well. And the other crew in the race is Tim Hamilton and Corey McGrath from Sale. And well done to Bairnsdale there, the winners of the Para double scull, Lagan Joshi and Harrison Singer, ahead of Tim Hamilton and Corey McGrath from Sale. And so we can continue with the presentations. I can put the Albert Park crew out of their misery. They did come 3rd, the Albert Park crew, in lane 7 in the female under-17 Cox Quad Scull. Hanging desperately close to the presentation pontoon. They will receive the bronze medals for that race. It was officially Gibson Grammar and Mercantile first. Corowa in 2nd place, and lane 7, Albert Park College, just edging out lane 5, Ballarat Clarendon, and then in 5th place it was lane 6, Hamilton and Alexandra. So a very close go between 3 crews there for 3rd, 4th and 5th. But Albert Park College will take the bronze medal, Corowa the silver, and the gold will go the way of the Gibson Grammar and Mercantile composite crew. Medals being presented currently to the gold medalist, the female under 17 quad scull. Gibson and Mercantile crew, Kate Steele, Scarlett Tabassi, April Harrison, Tilly Fox, and Lucy Hodges, the gold medalist in that race. The Corridor crew will receive their silver medals. Imogen Tomlinson, Evangeline Broad, Summer Toby, Anastasia McFarlane, and Sienna McFarlane, coached by Wes County, and Emily Kidd. And the bronze medalists already off with their medals from Albert Park College. That very tight three-way photo finish with the bronze going to Albert Park. Isabel Perkins, Jocelyn Doig, Coco Jones, Michaelia Stapleton, and Indigo Brown. Coached by Eric Schrader. Congratulations to our medalists, the Victorian champions, Gippsland Grant and Mercantile, female under 17 coxed quad scull.
Dogs out rolling, I guess. Yeah, I got the dogs out.
That's not fun. Same fun as always. Same fun. Yeah, yep, twice. Yeah,
Go help them set up for the race. They need the power gel up now.
Well done, Megan. Well done, Harry.
He's got the four, he's still got the four to do. What's C grade? Yeah. Any tips for stroking the form?
The presentation of the medals now for the winning crew in the Para Double Scull Championship of Victoria. That race has gone to the Benzal Rowing Club, Lagan Jockey and Harrison Singer. Harrison Singer, 2 gold medals today, winning a single scull earlier, now has taken up the double scull as well, in company with Lagan Jockey. That crew is coached by Lynn Broad. The Benzal crew received their medals there. Also recognise the sail crew that finished in second place, Tim Hamilton and Corey McGrath. Coming with the pontoon too for a quick boat change. It looks as well the sail combination. So race 59 concluded. The Para Double Scull has been won by Benzal. We do have again a slight pause in the program for the next 30 minutes or so. Just a reminder of those couple of earlier announcements, particularly concerning the level 1 heat policy alert, which does require athletes in certain categories to pay particular attention to the heat management requirements. It's a rather warm day out there. It's over 32, now 33 degrees by my measure at least. So we do encourage all crews to review those heat management guidelines for the event, particularly crews in those younger mixed and masters categories. Strongly recommended to follow those heat management guidelines. Level 1 heat alert situation. And also, please be aware of the increasing wind and make sure you do secure your tents. So the wind does pick up a little. And please ensure your tents are properly secured right through to the end of the regatta. Conditions still reasonably comfortable for rowing, he says, from the comfort of the air-conditioned and fully enclosed commentary box, but it has been a very, very good weekend here at the Yamby Lakes Regatta Centre so far. And that does bring us to the end of the third session of racing. We pause for the afternoon tea break here. The next 30 minutes or so, a slightly more sedate program than yesterday's 106 race Odyssey, but we still have 16 races to go. The Victoriaa State Championship Regatta for 2023, which does commence race 60 at 2:55 as we commence the heats of the male B-grade coxed quad scull.
I was interested too in that photo finish earlier for third place in the women's under 17 coxed scull. The official results just come through on the rowing manager's site, and tell you there was 0.95 of a second between third and sixth position, so under a second between four crews there. And Albert Park College took the bronze medal away just 500ths of a second, 0.05, so certainly I think that's the closest finish of the regatta so far. Just 500ths of a second separated Albert Park College and Ballarat Clarendon in the race for the bronze medal there. And then a further 0.21 of a second back to Hamilton and Alexandra in fifth place, and a relatively large 0.69 of a second then to Wendouree Ballarat across on the far side of the course, who finished in sixth place. But quite incredible there, the times in that race. 58, the women's under 17 coxed scull. So Gibson, Grammar and Mercantile, the race winners there. A good margin, over 6 seconds in fact. Similarly, Corowa comfortable in second place, but 0.95 of a second separated third to sixth, and just 500ths of a second got Albert Park College to the bronze over Ballarat. A great finish there in the women's under 17 coxed scull. A reminder, of course, you can find all the results from the entire state championship regatta on the Rowing Victoria website too, if you want to look back and compare times and margins. And we understand too the live streaming footage to stay online after the regatta. I'm told that there were close to 6,000 views on yesterday's live stream during the day, and the number increased overnight, and as obviously some of the athletes go home and do like to review the footage of their racing. So it's been great to be part of the live streaming for days 2 and 3 of the state championship regatta. I'm going to leave you now for the final section of racing in the very safe hands of Geraldine Goss, who will call the last 16 races of the Rowing Victoria State Championship Regatta for 2023. You've enjoyed most of the regatta so far, but 16 races still to come, starting in about 20 minutes' time. I hope you enjoy a rowing free long weekend next weekend, of course, before the serious business continues with the head of the schoolgirls, the Scotch Mercantile Regatta, and the heads of the river all to come over the next 3 weeks, both at Geelong and here at the Gambie. Racing will resume in 22 minutes with the first heat of the male B-grade coxed scull.
everybody to the final session of the 3-day Victorian State Championships. And the first race has started off now. This is heat 1 of the male B-grade coxed quad scull. So there's been a scratching. There are only 4 crews now in this race. In lane 2 we have Richmond with John Hellerstadt, Pavel Over and John Carey, Dennis Beck, coxed by Lucy Hubbard. In lane 3 is Sale, Thomas Condren, Lindsay Hamilton, Tim Hamilton and Andrew Duffield, coxed by Freya Hamilton. In lane 4 is Cora, Simon McFarlane, Eric Hogan, Lockie Hogan, Bradley Pearsall, coxed by Harvey McFarlane, coached by Wes Haney, doing a great job there at Cora. Hamilton and Alexandra, Henry Russell, Daniel Duffy, Malachi Duggan and Clyde Innes, coxed by Adam Cameron. So they've started off, they've covered the first 250 in this race. Looks like a fairly even spread across the field. Lane 4, Coral are just inching ahead of the others, but there's plenty of time yet. Still in the, just past the 750, so it's the 750 metres to go in this 1K race. First heat of the men's B-grade coxed quad scull. And it looks like perhaps Coral is inching ahead with Sale beside them. Over there, the Richmond crew keeping up as well in lane 1. And lane 6, Hamilton and Alexandra also perhaps falling a little bit behind. They're coming up towards the 500 metre mark now. We'll see who's in the lead there. Still fairly close across the field. Only 3 will go through to the final, so I'll have to make sure that they're in the first 3. So through to the 500 now, it looks like the Corowa crew's in front. Next is the Sale crew, and in 3rd place, Richmond, with Hamilton and Alexander a little bit behind. They'll have to do some work if they're going to close that gap. Into the 3rd 250 of this race now, Corowa is still leading. Looking to extend their lead a little bit, but the Sale crew not letting them get ahead too much. Both crews pushing a little bit away from Richmond here. Really tidy rowing going on there. Terrific, particularly from this Corowa crew. It looks like a very steady long stroke. They're well clear in the lead now with the Sale crew, and over there in 3rd place is Richmond. But as they approach the 250, it's going to be between Sale and Corowa to take out the line honours for this race. We're into the last 250 metres now. Corowa is still ahead of this race. There's stamp their authority on it. They want to take the line on us over Sale in 2nd place. About 150 metres to go now. And Richmond back in 3rd place. So the qualifying spots are well decided as the first group comes through the last 100 metres. It's through the red boys now. Sale in 2nd place. Good to see folks from down Gippsland Way. And some nice solid rowing there from the Corowa crew. Looking very tidy. Also the Sale crew, they can relax a little bit now for the final stages of this heat. They know they'll go through to the final, which will be at a bit later in this session. And Sale crosses the line now. In 3rd place will be the Richmond crew. And finally, the Hamilton and Alexandra crew of Henry Russell, Daniel Duffy, Malachi Duggan and Clyde Innes, coxed by Adam Cameron, just taking the last few strokes of this first heat in the male B-grade coxed quad scull. So we'll see those 3 crews in the final later on. That final will be at 3:40. So we've got the 2nd heat of the male B-grade coxed quad scull just lining up now. It's a little bit breezier now, so a little bit more difficulty in lining up the crews exactly. We have 5 crews in this race and 3 will go through to the final. So we've got in lane 2, Banks, with Samuel Doble, Lachlan Power, Alexander Mackey and Tom Marshall, coxed by Charlotte Lawrence. In lane 3, Ballarat Clarendon, Nick Young, Dougal Pritchard, Thomas Freeman, Patrick Harris, coxed by Tilla Baines. In lane 4, Hamilton and Alexandra, another crew from there. Well done, people. Angus Stewart, Harry Dory, Hugo Dabbering, Will Merrin, coxed by Jake Alexander. And in lane 5, Richmond, Will Golding, coach and rower, Isaac Bellamy, Benjamin Wardle and Patrick Cooks, coxed by Derek Begg. And in lane 6, St Patrick's College, Charlie Elliott, Brendan Hackwill, Cooper Neal, James Clark and Noah Cagaran coxing there. So they've started racing now in this race 61, the second heat of the male B-grade coxed quad scull. Still fairly even across the field in the early stages of this race. Looks like perhaps the Richmond crew inching in front a little bit over in lane 5, but lane 1 Banks is staying with them as well. Only 3 places up for grabs in the final here, so these crews will be focusing on getting into those top 3 places. You've got to be in it to win it. They've gone through the first 250 of the race. Still a fairly even spread. Possibly Richmond in front, but Hamilton and Alexander are putting on a little bit of speed next to them, as are Ballarat Clarendon. Nobody wants to let this race go, although the St Pat's College have dropped back a little bit. Still a way to go. Crews approaching the 500, and it's clearly the Richmond crew in front at the 500, and then they're fairly even spread across the field. The St Pat's College have put on a bit of a surge. Most crews will put on a bit of a push through the 500, and Richmond is inching ahead a little bit further now. We've got really Hamilton, Alexander, Ballarat, Clarendon and Banks are really lined up in a row and a little bit further back to St Pat's College, but there's still not a lot in it. Only 3 places will go through to the final, so each crew is going to really battle this out. St Pat's certainly have lifted their rating, lifted their power. They're trying to close that gap with Hamilton and Alexander in the middle of the field. It looks like Banks in second place. Ballarat Clarendon dropped back a little bit. But the Richmond guys are powering it down now as they go through the last 250 metres of this race. Banks putting on a bit of a foot push. They're going to fight for the line honours, but I think Richmond's still ahead. At the moment, Hamilton are in third place. Looks like they're putting on a bit of a power surge too, and I think the first 3 place getters are probably already set. Those Hamilton and Alexander really finishing brilliantly, and St Pat's College too really coming through, but they're through the red boys. Richmond, it looks like, will hang on for the win in this heat to go through to the final. Fabulous finish by St Pat's College here in lane 6. They're going to take second or third spot actually. They'll probably get up for second. Very tight for second and third between St Pat's College and Hamilton and Alexandra, with Banks in 4th place and Ballarat Clarendon in 5th place. So the final placings for that B-grade Cox Quad Scull final are now set, and that race will be at 3:40. That's going to be another cracker of a final. It's a really nice solid row from all crews in that. It was quite an exciting race for a heat. A little bit of wind blowing up now. It's dusty. The next race on the program is the male A-grade single scull heat 1. There are 2 heats in this event, and 4 scullers will go through to the final in this race 62, the first of the male A-grade single sculls. Looks like they're underway now. We have in lane 1 from Essendon Sven Hooterman. In lane 2, Ballarat Grammar Lockie Heath. Lane 3, Wendouree Ballarat Joshua Matheson, coached by Sam Hutchinson and Paul Blanchfield. In lane 4 from Gippsland Grammar Curtis Wilmot. Lane 5, St Patrick's College Angus Murfitt. And in lane 8, Gippsland Grammar Evan Lewis. Great to see a lot of Gippsland Grammar scullers here today. Very well represented in the male single sculling events, as are the various Ballarat scullers. So they're through the first 250 now. Looks like perhaps St Pat's College Angus Murphy in lane 5 in the lead, but over in Essendon, Sven Hudeman doing really well as they approach the 500. Still a fairly spread across the field. I think St Patrick's College here in lane 5, Angus Murphy seems to be in front just a little bit, and keeping up with him is Essendon's Sven Huteman. A little bit further back to Wendouree Ballarat, Joshua Matheson, and Ballarat Grammar's Lockie Heath. As the Scullers approach the last 250 metres of this race, Gippsland Grammar Sculler in lane 8 also in it. It's going to be a very tight heat, only 4 places up for grabs. But they're going to fight it out. It's not over yet. So these scullers will want to make sure that they get themselves through to the final, but without expending too much energy in the heat, because it's clearly going to be quite a competitive final as well. Into the last 250, where you really start feeling the pain if you haven't already. And it looks like Essendon's taken the lead now, and the Essendon Sculler leading. Looks like very even between Ballarat Grammar and Wendouree Ballarat for second place. In third place now is St Pat's College Angus Murphy, with Gippsland Grammar Evan Lewis in fourth place. Coming through the red boys to the last few strokes, and the Wendouree Ballarat Scullers put on a very solid push to go through first, followed in second place by Ballarat Grammar and third place Essendon. Very close there between third and fourth, Essendon and St Pat's College Angus Murphy. So well done, guys. Very exciting heat. It'll be another great final. This is the second heat of the male A-grade single scull underway. Well underway, actually. They've already gone through the 500. We've got in lane 1 from Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis. In lane 2, Rhys Davey from Essendon. In lane 4 is Ballarat Grammar, Oliver Harris. Lane 6, Ballarat Grammar, Charlie Savage. And lane 7, Ballarat Grammar, Jonty Fall. So 4 of these scullers will go through to the final. Still a fairly even spread, although it looks like lane 2, Essendon edging in front as they pass through with about 400 metres left in this race. Fairly tight between Essendon's Rhys Davey and Yarra Yarra's Nick Inglis, as well as Ballarat Grammar's Oliver Harris. There's not a lot in it, and also very strongly having a very strong push is Ballarat Grammar's Jonty Fall in lane 7. It's going to be quite an even spread across this race. In fact, Jonty Fall is I think inched ahead a little bit in lane 7. Like second place is Yarra Yarra, but as they come through the last 250 metres, it looks like it's between those 3 scullers, Yarra Yarra, Nick Inglis, Essendon, Rhys Davey, and Ballarat Grammar's Jonty Fall. To take out the first 3, at the moment in fourth place is Ballarat Grammar's Oliver Harris, and in fifth, Ballarat Grammar's Charlie Savage. He'll have to do a bit of work if he's going to claim a spot in the final. Not looking like it. Scared it's going to be another very close finish and another cracker final as these 3 scullers fighting it out for the line honours. Jonty Fall in lane 7 is really putting on a bit of a surge. He wants to win this race. No doubt practising these last 100 metres, how he's going to row that in the final, and he's going to cross the line in first place. Super strong finish by Ballarat Grammar's Charlie Savage, and it's going to be fairly close. In second place, I think it's going to be Essendon. It looks like Charlie Savage has got up for third place in lane 6 there. So fantastic row, guys. That was a really tricky one, and we've had someone go in for a swim. Easy to do in a single scull, especially after putting in such an amazing effort. So that was a really hard race for those guys. Again, that's going to be an amazing, hard-fought final. Umpire's going out to assist the sculler. And other scullers showing a great deal of courtesy, waiting to make sure that he's okay before they move on. They're just waiting now for the all clear. It's quite a skill to be learned to get back into a boat. It might take a few moments. Did you know that a moment is a real thing? It's a unit of time. It's an ancient unit of time, measured from the time that a sundial takes to go from one marker to the other, which is approximately 90 seconds, which is probably longer than most of us think of as a moment, but you've learned something today. And don't forget to be sun smart when Ngambie turns on weather like this. Australia having the highest rate of skin cancer in the world, with 1 in 3 Australians developing it in their lifetime. So don't be one of those. Make sure you stay in the shade. Put a hat on, put some sunscreen on. That hole in the ozone layer of Australia is doing no one any favours. So just waiting for the lineup of the next, which is the last set of heats, which is the female B-grade single scull. There'll be 2 heats in this event and 4 scullers will go through to the final. Good to see that Ballarat Grammar's Oliver Harris back in the boat now, and we're looking at the start of the first heat of the female B-grade single scull. In lane 1 we've got Corio Bay's Stella Benson. In lane 2 from Nestles, Emma van Dijnhoven. In lane 3 from Cora, Julie Underwood. In lane 4, Lily Rose Hall Kraus from Ngambie. In lane 6, Fiona Abbott from Carrum with coach Drew Holman. And in lane 7 from Windaree Ballarat, Leanne Martin. So first of the 2 heats, 4 scullers will go through. Looks like they've started racing. Probably a little bit windier down in the start. You can see a bit of dust blowing up. The wind has definitely blown up. Often not till you get to the point does it really settle down a bit. But the race is on here. It's still a very even spread across the field. Actually, that was a mistake. They were just paddling up to the line. So they're in the hands of the starter now. A little breezy, so it does blow these single sculls around a little bit. It'll be a little bit tricky to get them lined up. And then, of course, they have to do a little bit of tapping so that they don't get blown out of their lane too much. So a couple of scratchings in this race. but still 6 scullers, and 4 of these scullers will go through to the final. I think they look like they're lined up nicely now. And now they're racing.
Are you an under 18 athlete who has some ability in coxing or rowing? Then you should consider nominating for the Vic Pathway 8. This gives you an amazing opportunity to meet, train and row with peers and represent your state. Are you a coach who would relish the opportunity of coaching a talented crew? Then you can nominate as coach of the Vic Pathway 8. Interested? Go to the Rowing Victoria website where you will find information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches. Go to the Pathway tab, State Teams and follow through to the Pathway 8 State Team. Coach nominations are due on the 22nd of February and athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early so selectors can monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
With Lily Rose Hall Crowes from Nagambie, they look like they're fairly level. Lane 1 Coxed Bay keeping up with them as well, Stella Benson. They're through the first 250 metres. And we'll see who's in front as they start approaching the 500 metre mark. So coming through the 500, it looks like lane 3, Corowa's Julie Underwood is leading the field. And then over here in lane 6, Carum's Fiona Abbott keeping up a good fight there. Leanne Martin from Wendouree Ballarat also rowing very strongly through the 500. It looks like Leanne Martin and Julie Underwood are both a little bit neck and neck now. A little bit difficult to see. Over in lane 1, Stella Benson from Coxed Bay's dropped back a little bit, as has Nestle's Emma van Dijnhoven. But Julie Underwood from Corowa leading it through the middle of the race. About 400 metres to go, 350. Looks like Julie Underwood in lane 3. Over lane 7, Wendouree Ballarat's Leanne Martin coming back after knee surgery, doing a wonderful job out here in the single scull today. Actually, as they come a bit closer, it's clearly actually Nagambie's Lily Rose Hall Crowes, lane 4, who's leading the pack. Julie Underwood's back in 2nd place, about level with Leanne Martin in lane 7, but the Nagambie scull are really putting some distance between herself and the rest of the field now, rowing very strongly as she's gone through there's about 150 metres to go. She's really pushing away from the rest. Julie Underwood's still in 2nd place, fighting it out with Leanne Martin, and in 4th place at the moment is Coxed Bay's Stella Benson. But terrific finish here as she comes through the red buoys from Lily Rose. She's going to take these last few strokes and she's going to lead this race, take out 1st place and go into the final of the female B grade single scull. Very strong finishes here from Julie Underwood in lane 3 and Leanne Martin in lane 7. They're going to take out 2nd and 3rd place respectively, and it looks like 4th place is going to go to lane 2, lane 1, Coxed Bay's Stella Benson. We've got Carum's Fiona Abbott just through the red buoys now, taking the last few strokes as Stella Benson from Coxed Bay crosses the line. Fiona Abbott, a few more strokes, and then a little bit back is the Nestle's sculler Emma. Doing a terrific job out there today, ladies. Fantastic effort in the single sculls, and that's the first of the places for the female B grade single scull final decided. The next race will be the last of the heats for the afternoon. It will be the second heat of the female B grade single scull. There are 7 entrants in race 65 and there are 4 places for the final. In lane 1 is Corio Bay's Beatrix Hearn. In lane 2, Coral's Adelaine Robb. Lane 3, Wendouree Ballarat's Kelly Egan. Lane 4, Mercantile's Janice Kelderman. In lane 5 is Emily Harridge from Powerhouse. In lane 6, her rowing partner Lucinda Rodriguez from Powerhouse. And in lane 7 is Lily Innes Irons from Richmond. So this race is underway now. And it looks like Lily Innes Irons from Richmond, maybe out in front over Coral's Adelaide Robb over there in lane 2. We'll see as they come through the 500. Yes, it was Lily Innes Irons leading through the 500. Over Coral's Adelaide Robb. And then in the middle of the field, it looks like Mercantile's Janice Kelderman in 3rd place, but still a way to go. Over in lane 1, Corio Bay's Beatrix Hearn's dropped back a little bit, as has Wendouree Ballarat's Kelly Egan. But the leaders in this race, it looks like lane 2, Coral's Adelaide Robb. Lane 4 is Mercantile Janice Kelderman and Richmond's Lily Innes Irons over here in lane 7. Putting on a bit of a surge now, Powerhouse's Emily Harridge. They've gone through the last 250 metres left. Looks like the Mercantile Scullers really put on a little bit of power. The Corio Sculler also going with her. Those two are definitely leading the race. They'll fight it out for 1st place. It's going to be very close for 2nd. Quite a spread across the field. And we'll just see as these Mercantile Sculler and the Corio Sculler enter the red buoys. They're in the last 100 metres of this race. Everyone else is putting on a big push. We see Lily Innes Irons over here in lane 7 is really putting on a push in this last 100 metres or so of the race. It's really going to be a fight out for third and 4th places. Emily Harridge from Powerhouse doesn't want to give it up either. But we're going to see the Mercantile and Corio. Looks like the Mercantile Sculler Janice Kelderman's going to take it through for 1st place unless Lily Innes Irons gets her on the post. Very close between 1st and 2nd. 3rd is Corio was Adelaide Robb, and 4th is Emily Harridge from Powerhouse. So well done, ladies. Crossing now is Wendouree Ballarat's Kelly Egan. Last few strokes from Corio Bay's Beatrix Hearn, and Powerhouse's Lucinda Rodriguez now crossing the line. So quite a close heat. Well done, ladies. The last of the female B grade scull final places are decided, and that race will be at 4:10. It's going to be a cracker. Don't miss that one. The next race will be race 66. The first of our finals. So the rest of the races for this afternoon are all finals. The male A grade 8 is going to be fought out by 2 crews from Mercantile. There'll be Dean Katsavelis, Ben Worth, Nicholas Cronenberg, Michael Kelly, Patrick Somerville, Sam Wilson, Max Neve, Zachary Bowen, and coxed by Jamie Hoopman. And from Damascus College, Jet Incol, Connell Seal, Hunter Bennett, Harrison Kennett, Flynn Rivet, Cooper Reid, Rowan Shilito, Wycombe Henderson, and coxed by Matilda Watt, coached by Stephen Wood and Paul Blanchfield.
back over in this bell.
So welcome to those people watching on the live stream. It's been a great day of racing here. It's been a magnificent 3 days of racing actually, with magnificent weather. Not always like that at Ngambie. But we've certainly been very fortunate to enjoy it. Just waiting for the lineup for this next race, the male A grade 8. Not due till 3:30, so a little bit ahead of time. Looks like they're racing here now in this male A grade 8 between Mercantile in lane 4 and Damascus College in lane 5. Nope, incorrect. They're just rowing to the start here. Yeah, actually these crews are just making their way down to the starters line. So a bit of paddling going on, but it was really just coming down to the start. Two boats in this final of the male A grade 8. Damascus College come down from Ballarat for this race, and Mercantile, who we saw a dominant performance in the male B grade 8 earlier. And now they've started both of these A grade crews. Both very quick off the start. Terrific start by both boats. Both boats rating fairly high in the early stage of this race, trying to get a bit of a lead on the other boat. Very even so far. As they come down past the 750 mark, into the second 250 metres of this race, looks still fairly even, maybe Mercantile edging a little bit in front. Damascus 8 doing their very best to stay with them. Still very even, perhaps Mercantile edging ahead a little bit. We'll see who's going to go through the 500 metre mark first. Crew's trying to stay very close together, but it will be Mercantile leading through the 500 metre mark. In fact, they've got a length now on the Damascus College crew. They're doing a really solid push now, Mercantile, trying to put a bit of distance between them and the schoolboys. This is where they really need to do a solid push. The boys really need to dig deep and find something and not let this Mercantile crew get away from them. It is Mercantile leading as they come through with about 300 metres to go. Mercantile crew in the lead. Dean Katsavilis, Ben Worth, Nicholas Cronenberg, Michael Kelly, Patrick Somerville, Sam Wilson, Max Neve and Zachary Bowen. Coxed by Jamie Hoopman. You can see the dust blowing up off the pathway now. It's getting a little bit windy, but Mercantile still leading over Damascus College, Jet Incole, Connell Searle, Hunter Bennett, Harrison Kennett, Flynn Rivet, Cooper Reid, Rowan Shalito, Wycombe Henderson, Coxed by Matilda Watt. But it's Mercantile as they've gone through the last 250 metres of the race, clearly in the lead now by a couple of lengths. And they're going to push solidly through, approaching the red boys now. They're in the last 100 metres, but a fantastic effort by this schoolboy crew from Damascus College. Really have to applaud that. But it's going to be Mercantile extending their lead a little bit, rowing very solidly as they just have a few strokes to go. And they're going to cross the line in first place. They'll be the state champions of the male A grade 8. But really well done, Damascus College. Fantastic effort for a schoolboy crew. Should be really pleased with that effort. So well done to both crews. So that was the first of the finals, and then Mercantile will come around and receive their gold medal. Unfortunately, the rules dictate that you don't get a silver medal if there are only two, although I think we'd all agree that Damascus boys deserve one. You can see how spent the guys are. They've really put a lot of effort into that race.
They actually raced really well.
But Mercantile, they certainly had a good day today in the men's 8s, winning both the A and B grade men's 8. So the next race will be the final of the female B grade 8. There are 3 crews in this race. In lane 3 we've got Gippsland Grammar, Lily Canfield, Ruby Lindrea, Anastasia Bugar, Zoe Hornline, Zahara Rose, Beatty, April Henderson, Tilly Fox, Hannah Roberts, coxed by Kayla Young. The Melbourne Rowing Club crew of Megan Small, Hilary Newstead, Adele Ewing, Sam Beveridge, Bea Klein van Mollicum, Zoe Ryan and Lucy Walzak, Peter Rack, coxed by Jeremy Hoffseed. And for Richmond, we've got Christine Sullivan, Victoria Marr, Kaylee Manzi, Emily Rouse, Alexandra Lawler, Beth Rosenberg, Sam Leslie and Sarah Horton, coxed by Philip Tran. 3 boats in this race. And they're just in the starter's hand at the moment, lining up. As we just divert to watch the Mercantile gentlemen receive their gold medal for winning the men's A Grade 8. So the 3 crews in the female B Grade 8 in the starter's hands at the moment, just lining them up. And they're racing now in the final of the women's B Grade 8. Good start by all crews. A little bit windy down there at the start, so very solid start and some lovely blade work by all 3 crews. And a very even spread across the field, but it's very early stages. Looks like perhaps the Melbourne Rowing Club crew have edged in front.
Second stroke side. Second stroke side. Second stroke side. Bring it close here. Sue wants to say well done.
It looks like Melbourne Rowing Club out in front in this race. Final of the B Grade 8 and fairly level between the Richmond crew and the Gippsland Grammar girls. Perhaps Richmond leading over the schoolgirl crew. And as they come through the 500 metre mark, it is the Melbourne crew in front, almost by a length over Richmond, and it is Melbourne Rowing Gippsland Grammar that will be in 3rd place as they cross through the 500 metre mark. So the 2 clear race leaders over the schoolgirl crew now, but Melbourne Rowing Club leading as they enter the 3rd 250 of this race. Trying to put on a push now and put some real distance between themselves and the Richmond crew, which they are doing. Pulling away a little bit now, the Melbourne crew. Got about 400 metres to go. Very similar rating here between the Melbourne and the Richmond crews. And Melbourne probably getting a little bit, few centimetres more out of every stroke as they approach the last 250 metres of this race. They're still in front. Richmond in 2nd place and the Gippsland Grammar crew in 3rd place. 250 metres to go now. Actually, Richmond are trying to put up quite a fight in the last 250, but Melbourne have also lifted, determined to hold them off. It's going to be a good finish, but they're well into the last 250 metres with the Melbourne crew still in front. Richmond really trying to put on a push, but they can't match Melbourne right at the moment. As the Melbourne Rowing Club crew approaches the Red Boys are in the last 100 metres of this race, they can see that they've put some distance now between themselves and the Richmond crew. They're over a length of difference. In those last few strokes, they're going to carry this race off through the line. And there we have it, the Melbourne Rowing Club, last few strokes, they're going to cross the line in 1st place with Richmond Rowing Club in 2nd place to take the silver medal. And the Gippsland Grammar crew, schoolgirl crew. Well done, girls, coming down from Sale to take out third place in the female B grade 8. So that's the Melbourne crew of Megan Small, Hilary Newstead, Adele Ewing, Sam Beveridge, Klein Van Mollicum, Zoe Ryan, Lucy Walzak and Peter Rack, coxed by Jeremy Hofstede. A very solid win there over Richmond's Christine Sullivan, Victoria Mark, Hayley Manzi, Emily Rouse, Alex Lawler, Beth Rosenberg, Sam Leslie and Sarah Horton, coxed by Philip Tran. And very well done to the Gippsland Grammar girls, Lily Canfield, Ruby Lindrea, Anastasia Bugar, Zoe Hornline, Zaharosi Beatty, April Harrison, Tilly Fox, Hannah Roberts, coxed by Kayla Young. Well done, girls. Good to see you out rowing in the grade events. And good to see so many young crews here enjoying the sport of rowing. And well done to both those crews. The next race is the final of the B grade Cox Quad Scull, and we saw some very good heats, so it's going to be quite an exciting final. We've got in lane 1 Hamilton and Alexandra, Henry Russell, Daniel Duffy, Malachi Duggan, Clyde Innes, coxed by Adam Cameron. In lane 2 is Richmond, John Hellerstadt, Pavel Oberon, John Carey, Dennis Beck, coxed by Lucy Hubbard. In lane 3, St Patrick's College, Charlie Elliott, Brendan Hackwell, Cooper Neal, James Clark, coxed by Noah Cargaran. In lane 4 is Richmond's Will Golding, Isaac Bellamy, Ben Wardle and Patrick Cook, coxed by Derek Begg. In lane 5, Cora was Simon McFarlane, Eric Hogan, Lockie Hogan, Bradley Pearsall, Harvey McLean with the cox, and the coach is Wes Canny. And again from Sale, Thomas Condren, Lindsay Hamilton, Tim Hamilton, Andrew Duffield, coxed by Camden Bayer. And in lane 7, Hamilton and Alexandra, Angus Stewart, Harry Dorey, Hugo Dabbering, Will Merrin, coxed by Jake Alexander. So we saw some really close heats, so it's going to be a great final, this male B grade. As we just divert to have a look at the medal presentation, the Richmond Rowing Club crew coming in to collect their silver medal, second place in the female B grade 8. Well done, ladies. And the Melbourne Rowing Club crew will come in to collect their gold medals. Again, well done, ladies. A terrific race, that female B grade 8. The next race, the male B grade Cox Quad Scull, are in the starters' hands. In fact, they've started. Solid start again by all crews. Really trying to whip away on the start line. Crews having quite, all the crews seem to have quite a high rating off the start. They'll have to settle a little bit and look for some really solid legs down through the middle. 7 crews in this male B grade Cox Quad Scull. And there's the Melbourne Rowing Club ladies coming in to collect their gold medal. Well done, ladies. Give me a wave. Happy birthday, Peter Rack. A nice birthday present, gold medal at the state championships. But I diverge, we'll go back to the male B grade Cox Quad Scull. And it looks like the Richmond crew in lane 2 may be in the lead. Cora over in lane 5 going with them, as well as the Richmond crew in lane 4. Fairly close between those three. Maybe a little bit ahead, but it's a very close race so far. They've gone through the first 250 metres of the race, and we'll see who's ahead as they approach the 500 metre mark. I think it's going to be the Richmond crew in lane 4. Seem to be putting a little bit of space between themselves and other crews. I know they're very keen to win this one, so is everybody. Well, it's very close as they come through the 500 metre mark. There are 3 crews. The Richmond crew, looks like. Yeah, lanes 4, 5 and 6, very close through the 500 metre mark. A very close race. It's going to be a cracker finish. We've got Cora out there in front. We've got Richmond beside them. They look fairly even. Over here in lane 6, we've got a sail crew also keeping up with them, and it looks like those three crews in the lead into the third 250 of this race. Looking very strong, all three crews. It's going to be a real battle for this. Cora was putting on a real push now as they're drawing ahead a little bit. Richmond trying to stay with them, and the sail crew also. But Cora has really pushed it on. This is Simon McFarlane, Eric Hogan, Lockie Hogan, Bradley Pearsall. Coxed by Harvey McFarlane, really trying to stamp it out as they go through the 250 metres to go. Cora was in front. It looks like Sale is second in lane 6, and Richmond in lane 4 is back in third place. In fourth place, St Pat's College. Richmond over in lane 1, and Hamilton and Alexander in lane 7, but it's Cora leading them as they come through the last 150 metres or so of this race. Sale are really trying to put on a big push, as are the Richmond crew. Not sure if they can make it up now as the Cora crew comes through the red buoys for the last 100 metres. You can see the Richmond and Sale crews really putting on a big push, trying to catch this Cora crew. I don't know if they'll do it, but they're certainly going to battle it out for the silver medal. The last few strokes of this race, and we're going to see Cora across the line in first race. It's a super tight for second place. Super tight, but it looks like Sale's just gotten up over the Richmond crew, who are going to take out the bronze medal. And in fourth place, Hamilton and Alexander in lane 7. St Patrick's College then in lane 3, and Hamilton and Alexander in lane 1. Great to see these it's Richmond over there, lane 2. And we'll wait for the Hamilton crew in lane 1. Great to see these country crews attending state championship regattas. That was a really dominant row by the Cora quad scull. Well done, gentlemen. It was always going to be a great final, but they really pushed through that third 250 and took it away in the last 250. And that's the Cora crew: Simon McFarlane, Eric Hogan, Lockie Hogan, Bradley Pearsall, with Harvey McFarlane coxing, coached by Wes Kenny. Very well done, gentlemen. The next final is the female C-grade Cox Quad Scull. We're expecting another good race here. There are 6 crews in this race. From Cora, we've got lane 2, Madison Pasqualotto, Imogen Tomlinson, Evangeline Broad, Summers Hogan, coxed by Sienna McFarlane, coaches Wes Kenny and Emily Tidd. In lane 3 is Essendon, Polly Jean Butterfield, Gemma Williamson, Mania Aria, Alyssa Mazzerio, coxed by Alyssa Mirabelli, coached by Barry Gardner, Marie-Claire Gemmell and Glenn Bottrell. And in lane 4, another Essendon crew: Kelsey Chatterton, Charlize Adamo, Jade Williamson, Bronte Basil, coxed by Elizabeth Drew, and same coaches. And in 5 Foots Grey City, Leanne Bowes, Amanda Wilson, Penny Rattray Robinson, Leonie Richards, coxed by Deborah Dennis. And in lane 6, Richmond crew: Windling Empitage, Marie Bergman, Ginny High, Dana Hill, coxed by Isabel Season. That's the female C-grade Cox Quad Scull, and that race is underway. Again, a terrific start. I'm expecting a good final here. Still in the early stages. Looks like a fairly even spread across the field, with perhaps the Essendon crews in the middle edging a little bit in front. It looks like Essendon in lane 4 in the lead. As they approach the 500, it's a fairly even race. We've got Cora over in lane 1. We've got Richmond in lane 6 going through. Actually having a terrific push through the 500 metre, and I think they've hit the lead. We're coming to the third 500 metres. It's Cora over in lane 1, Richmond in lane 6. They're both putting up a terrific battle. The Essendon crew in lane 3, 4. Trying to keep up with them as well. The third 250 of this race, still fairly even. All crews trying to assert their dominance in this race, but still very close. We've got Essendon creeping up a little bit further in lane 4 there. Footscray City lane 5 have dropped back a little bit, but Richmond lane 6 very solidly performing. as they and I think Cora are just a little bit out in front though as they approach the last 250 metres of this race. This is where they'll be feeling it. Richmond putting up a good battle. They don't want to let this go. I think it's between Richmond and Cora at this stage, with the Essendon crew in lane 4 in 3rd place. Essendon in lane 3 have dropped back a little bit, as has Footscray City, so I think the first 3 place getters are decided as they go through the last 250. It looks like the Cora crew really pushing away. They've done a magnificent job in the quad sculls today. Cora girls can sense the finish line, but Richmond not going to give up. They're putting on a really solid push through this last 250. Essendon doing the same, trying to stay with Richmond, but it's Cora in the lead as they approach the Red Boys. Everyone really lifting now. Gold medals up for grabs here. Can Richmond close this gap on Cora? The Cora girls determinedly hanging on. Richmond finishing with a flourish to have taken their rating up. The last few strokes of this race can be a super exciting finish. Are the Richmond girls going to get it? I think they may. They're really pushing it through. Cora was tiring, and Richmond are going to cross the line in first place in the female C-grade Cox quad scull. Well done, girls. The second place goes to Cora, and third place goes to Essendon in lane 4. We've got the Footscray girls finishing in a terrific finish in lane 5, and Essendon in lane 3. We'll just cross the line now. That was a terrific row, an exciting race. Well done to the Richmond girls. That was Wanling, Imtaj, Marie Bergman, Jingy High, and Dana Hill, Cox by Isabel Cian. Really finishing with a huge flourish to take out the female C-grade Cox quad scull. Over Cora's Madison Pasqualato, Imogen Tomlinson, Evangeline Broad, Summers Hogan, Cox by Sienna McFarlane had a terrific race. Really cracker race for that and super finish. In third place we had Essendon, Kelsey Chatterton, Charlize Adamo, Jade Williamson, Bronte Basil, Cox by Elizabeth Finn. Well done to the all crews in that super exciting female C-grade Cox quad scull, and to the Victorian champions, the Richmond crew. Well done. Next is race 70. This is the male C-grade double scull final. So there are 8 crews in this race. Again, we're looking for a fairly solid final here. So in Yarra Yarra, we've got Zane Lockley, Gareth McShay in lane 1. For Ballarat Clarendon, we've got Toby Taylor and Joshua Howell, coached by Lauren Murphy in lane 2. In lane 3 is Simon Coker, Thomas King, coached by Drew Holman. In lane 4 is Emil Limsayer, James Merritt, coached by Will Golding. In lane 5 is Keith Wong and Alexander Pupko, coached by Will Golding and Seb Tolboom. In lane 6 is Essendon's Brandon Kennedy and William Drew Finn. Lane 7, Footscray City, Gabriel Tozer, Xavier Poacek, coached by Peter McSweeney. And in lane 8, Bairnsdale's Jeddah Frith and Harrison Singer. Are those crews in the starters' hands now? In fact, they've started this race. Really early push out by both the Yarra Yarra and Clarendon crews over in lane 1 and 2. And we'll just divert for a moment to see the medal presentation for the Victorian State Champions Women's C-grade quad scull going to Richmond. Well done, girls. Really cracker finish to take out that race. But back to the C-grade double scull, and it looks like Yarra Yarra over in lane 1 over Ballarat Clarendon as they go through the 500. It's a very even field. Really putting on a surge now. Over here is Footscray City. So it's a long way from decided yet. It looks like they're in the lead, both Yarra Yarra and Ballarat Clarendon. And lane 4 Richmond also, both Richmond crews, lane 4 and 5, really putting in some effort to stay in this race. Essendon in lane 6 also, it's very close. Lane 7, Footscray City, and Bairnsdale in lane 8 have dropped back a little bit. But still, it looks like Yarra Yarra dominating this race at the moment. They're going to approach the last 250, in the lead over Ballarat Clarendon and over the 2 Richmond crews in the centre of the field. The Carrum crew in lane 3 have dropped back a little bit, as have Essendon. it looks like these 4 boats in contention, as well as Footscray City over in here in lane 7. So as they pass through the last 250, a very even field. Looks like Yarra Yarra still marginally ahead as they go through the 250 metre mark to go. We've got Richmond in lane 5 really putting on a push now, as are Clarendon, but the Yarra Yarra crew are inching away now with every stroke. They're really putting in some power in the last 250 metres of this race. The Ballarat Clarendon crew staying with them, and it's going to be a battle for the 3rd place at the moment between the 2 Richmond crews and Footscray City. They'll be herding now, but Yarra Yarra out in front as they approach the red boys. Ballarat Clarendon are going to put through a really tight finish though. They're going for it, as are Richmond and Footscray City. Look at them, they've really lifted in the final stages of this race. Yarra Yarra holding on at the moment with a few strokes to go. This incredibly fast finishing Footscray crew on this side. It's like Ballarat Clarendon tiring a little bit, but it's going to be the Yarra Yarra crew. Look at Footscray go. It's going to be so close, but I think Yarra Yarra have held on just over Footscray, and Ballarat Clarendon will come in 3rd. I think that's going to be a photo finish, and 4th and 5th to the Richmond crews. What an exciting race, magnificent. Well done, Yarra Yarra. Just held on, Zane Lockley and Gareth McShay, and we'll wait for the placings, not quite sure. Fantastic race there. Finish in the male C-grade double scull. There's the crews there, really spent, congratulating each other. Just waiting for confirmation of the placings there in that C-grade double scull race. As we look towards the next race, which is a combination of the female C pair and the male B pair. In lane 1, Corwus, Elizabeth Sandow and Abby Richards. Lane 2's Hawthorn, George Kean Cohen and Robert Flokus. Lane 3, Hawthorn's Gregory Sullings, Matthew Beale. Lane 5 is Melbourne's Patrick Wellham, Timothy Crooks. Lane 6, Mercantile's Danny Crofton, Nick Bartlett, and in lane 7, Corio Bay's Marcus Tyrrell and Duncan Ashby. Like the races have been switched around. Oh no, this is the pair. Sorry, this is the female combined event of the male B grade pair and the female C grade pair. The female pair is over in lane 1. They've gone through the 500. Looks like the Mercantile crew of Danny Crofton and Nick Bartlett are in front here, together with the Corio Bay crew of Marcus Tyrrell and Duncan Ashby. Over in lane 2, Hawthorn's George Kean Cohen and Robert Flokus staying with them. And in the middle of the field, Melbourne's Patrick Wellham and Timothy Crooks also keeping with them. But it looks like now the Corio Bay crew have taken the lead over the Mercantile crew in lane 6. About 400 metres to go, and now in 3rd place is the Melbourne crew of Patrick Wellham and Timothy Crooks. They're pushing away a little bit though, the Corio crew, as they come to the last 250 metres of this race, followed closely by the Mercantile crew And in third place is Melbourne. The other crews have dropped back a little bit. The Hawthorn crew in lane 2. And Hawthorn in lane 3. And then you can see at the end of the field the Coral crew, the only entry in this female C-grade pair. And it's an exciting finish between the Victoriaa crew and the Mercantile, who are really pushing us in the closing stages of this race. But Victoriaa is going to hang on to win this event. Narrow win by half a length in the end over the Mercantile crew of Danny Crofton and Nick Bartlett. And coming in third place will be Melbourne's Patrick Wellham and Timothy Crooks. So quite a spread in this field. Very tough race, the pair, but really well done. It was neck and neck. Probably Victoriaa leading a little bit, but they managed to hang on to that and cross the line first. And now we see Melbourne crossing the line for the bronze medal. So coming up in fourth place is the Hawthorn crew in lane 2, George Kean Cohen and Robert Flokus, doing a great job in the last few strokes of this male B-grade pair. Very difficult technical boat to row, the pair. And now we're seeing the Hawthorn crew in lane 3, Gregory Sullings and Matthew Beale, also into the Red Boys in the last few strokes of this race. And we'll see the only entrant, unfortunately, in the Corowa C-grade pair, but they will take out the championship medal. They're into the Red Boys. In the last 100 metres of this race is the Coral crew of Elizabeth Sandow and Abby Richards, coached by Wes Canny. And they're now in the very closing stages of this race, the combined male B-grade pair and C-grade pair. B-grade pair won by Victoriaa Bay, Marcus Tyrrell and Duncan Ashby. And the next race is race 72, the female A-grade double scull. There are 6 crews in this race. In lane 2 is Ballarat City's Tia Johns and Tia Broad. In lane 3 is Victoriaa Bay's Ariel Vanderpoel, Molly Clark-Fernandez. In lane 4 is Richmond's Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball, and they're just leading the field as they go through the 500 metre mark. In lane 5, Gippsland Grammar's Ella Gerard, Scarlett Tavesky. In lane 6 is Essendon's Alyssa Mirabelli and Asher Gordon. Lane 7 is Wendouree Ballarat, Alice Stevenson O'Shea and Mackenzie Colt Valdeas. It's the Richmond crew in the middle of the field as they're in the third 250 of this race, leading over the Gippsland Grammar crew. Richmond in lane 4, Gippsland Grammar in second place in lane 3, followed very closely by the Essendon crew, that was lane 5, followed very closely by the Essendon crew in lane 6. But it's Richmond dominating as they come into the last 250 metres of this race. They're leading over the Gippsland Grammar crew, who are in second place. They've had a dominant regatta, this combination of Kate Dyball and Helen Pearce. They've won the club double, and Kate's won both the A-grade single and the club single. They've really dominated, and I know how hard they've been training, and they're leading in the last 250 metres of this race over the Gippsland Grammar crew, who are doing a terrific job. Ella Garan and Scarlett Tavesky. Terrific job. They're clearly in second place now over the Essendon crew of Alyssa Mirabelli and Asher Gordon. But coming into the Red Boys now are Kate Dyball and Helen Pearce, looking very relaxed and strong. They're underrating their competitors, but with every stroke applying such terrific power. We've got a very fast finishing Gippsland Grammar crew who are really trying to come back, but I don't think they've got time. And the Richmond crew will cross the line in first place, followed by the Gippsland Grammar crew, who had a terrific finish in the closing stages of that race. And in third place is the Essendon crew of Alyssa Mirabelli and Asher Gordon. Well done, another fantastic race. We see the Wendouree Ballarat girls putting on a terrific finish, but I don't think they're going to catch Victoriaa Bay over in lane 3. Sorry, that's Ballarat City lane 2. Is Tia Johns and Tia Broad. Then we've seen the Wendouree Ballarat crew, and we're seeing Victoriaa Bay, Ariel Vanderpoel and Molly Clark-Fernandez come through the finish line now. But another terrific performance by the Richmond Scullers, Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball. And now we have the final of the male A-grade double scull. It's well underway. We've got in lane 1 Essendon Sven Hudeman, lane 2 Ballarat Grammar Lockie Heath, lane 3 Wendouree Ballarat Joshua Matheson. Sorry, it's incorrect. Lane 1 St Pat's College, Angus Murfitt. Lane 2 Essendon Sven Hudeman, lane 3 Reece Davey from Essendon, lane 4's Ballarat Jonty Fall from Ballarat Grammar, Joshua Matheson from Wendouree Ballarat in lane 5. Looks like he's leading the field over Ballarat Grammar's Lockie Heath in lane 6, Charlie Savage from Ballarat Grammar in lane 7, and Nick Inglis from Yarra Yarra in lane 8. Also keeping up there, but it looks like the Wendouree Ballarat Joshua Matheson is in the lead, followed very closely by Ballarat Grammar's Jonty Fall and Ballarat Grammar's Lockie Heath. And actually a really good performance over there in lane 3. So lane 2 as well by Essendon's Sven Hudeman. It's still anybody's race as they come through this last 250. The Wendouree Ballarat Scullers really putting on a solid push now, trying to make some distance between him and the rest of the field. And he's going to lead into the last 100 metres, but the really fast finishing Essendon Sculler over in lane 2. I don't think he's going to catch the Wendouree Ballarat. Joshua Matheson is leading into the Red Boys with just about 10 strokes to go. A fantastic finish over here in lane 6 as well. But Joshua Matheson from Wendouree Ballarat in lane 5 is going to take out this race. Got a really terrific finish here in lane 6. Looks like Lockie Heath from Ballarat Grammar is going to take out second place. Had a real fight for third as well. And that's going to go to lane 4. That's Ballarat Grammar's 24. What a terrific race. Well done, guys. Next it looks like Essendon's Sven Hudeman. And coming in now is Nick Inglis and Essendon's Reece Davey. And in lane 7, Ballarat Grammar's Charlie Savage. So a terrific race for the male A-grade single scull. Won in convincing fashion with a terrific row by Wendouree Ballarat's Joshua Matheson, coached by Sam Hutchinson and Paul Blanchfield. Well done, gentlemen. So we've got the next race, the female B-grade single scull, race 74. These scullers are all in the starter's hand lining up. And we'll see the lineup is there are 8 scullers in this female B-grade single scull, and we're just watching Kate Dyball and Helen Pearce receive their gold medal. Solid gold performance all regatta from this pair. Very well done, and a terrific race by the Gippsland Grammar girls to take second place in the female A-grade double scull. Finished in a fabulous fashion. Couldn't quite catch the power of Helen and Kate. So back to the female B-grade single scull, which is Corio Bay's Stella Benson in lane 1, Leanne Martin from Wendouree Ballarat in lane 2, Julie Underwood from Cora in lane 3, Richmond's Lily Innes-Irons in lane 4, Lily Rose Hall-Krause in lane 5, Genesi Calderman from Mercantile in lane 6, Adelaide Robb from Cora in lane 7, and in lane 8, powerhouses Emily Harridge. So they've started this race now. The female B-grade single scull final. Really even spread over the lead into the first 250 of this race. No scullers really showing their dominance yet. Looks like perhaps the middle of the field, Richmond and Nagambie scullers. We'll see who comes through. Approaching the 500 metre mark. We'll see who's first there. Terrific effort over there in lane 2 by the Windery Ballarat sculler Leanne Martin. Just come back from knee surgery. But really no really dominant leader at this stage. Expecting a close race. I think they'll be cranking this out right to the finish.
Well, Paul, thank you, mate. I call that a really successful weekend.
As they come through the 500, it looks like Richmond's Lily Inner Signs in front, followed closely by Nagambian Mercantile's Janice Kelderman. We'll see how they're coming. In fact, I think Nagambi's Lily Rose Hall Kraus has now taken the lead over Richmond's Lily Inner Signs. A very solid lane 7 Corowa's Adelaide Rob as well. Not to be counted out, but Nagambi's Lily Rose Hall Kraus is leading now as they've got about 350 metres to go. She's leading over Richmond's Lily Inner Signs. It looks like in third place is Mercantile's Janice Kelderman. And then across to Windery Ballarat's Leanne Martin. And a little bit further back, Corio Bay's Stella Benson and Corowa's Julie Underwood. But it is the Nagambi sculler leading as they're approaching the last 250 metres of this race. It's Richmond Lily Inner Signs holding on for second place, but a strong challenge here from Mercantile's Janice Kellerman and also from Corowa's Adelaide Robb, but still the Nagambi sculler out in front. She's looking very solid. Terrific row from this sculler. She's going to lead the field and she's drawing away from the other crews now. Very dominant, but fast finishing Lily Inner Sign's going to take it up a little now and see if she can catch Nagambi's Lily Rose Hall Kraus. It's going to be a real tight battle for third with Leanne Martin over from Windery Ballarat. We've got a very fast finishing Corowa sculler Adelaide Robb here, but she's into the red boys now, the Nagambi sculler Lily Rose Hall Kraus. She's had a terrific row here today. She's just got a few strokes to go. We've got a very fast finishing Lily Inner Signs and a fabulous finish over here in lane 7 from Corowa's Adelaide Robb, and they're going to take out the medals. First place to Nagambi's Lily Rose Hall Kraus. Well done, terrific row. Second to Lily Inner Signs is held on for the silver medal, and a terrific finish from Corowa's Adelaide Robb, coached by Wes Canny, to take out the bronze medal. Terrific race, and we're just seeing the last of the scullers cross the line. Windery Ballarat's Leanne Martin, Julie Underwood, and looks like Corio Bay's Stella Benson. So a terrific final in the women's female B-grade single scull, won quite convincingly by a terrific row by the Nagambi sculler. And we've just seen the last row across the line. The other scullers waiting to cheer each other on. It was a fantastic race. It's such a tactical and psychological race, a single scull, so well done to everyone who gets out there and does it. Hats off to you all. Just 2 races remaining now. We've got next up is the male C-grade coxed 4. There are 3 boats in that race. In lane 3 we've got Richmond's Will Golding, Tim Foster, Patrick Cook and Indigo Orton, coxed by Ellie Diega. In lane 5, Melbourne Argonauts, Stephen Masterman, Alvaro Perez Parbin, Brent Lucadoo Wells and Thomas Burge, coxed by Asher Benjamin. And in lane 6, Gippsland Grammars, Connor Howard, Hagan Cook, Lagan Joshi and Samuel Reynolds, coxed by Lachlan McCall. Those crews are in the starters' hands at the moment for this second last race, the male C-grade coxed 4. And as we see the ladies coming in for their medals for the female B-grade single scull, won by Nagambi's Lily Rose Hall Kraus in a terrific row. And we'll see Corowa's Adelaide Robb coming in to receive her bronze medal. She did a fantastic finish there. And Lily Inner Signs coming around to collect the silver. She held on for silver in another great, terrific row. So just seeing the Cora Sculler, she's received her medal. Now Lily Innes-Irons will come and receive the silver medal. And the second last race of the day, the male C-grade Cox 4 in the starter's hand at the moment. They're being lined up to start this race. Second last race. 3 scullers in this, 3 crews in this race. And they've started off now. Terrific start by all crews. Particularly their Grammar and Melbourne Argonauts have really kicked off quickly from the start. It's early stages yet in this male C-grade 4 final, the Victorian State Championships 2023. 3 crews fairly even across the lake there as they approach the 750. Not much between them yet. All crews had a good start. With the Richmond crew over in lane 3, maybe trailing a little bit behind Melbourne Argonauts in lane 5. And I think Argonauts are leading over Gippsland Grammar in lane 6. Still anybody's race though, not yet come through the 500 metre mark, so still a way to go. Fairly even spread across the field. I think it is still the Melbourne Argonauts in the lead, just narrowly over the Richmond and Gippsland Grammar crews. It's going to be a very tight race. All terrific race as they come through the 500 metre mark. It is the Melbourne Argonauts narrowly in the lead. Gippsland Grammar in second and Richmond in third, but there's really not much in it. It's still anybody's race as they go into the third 250 of this race. They'll be looking for a good solid push through the 500. This is where you can really start to put some distance between yourself and the other crews if you're good enough, and then try and hang on to that. They'll be feeling the pain though this last third 250. They can all see each other. Their coxswains will be encouraging them on. Still anybody's race. Only a cracker finish, this male C-grade coxed 4. No real dominant crew yet, although perhaps both Melbourne Argonauts and Richmond may be a little bit over the Gippsland Grammar crew, but I wouldn't count anyone out at this stage. Coming down with about 300 metres to go. They'll be feeling it. Their coxswains will be telling them they're going through the 250 mark. Time to really push it. Gippsland Grammar now putting on a terrific push as they go through the 250 mark, and Argonauts maybe dropping off a little bit. And Richmond looking for the opportunity to take the lead as well. So it's going to be a battle. Looks like Argonauts have dropped off a bit. Richmond lifting their rate and lifting their power. They want to win this race. So do the Grammar boys. So they're really putting on a lift too. I think Richmond's just a little bit more power with each stroke. They're underrating Gippsland Grammar slightly and looking a little bit more for the power. But Gippsland really upping the rating. They want it too. Both crews into the red boys now. It's going to be a true battle between Richmond and Gippsland. We'll see if Richmond can hang on. They're narrowly in the lead for a really fast finishing Gippsland crew. Both coxswains urging their crews on. It looks like Gippsland Grammar's just pulled ahead, and they will in the final stage of the race. They've just pipped over the Richmond crew to take out the male C-grade Cox 4, and we'll see Melbourne Argonauts in third place. What a cracker race. That was an amazing finish. They really took it up, the Gippsland Grammar. Really powerful surge by the Richmond crew, but just couldn't quite hang on to it. So well done there, and the crews each cheering each other. As we line up for the final race of the day, the female A-grade coxed 4. We've seen some fantastic finals this afternoon at the Victorian 2023 State Championships. Fantastic weather for racing. Beautifully well done event. Well done to Adam Harrison for harnessing all the volunteers. Well done to all the volunteers for volunteering. We've got this last race underway now. We've got the female A-grade coxed 4 in lane 2 is Karam, Jackie Deeble, Jess Fishman, Angelique Everett and Morgan Dunham, coxed by Mishi Semel Pessar. In lane 3 is Melbourne, Michelle Joy, Jess Hergett, Flick Nutter and Chelsea Cruiser, coxed by Natalie Webster. In lane 4 is Ballarat Grammar's Alicia Walker, Ella Flamseed, Lily Bryant, Perry Eaton, coxed by Angie Gouty. In lane 5 is Ballarat High, Chloe Kinane, Hayley Carnes, Emily Coots, Stella Edmondson, coxed by Mirabella Weng. In lane 6 is Mercantile, Anastasia Pizzaris, Sophie Bolnat, Emma Gerbert and Eddie Beeson, coxed by Ellie Legg. Looks like another terrific race underway. The Ballarat Grammar crew look to be slightly in the lead as they go through the 500 metre mark. It's still very close between second, third, fourth and fifth. There's not much in this race. It looks like Ballarat Grammar in lane 4 are taking the lead, really putting on a strong push through the 500, inching away from their competitors over in lane 2. So lane 1 is Karam, keeping up a strong, powerful drive there to try and stay with the Ballarat Clarendon, and a little bit further back is Melbourne. But Ballarat, they're leading this race. This is Ballarat Grammar. It is actually in lane 4 leading. Ballarat High School in lane 5 and Mercantile in lane 6, but it's the Ballarat Grammar crew that are leading. In second place is Karam. It looks like Melbourne in third place as these crews approach the last 250. Mercantile crew over in lane 6 are really putting on a solid push. But they're really pushing hard now, this Ballarat Grammar crew of Alicia Walker, Ella Flamsteed, Lily Bryant and Perry Eaton, coxed by Angie Gouty. Said they're really dominant as they've passed through the last 250 of this race. The Karam girls are lifting, as are Melbourne, trying to hang on. Mercantile trying to finish strongly too, but I don't think people will catch them as the Ballarat Grammar come through to the red boys. In closing 100 metres of this race, Melbourne putting on a terrific push now, putting a lot of pressure on the Karam crew over in lane 2. But it's going to be Ballarat Grammar in lane 4 is going to take out this women's A-grade coxed 4. Just a few strokes to go through to the finish, and it's going to be a battle for second place as Melbourne are really putting a lot of pressure on the Karam crew, and the Melbourne crew are, I think, going to overtake them in the closing stages of this race to take out the silver medal. Yes, it will be the Melbourne crew second and Karam in third place. In fourth place, Mercantile crew, and in lane 5, Ballarat High School finishing off in fifth place. So well done, another cracker race. It's been an amazing race of finals and a terrific regatta, so well done to everybody involved. Thank you to our volunteers, particularly to the umpires, to the boat drivers, to the boat holders, to the bow number people, to the ladies staffing the Easy Or Cafe. Have a look around at the people that drove your trailer up here, your coaches, and thank everybody for a terrific regatta. Have a safe trip home, everybody. We're just waiting for this last medal presentation, seeing the Richmond C-grade coxed 4 getting their medals. Well done, gentlemen. And we'll just wait for the last medal presentation, which will be the female A-grade coxed 4.
Are you an under-18 athlete who has some ability in coxing or rowing? Then you should consider nominating for the Vic Pathway 8. This gives you an amazing opportunity to meet, train and row with peers and represent your state. Are you a coach who would relish the opportunity of coaching a talented crew? then you can nominate as coach of the Vic Pathway 8. Interested? Go to the Rowing Victoria website where you will find information, selection requirements and nomination forms for both athletes and coaches. Go to the Pathway tab, State Teams and follow through to the Pathway 8 State Team. Coach nominations are due on the 22nd of February and athlete nominations are due by the 3rd of April. I encourage you to nominate early so selectors can monitor your progress during the season. If you have any questions, please contact me, Delwyn Oliver. I am the State Pathway Coordinator for Rowing Victoria.
Close, I think.
Oh my god, so good. What a race! That was so good.
Fun, right?
That's my